Okay, folks, today's the day. Finished off yesterday. Just beginning chapter 2. So, today we're going to start off reading reports from around the country, checking out the newspapers, and then watching everything fall apart. I'm thinking though, this game's been pretty slow so far. It's been like 3 days just to get 6 months into my term. So it's probably not so much a type of game where if you make mistakes, everything blows up in your face, but a more human narrative game. So if you make mistakes, things blow up in your face months later, and then you deal with them, and it's less, you messed up, here's you being cooed out, and more, you messed up, here's the consequences, deal with it. What's Agnolia want? Van Horten probably wants a more equal trade agreement, huh? Agnolia offshore drilling near Heiji Island, increased tensions, oh no. So, Heiji Island is going to be an issue on this chapter, I think. Agnolia has started a new oil drilling operation very close to the disputed territory of Heiji Island. The tensions increased when the situation turned into a standoff between Vagoslandian and Agnolian warships. It took several hours for the gridlock to be resolved, and the situation was de-escalated for now. Heiji Island. Tension between Agnolia, Vagosland. My cabinet was talking about having to make an alliance, a trade agreement with either Velen or Agnolia, and Heiji Island, disputed between these two, was an issue. Military equipment outdated. I know. But so far I can't make an alliance with United Contana for modernization stuffs. The General Staff has performed an analysis on our borders to assess our military defense capabilities against a potential Rumbric attack. The results show that our military equipment is outdated and needs replacement as soon as possible. The continuation in the worrying report shows that in the event of an attack on our borders would be broken through easily, leaving the primary regions of Sordon exposed. And we do have a very mighty border. Maybe what I should just do is convince the international community to partition Rumburg. Maybe break them off around Crimzod and Alfredon, and give all this to Agnolia. Waywern Worm, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a small shout out. Because thank you for that, man. Hold on. Easier to do it on this side, because my laptop, the keys are all dying on me. A shout out for Wayworn Worm. Also playing Suzerain. It's pretty new, isn't it? Just came out, what, December of last year? And to be honest, I didn't find out about this game until looking at the Steam Lunar New Year sale. But it's pretty good. So if you've been playing it too, good taste. How are you finding it? Education in rural regions require improvement. Well, lucky for them. The only budget increase so far has been to the Ministry of Education. Sierra Water reports that the current education institutions in rural regions of Sordland have been largely neglected. As part of her analysis, the literacy rate in Sordland currently stands at 80%, while rural regions like Snarble has a literacy rate of only 64%. The lack of schools per capita also reflects these results. And hello, Crabboy 2. Dude, you also know Hidden Agenda. Amazing. I was tempted to play Hidden Agenda this week, but that was on the other computer. Hidden Agenda is great. If a bit buggy. See, playing it as a teenager looking through pirated stuff was fairly difficult. Playing it again with some anthropology and geography into me was a bit better at it, until I hit some weird bug where it gives me a sudden issue and no way to get out of it. But I guess for a small-scale game in 1988, that's to be expected. Massive network of BFF priests discovered. The Vice Minister of the Interior has reported the discovery of a large-scale underground network of the BFF that encompasses all cities in Bergia. Under the guise of state-sanctioned priesthood, the BFF has recruited hundreds and possibly thousands of Nuriti worshippers, including non-Buddhist citizens, to support their cause for independence. Alright, so I might lose Bergia. Or I can count the Buddhist people as one of our own and give them more civil rights and more protections. And thanks for the follow, Wayworn Worm. Degree in archaeology. One of the 4 major subfields of anthropology. Wayworn, that is a good choice. Congrats to you. Enjoy it, live it, love it. A dozen arrests were made, but since most police officers don't speak Bloodish, it would be difficult to find the actual ringleader priests of the network. A request was made to ban Bloodish as a language of sanctuaries. Oh, don't do that. We want to give our ethnic minorities some autonomy, make them feel like they have enough power to not need to separate. Any more reports? Benfi Regional Airport overcrowded. We have been receiving reports about the capacity of Benfi Regional Airport. The mayor of Benfi is preparing to put a request forward for an investment to build an international airport in the city. For a touristic region like Benfi, he claims it would increase the overall prosperity of Swordland. I could see that. And they have a port here, so if that's more development on Benfi, tourist-wise, easy access to foreign direct investment and build-up, maybe benefit some regions around here like Laren and the smaller cities of Norin, Alwald, and so on. Any more reports? The Workers' Right Act. After checking the news, nothing from the Post or the Fox Stand-In now. Lockhaven Times, Lockhaven League of Women March. Beautiful. Hundreds of women organized by the Soldiers League of Women marched and called for gender equality in the country. The group held signs highlighting the issues of domestic violence, the wage gap, maternity leave, and the sexist attitudes of the education system. Police forces quickly created a security cordon to protect the march after a large group of religious counter-protesters arrived. The calls for equality were drowned by the loud group of conservatives. The protests were a clear reflection of the division that surrounds the country. It also raises questions if the First Lady Monica Rain's agenda to raise awareness and trigger change on the issue bear fruit. It is going to. If we support women's rights, not only is that going to be a stronger nation, but it only benefits to protect potential workers, you know? Keep them safe and they become more productive, if we have to look at it economically. Oh man, the choice between the highway to a neglected area or the high-speed rail line in the economic heartland. The way I see it, this isn't just supporting the major cities, but also these smaller communities in between them. And if I get this working right, if my high-speed rail doesn't flounder, then that is money that I could use to build up the highways here and get Angland better roads, better logistics, money that could be spent with the infrastructure in Nargis so the rural schools and hospitals people have a better access to. Because I'm down to no budget and my economy went from 3 bars to 1 bar. So it all hinges on the rail line. If that rail fails, the administration fails. Geopolitical. Vagaslandian Navy forces Agnolian drillship to retreat from Hegeland. Navy Chief Admiral Kurt Hexer on Tuesday said the Agnolian drilling ship was driven away from Vogelsland Exclusive Economic Zone in the Nurmenlander Sea recently, asserting that such activities will be dealt with swiftly and sternly. So that's in Vogelsland's EEZ, according to the Navy Chief Admiral. The ship entered the area without Vagoslandian Navy's prior permission, they said. The illegal occupation of Helgeland does not give Agnolia the right to claim the seas. Our stance has been that if you do anything in our region, you have to notify us or take our permission, the Navy chief said at a press conference, without elaborating further on the incident. Since 1950, there has been a permanent presence of the Vagoslandian Navy in the Marquian Sea region, mostly in the form of anti-piracy force. Experts are concerned about Agnolia's increasing forays around Helgeland, which they believe may trigger a heavy response from Vagosland. This kind of hits home for me because Micronesia, small island nations, are also large ocean states. And as far as like the bounty of the seas and climate change are concerned, we're very concerned about fisheries and the ocean acidity and heat stuff. And especially since discontent with the Pacific Island Forum meant that the Micronesian nations have split away from it in protest. So you do have China's eyes lighting up as they look at the weakened regionalism and think, well then, we kind of like our 9-dash line around the South China Sea, but Micronesia has been pushing too far towards pro-Taiwan relationships. If the PIF is weakened, they're already pushing out articles trying to claim that Micronesia and China are BFFs, and we already have decades of incidents of illegal fleets coming in to strip the seas, having to be captured and burnt. So I kind of get where Vagosland is coming from. If Agnolia's claim to Helgeland isn't legit. Because that hits home, that's our issues too. Dwight Walker has announced the first successful Arcasian intercontinental ballistic missile test, which was conducted at a military test site at the Nuam Atoll in the middle of Oceania. Ouch, that also hits home. The fired missile, codenamed Missile 4, flew several thousands of kilometers towards the direction of United Kontana, before crashing down at sea close to the abandoned radioactive Rostov Island. And I'm going to assume that in 2021 the Arcasians aren't keen on giving benefit to the Rostovian peoples. Oh dude, if you gotta go, you gotta go. Thanks for the raid, thanks for hanging. It's nice having you. Oh, definitely. Like, I was born on Guam, and so I'm kind of thinking, ouch. Military tests on the atoll, that strikes Marshall Islands to me. And Nuam being just one letter off. And 1950, so this would be in our world when the US has suzerainty over most of the Pacific. The missile test indicates that Arcasia wants to send a message to United Kontana about island bases in the middle of the Oceania, while displaying that the Arcasian military technology has advanced. Will Arcasia be able to catch up to United Kontana in the face of growing contentious situation between the superpowers? Excuse me. Precisely my thinking, Wayworn. The American military presence on Guam, the Bikini Atoll and the Marshall Islands. Drawing from some very close history. Alright, what do we have on the Workers' Rights Act? Sign or veto. Section 1 establishes a minimum wage of 2.5 Swedish ren per hour. Section 2 sets a weekly maximum of 60 hours of labor. Section 3 establishes a double overtime pay per hour, after 40 a week. Alright. Section 4 determines that workers are to be protected against occupational hazards and be provided humane working conditions. Section 5 establishes that migrant or undocumented workers have the same workers' rights as citizens. I'm betting that if I took Underhaul as the company to contract out my rail line too, that pretty much cuts the entire Underhaul business model. All these things that we are protecting from are things that Underhaul does. But since Taurus already has a pretty good track record with unions and workers' rights... Oh, -1 government budget though. And I just balanced my budget too. If any employers do not abide by these rules, they'll be heavily fined by the government. And if not corrected, will face legal action. That does sound like a money-making revenue source, but legal action tends to take a while, especially since, where is it? Is it under law? Currently have a very big court backlog. So if it is a source of revenue to penalize companies, we're not going to see that money for like years maybe. I'm going to sign it though, because I gotta. What's one bit of debt, you know? It's just one debt. This high-speed rail better give like 5 monies to the budget and 6 boosts to the economy. A budget of -1, back into debt. What's the update? Workers' rights reform. A comprehensive labor rights reform, greatly improving the working conditions of the employees. Some human rights. Any more updates here? No, nothing changes on that side. What's the news? About the debt or about the workers' rights? New law on workers' rights. The Workers' Rights Act has been signed into law by President Rain after the approval of the Grand National Assembly by majority vote on Monday, following a 6-hour debate. Mansoon Lek, who campaigned heavily for the bill, also sought to express his gratitude for the confirmation of the new laws, saying it contained much vital rules and regulations for the workers, the backbone of our nation. Fully agreed. The new law establishes a minimum wage of 2.5 Swedish ren per hour, and sets a weekly maximum of 60 hours of labor. It establishes new rules and regulations for overtime payments, and determines that workers are to be protected against occupational hazards, and be provided humane work conditions. The new laws also establish that migrants or undocumented workers have the same workers' rights as citizens. Excellent. Lockhaven Times, nothing from Fox though. Sorting Today still has nothing to say. You would think though, now that Sorting Today has become the anti-government mouthpiece, that they might have something to say about workers' rights being signed in, or the debt being added on. Recently implemented workers' rights bill caused the initial protests against the government to mellow down after the Morbal Mine disaster. Chants of anger have turned into solidarity marches. Sweet, avoided more violence. One of the spokespersons for the Nedam Mining Group has accused President Rain of acting impulsively with the bill, saying that it puts too much weight on the businesses. Dude, the businesses are wealthy. They have a whole league of businesses. They have an oligarchy group. I have a debt. They don't have debt. They have billions. After the public announcement, Nedam has received hundreds of lawsuits from people around the country. Oh yeah, revenue. And the Radical. Is the Radical finally going to sing my praises? Workers' rights bill signed. In a surprising move, of course, President Rain has decided to do something right for his citizens by signing the Workers' Rights Act into law. That's fine. That's fine. I need a good critical outlet that's putting pressure on me. Meaningful pressure, though, not like the Swordland that's just becoming a rag. This looks as a publicity move after the terrible Morbal Mine disaster. The new law establishes a minimum wage and sets a ceiling for the maximum amount of hours on top of new regulations for companies. Mr. Rain's move to give more rights to the workers has been welcomed by many. On the other hand, this may simply be a diversion from the actual real issues of the government. Alright, no more reports anywhere else. And my high-speed rail still only halfway done. Budget allocation of law enforcement. Regional investment decision. I'm just gonna go more and more into debt, that's alright. I'm gonna swallow some debt for now. Really bank everything on the rail line. But first, budget allocation of law enforcement. I didn't realize that law enforcement encompassed both the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Justice. So, Time to tell them to focus entirely on corruption. I was in my office, reading reports of the ministries about the current situation of the protests. My next scheduled meeting was about the law enforcement budget, with Nia and Lilius. I heard some knocks on the door. Nia entered, and took a seat in front of my desk. Lilius was absent. Nia is Justice, right? She is Minister of Justice. Good. Just the minister I wanted to talk to. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Lilius will be late. Apparently, there's an urgent matter at the Ministry of the Interior she attended to. It shouldn't take long. What was urgent? Very well, let's wait. That's a couple minutes less of Lilius. Great. No. I don't want to sow discord in my ranks. That's what Hawker and the Old Guard and the Supreme Court want. I'm going to ask, what was the urgent matter? She said something about supply distribution for the police forces, nothing major. I returned to my reports, and Nia smoothed back an errant strand of her hair. There was an awkward silence. While we wait, why don't we have a little chat? This might come off as a little strange, but I am proud of you, all she is, despite how forlorn that she and her counterpart in the Interior were about not getting any more money in this time of crisis. Despite everything, you are actually trying to reform the country. This is just the beginning. There is so much more to do. It is we, Nia, not me. Also good. I couldn't do any of this by myself, so no. I am proud of you. Flattery won't work. What do you want? Well, I have been trying to be a good boss. And at the budget meeting, I reiterated twice to groans from the staff that this is a team effort. So I'm going to keep pushing the team effort angle. No, Nia. This is a team effort. It is I, proud of you. Well, thank you. You certainly have a way with words, don't you? No, I don't. If I did, we wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. Words are just words. Actions are what's important. And you seem to be doing well at both so far, she says, forgetting the mistakes I've been making the entire first chapter. Pros are canceling out the cons for sure. She leaned forward. How are you really holding up, Anton? Being the president, I mean. The hardest thing I've ever done in my life, but also the best thing I've ever done in my life. Nothing I can't handle. Number 3, definitely. I feel it here. Separated by a screen and a fiction. It feels like the whole weight of the country crushes me down every single day. Everyone wants to be a president until they are one, I guess. I want to assist you and the country as best as I can. Unfortunately, my hands are tied with the current budget allocation we have for law enforcement. Which, Mrs. Morgna doesn't need to worry, because I already plan to push things towards her department. Corruption is more paramount than giving more guns and tear gas grenades to the police. She barely finished the sentence before we heard a knock on the door. Nia almost jumped in her chair. Lilius Graff entered the room. Mr. President, Nia? I hope that I'm not interrupting your conversation. No, not at all. We're just discussing a few things. Nia smiled at Lilius. I am sorry for being late. There was an important matter at the ministry. Just a small dispute over who should get the supplies, nothing major. Lilius took the seat next to Nia as she continued talking. Well then, let's go straight in. We will provide a brief update on the situation of law enforcement. Go ahead. Nia? The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court is working in close collaboration with the Ministry of the Interior to address the protests of the country. Alright, so how this is phrased. Supreme Court, part of Ministry of Justice, no. Separate entities, because the Supreme Court is independent. Either way, there is a court backlog, so even more reason then to push money towards the Ministry of Justice. I must add that thanks to the hard work of our judiciary, the law enforcement forces assigned to the mine ministry are doing their jobs efficiently. I would call it the success of our forces on the ground, not due to the judicial branch of our government. Nah. I don't know about that, because I do want to clear out corruption and the court backlog, and more money to justice should do it. Lilius shot Nia, a brief, withering glance. The current budget has dampened hopes of more funding in the force. Yet here we are, with mass protest happening in the country. We are standing exactly where we were before. Exactly where we were before. Had tear gas and harsh, oppressive state apparatus response to the protest, which I want less of, especially since the actual shootings in the streets have stopped. The decisions made need to reflect the current situation of the country. This was certainly not the right decision when we are dealing with mass protests. Agreed. And many in the Ministry of Justice hope for an increase, and we're not satisfied with the decision. Regardless, this means we will have to deal with the growing court backlog. It is manageable, but it will be a challenge for sure. I'm sure you'll manage. I, too, had to make sacrifices for the good of Swordland. Or you will do what you are told with, pretty much in order from best to worst. Don't worry, I am sure they'll manage. Emphasize their capabilities. Tell that to the policemen on the ground, when they are overwhelmed by the protesters. What does she want? The police to shoot back. This is why I'm not giving them funding. The ripples are already being felt across the country. I hope this decision is not the beginning of something bad. A brief moment of deliberation passed. Lilius and Nia got up from their seats. Well then, I must now return to the ministry. Me too. Oh, this is just an update. I can't tell them to focus on justice instead of law enforcement. They left the room. Oh well. As soon as the door closed, I can hear their muffled voices as they argued. That's alright though. The tempo seems to be that they give me updates, they inform me, and then at some point I get to make the decision. So all I know for now is that the Interior and the Justice Departments aren't very happy with me. Protesters target sacred symbols. Sacred figures and symbols of Dasterinity, including Saint Dast himself, have become the targets of vandalism as protests continued across Swordland. What initially began as a protest against the murders of Bernard Circus in January has turned into rioters forcibly tearing down monuments of former Swordist politicians, saints, and other figures. Even if rioters are successful in removing the images of Saint Dast or Tarquin's soul from parts of society, this will only serve to strengthen our faith and our political will, said Kirsten List, mayor of one of the worst-hit cities, Enrica. Richter calls President to action. Head of Swordland's main opposition party, People's Freedom and Justice Party, Franz Richter, has said that President Ray needs to address the issues like term limits and electoral threshold if Swordland's democracy, freedoms, and economy were to develop. Richter also talked about the need for education reforms and expressed his support for Minister of Education Ciara Walda. Fantastic. Like I said, Friends might be a free market capitalist, but he's asking for all the same things that I'm already giving. I'm already giving term limits, the electoral threshold of 8%, and giving the Minister of Education more funding. That was a campaign promise. That was my idea before the game even began. He can't take credit for that. Recession is growing faster. With double-digit unemployment and plunging economic output, the recession has been a reality for a long time. But if there was any remaining doubt that Swordland is in a recession, it has now been removed by an announcement from the Business Council of Swordland. Is that how it's like? I don't give them concessions, and now they're announcing recession. Is that what they would have done? Just lied about the numbers and said we're doing great to boost financial confidence? In the announcement, the council pointed to the unprecedented magnitude of the decline in employment and production, and its broad reach across the entire Swordish economy. The economy shrank by 2.4% in the last month, and lost further value against the Arcasian lira. You see, this is why I want to move people out of the cities and give them subsistence agriculture. If the economy is tanking, if the unemployment is that bad, they don't need to be in the cities getting all tight together when there is wheat rotting in the fields that nobody is buying and eating. What I want to do is unurbanize the population for a bit of food stability. Regional investment decision, and then end with the Waka Monica to make me feel better after making all the bad decisions. Gus Menger and Simran Hall have prepared an extensive regional investment package to revitalize one of the top 3 economically fragile regions by boosting the municipality budgets, providing large sums of business grant, and giving cheap loans to the companies with liquidity problems. The proposal can be implemented in one of the following regions: Bergia, Lauren, and Angland. Okay, this is pretty cool, because the Anglid swords over in Angland have felt pretty neglected, and the highway between Lockhaven and Arvery is terrible and really messes up logistics. If I give more funding that I don't even have to Angland, that shows the minority population there that they're not neglected, and that has the potential not just to boost business here, but relationships with Agnolia. Keep them keen on investing with their neighbors to the west. Bergia has a lot of ethnic strife right now, and if I put money to Bergia, a bit of boost for them, maybe a financial windfall, will quell the rising storm that is separatist violence. To draw on archaeology is kind of like looters. Looters can be an issue, but if you're hiring from the local population, be it as guards or assistants, or just involving them in general, that takes away an economic incentive to loot, because you're already involving them in their cultural heritage and giving them money. Where's the third reason? Lauren? If it was Gruni, then maybe, because Benfi is asking for some money as well, because they got a tourist industry here, and more money for that is more money for everywhere else. Luren is, what I know they have mining in Morble, but that's on them. I don't really see a reason to give money to Lauren. For me, it's gotta be between the withering businesses of England from lack of infrastructure and the sectarian violence in Bergia. I'm gonna give it to England as a compromise. First batch of money went to the Lockhaven, Hallsword, L1 high-speed rail, to the detriment of England. Now I'll make it up to them, and they are a good money-making region. -2, ooh, and that boosted my economy by 1! Government investment in England. The Swordist government has injected billions of SR into the development of the region of England. The England region was identified as one of the government's priority areas for luring new investments. The city of Arvery and Lenkirk will likely benefit the most from the investments, due to their proximity to existing transmission links and population centers. The government program is designed to attract investors and expand the industrial output of the region. It will also likely benefit the real estate industry present in the region. The funding will also be used to develop the regional infrastructure, and a small portion will be used as subsidies for the fishing industry, the government official said. Though I'm kind of thinking that maybe what I want to do is choose between England if I'm going to make an alliance with Agnolia and strengthen that up, or Bergia if I want to invest in Velen, because if I'm going to be pushing my products into Velen, it's going to be coming through by way of Bergia. An investment in Bergia would mean a good economic hub right by our future trading partner. So maybe I should have after all, because Angelin is not going to like that I'm going to be more negligent of them in the future, so as not to upset Vogelslund as well. Keep these two fairly neutral while I see what I do on my southwestern border. Turn Velen into my puppet state. Alright, what's next? An evening walk with Monica to get my mind off the budget deficit and all the rest of my bad decisions. It was early evening. Still light out with just a faint nip in the air. Frank was at a friend's and Dina was at art class. Aww, Frank is making friends! Monica and I decided to go out for a walk before dinner. That actually made my heart warm up a bit because Frank has been kind of introverted lately. I hope he's making good friends. Because he's already been turning to smoking and rock and roll and blue jeans. But that's fine. We have to rebel a little bit in our youth, huh? I mean, that's the point. Our favorite place for a stroll was the nearby Capitol Park, the largest green space in all of Holsword. Before the children were born, we had spent many an evening engaged in deep conversation along the riverside promenade. Oh, we're resparking our youthful romance. Another favorite path wound through the woods behind the presidential housing complex to a private pond where the children could swim in summer. I was told that Sol himself had it built. The benefits of being president. Monica met me by the door, and we put on our coats and hats. I was going to suggest that we walk towards Seoul Square, but the guards told me it's closed for yet another protest. I wonder who they're protesting this time. Two sides of the same coin, what does it matter? Common thugs? No, those are our people. Must be the damn communists again, I say, pushing for planned economies and something closer to communism. Young swords taking it too far. It couldn't be though, because the Young Swords are a illegal group now. I don't like any of these options, but the first one sounds relatively detached enough to not really be damning anybody. And let's face it, if it is between the Red Youth and the Young Swords, they both have been doing violence. It's probably not them. But heck, if they're protesting, they are simply doing their civic duty, which does make us all the same coin. You always did believe yourself to be above the fray, did we? I was young and stupid. I didn't know any better. Yeah. We did run away the first time, but then joined the Red Youth. Were we above the fray though? Did we ever actually believe that? Because we've been working and sacrificing our family life to go into this. I was young and stupid. That's objectively true. In any case, where shall we go? I'm not sure Capitol Park is a wise idea in this climate either. Not worth security risk, stay inside the gates. Nonsense, we have our guards. If I'm going to take a walk with my wife, who I've had to neglect in my political career, we're going to trust in our security. Take a stroll, fresh air, nothing to be afraid of. Let's go to Capitol Park. And heck, if we come across protesters, maybe we can give some FaceTime to them, alleviate some of their concerns, let them know that the state apparatus does hear their concerns. If you say so, let's go then before the children get home. I informed the guards about our route, and we left the house. The guards followed us with the black Cadila as we exited the gates. Walking briskly, we reached Capitol Park in minutes. As we entered the park, Monica broke the silence. So how was your day? Oh, you know. Sent the country further into debt but got one more point of economic development. Paperwork, endless meetings, the usual nightmare. I do want to ask how hers was, but I don't want to neglect her to just, deflect her question. We are equal partners in this marriage. That deserves enough respect to at least answer the question. I don't know. I imagine some might find that stimulating. They might even play games about it. And about your day, let's ask her. What about her day? Oh, it was fine. I caught up on some reading while the children were at school. As we reached the river, we saw Jonas Krona, the former Minister of Justice, walking in the opposite direction. I remember that Nia Morgna used to be his vice minister. He gave us a quick nod of acknowledgement. Jonas had once fought hard and strong against Seoul's judiciary reforms, but after years of the government blocking his every move, he gave up on his ideals and became a part of the administration. Poor fellow. What did our ideals really mean if they could be changed so easily? What about the people we idolize? Is that the point of this game, to humanize those that we lionize and demonize? Evelyn also came around for tea. She says hi. She was feeling rather low though. Apparently, she and Peter had a bit of a disagreement. Oh no. I'm already worried that Peter might be subjected to honeypots. Does Evelyn know anything? Boomer answer, Peter's in the doghouse again. How'd it happen? What happened? Give me the gossip. Apparently, Peter had too much whiskey as usual, and didn't behave when Evelyn's father was over for dinner yesterday. Okay, maybe that's why Peter was all scruffy and late. And not that he's already fallen to foreign influence like I was worried about. You know Peter. What do you think of this? That's Peter, perpetually pickled, cool alliteration. I'll have a talk with him. It's just a rough patch, love. They'll be fine. To be honest, I don't care about my friend and vice president. I'll talk with him, because he has been late to meetings once already. If something's troubling him, if he can't keep a handle on his drink, we do need to talk. Good. Evelyn seemed close to tears. Aren't you glad you and I don't have those kind of quarrels? Being married to a shrew like her would make anyone turn to the bottle. Wow, Anton, no. If that's how you're gonna be, I'm not gonna play you. Monica didn't say anything. Oh no. She's been holding back her own stuff. Monica, if you have things you want to talk about, please. The president is here to speak to his people. You know, Evelyn hasn't been the same since what happened to her at Holsword Post last year. You remember how she got fired for supporting Alfonso. Peter tried everything to get her job back, but it didn't work. Didn't try hard enough, had it coming, nuh-uh. A sad day for journalism and free speech in Swordland. I completely agree. A sad day indeed. But enough about the Vectorns. I also spoke to Janice on the phone. Who? I don't remember Janice. Which one's Janice? Did she ever mention Janice? I'm gonna be bad husband. Please remind me, who's Janice? You remember, my friend from university. We were in the Swordist literature class together, see no harm asking. A few years younger than me, red hair, scar on her forehead. We had dinner with her and her husband once or twice. Neither the name nor the description rang a bell, but at least now you know Anton. Right, that Janice. I still don't remember her, but go on. Be honest. Relationships are built on communication. Anyway, she's been working as an executive assistant at the Violet Pictures film studio. She recently became pregnant and asked her boss for paid maternity leave, and guess what? Not gonna get it because we haven't even touched on sexual equality. She was fired for it. Oh no, that's terrible. Looking at this from a cost standpoint, that's terrible. I know. I was besides myself when she told me, and that's not all. They immediately replaced her with a younger, less experienced man, the son of an executive no less. Utterly ridiculous. Nepotism, eh? Must have wanted him there all along. 1 and 3 equally true. And if I'm calling out nepotism, that's denying the possibility that just because Janice is Monica's friend, we're gonna help. We need to put full-scale reform across the country, not just help out our personal friends and drivers. It is utterly ridiculous, though. I'm happy you agree with me. As it happens, another friend works for a television station that's hiring secretaries, so I connected the two of them. Doesn't solve the deeper problem, exactly like I said. This is an institutional scar that needs healing. Exactly. I need to be on the same page. Do I pick my wives or do I pick my wives? Women of this country are still seen as wives and mothers first, human beings second. They're harassed at work, underpaid, blocked from positions of power, and those are the lucky ones. The fact that there are still places in this country where little girls like Dina are denied the right to an education. Parents have their reason, and that they do, and those reasons are all stupid. I'll do what I can to change that. Heck, we gave money to education. Maybe we could start with the schools, because there is a gap in literacy between the genders too. If I can go from indoctrinating the children to nationalism, to indoctrinate the kids towards equality, it can't just be you. These little girls and people like Janice need someone to speak on their behalf, a role model, a successful woman. Monica, have you got somebody in mind? We were right in front of the park benches that lined the river. Monica gestured to it and we sat down. Which brings me to my point. I know that Mayor of Anrica, Curtin Lest, will be delivering a speech at the annual opening of the Benfey Festival. Curtin is a dude. My wish is to take his place and deliver the speech instead. Oh, this sounds dangerous, because isn't the mayor of Enrica also involved elsewhere? He's in the USP. Where's he lean on the USP? Because right now, if I want my constitutional reforms to pass, I've given nothing but leeway to the reformists, because those are all policies and changes I agree with. But the conservatives in my own party aren't going to like any of them. Holsworth State University, just like everybody, worked on the newspaper, National Nurse Association, but fights for decreasing religious and moral values among the youth, so probably of a more conservative bent. He's also a business order, so probably of a more conservative bent. And he organized the Benfey Cultural Festival. That's his baby. And a Tarkeen sole appointment, so he might be old guard. Promoted the cultural heritage sites, invested renovating the old Sordis monuments. Very popular among the Sordis nationalists and conservatives. Alright, so he is going to represent the conservative wing of my party. Technically, I only need to convince Gloria Tori, and our conservatives in our party will likely vote with her. But if I pull Kirsten Lee away from giving a speech at the festival that he founded, that's probably going to be ammunition to use against me. Les is one of Sorda's most influential politicians. He had started his career in Benfey before rising to power in Enrica. See, even though the game gives you so many entries in the codices and loads of things to look through in the overview, they pretty much tell you what you need to know most of the time. Investment in England, cool. Consistent economy, consistent with what we are promoting, excellent. Personally invited him to make the opening speech. The mayor even personally invited him. Replacing him with Monica would likely anger him. Not enough to cause a major incident, but enough that he might not support me in the assembly. I want to base a speech on women's rights in Swordland, on the oppression and discrimination we face every day, on the basis of our sex alone. I want our voice heard, and this festival is a time to do it. I just need your blessing as my husband and the president of Swordland. Monica's eyes were blazing with a fire I hadn't seen since we were students. She wanted this so badly. But I had to be careful with my promises. Option number 3 I love. Does it have to be at the festival? Why can't you make your speech at any other time? The Festival of Benfey is cool for Benfey. But this is 1950 something now. We have television. We can give her a voice. We can give her a column in the newspaper. We can have her speak on national television to men, women, little girls across the country. Festival of Benfey, I get, right. It's a big event. Plenty of people are going to see it. Plenty of people are going to be there. Plenty of people will hear her. But it's not her only avenue. Please, darling, I promise, I'll get you a 30-minute television spot, prime time, every Friday, just before The Simpsons. It has to be now. Thousands go to this festival, and millions watch the speeches at home. Swordland's women cannot wait any longer. And millions watch TV, I promise. I'm sorry, but if I want the Constitution to pass and make the government more democratic, I have to put my foot down here. I really, really, really want to make better gender equality and will. But it can't be at this speech. I still need my reforms to pass. I can't. I'm sorry, darling. Be mad at me for the weekend, for the month, for the year, if you have to. But more sacrifices of the family for the good of Swordland. Out of the question, I'm sorry. I don't understand. Isn't this something you care about as well? I can't make... This is gonna sound so bad. Dampening my wife's ambitions for gender equality to placate a man. Surely she understands. This is the same issue she has to go through. My staff talked about this very same thing, where the women in power need to either adapt conservative policies to be more accepted, or give leeway to these powerful men. We're suffering the same here. It's not about women's rights later, I'd rather women's rights now. But until we get that stability, we really must stroke the ego of this one powerful man, I'm sorry. What little trouble this causes in the short term is nothing compared to the lasting, positive change it will bring. Not just for women, but for all of Swordland. Monica, I kind of agree, but the Constitution... If the Constitution does not pass, that's also all of Swordland. I'm sorry. I have to make her mad. I don't think so. Monica was silent for a while. When she finally spoke, there was a chill in her voice. If that is truly how you feel, so be it. We walked back home, neither of us looking at each other. Plenty of buttons to push. Only one report, it seems. Report coming out of Dare. BFF bombs police station. Ace kids, morning. In a treacherous attack, the BFF has bombed the police station in Dare. Initial casualties are reported at 3 officers dead and 22 injured. The guinea pig icon next to the deaths. See, my logic for this redesign is that for the bottom row, I was kind of inspired by like old video games, right? It had the lives and the score, the timer. And the guinea pig icon kind of counts the score. It's the current subs. And since for whatever reason, the sub goal doesn't update on its own, I gotta update it manually. But the little guinea pig icon does update does update automatically, so it's more accurate. At some point, I'll probably have to redesign it to make it look more like lives, score, time, in like a video game classic sense. Like you're looking at the top of Mario or something. But for now it works. Old assets, etc. Give something for the eye. 3 officers dead and 22 injured. The perpetrators have escaped into the Gumran Mountains near Uzurin, and a search was started to bring them to justice. The border guard has been notified of the attackers, in case they try to flee to Velen. The Workers' Party of Bludia condemned the incident. And the rail, they said it's a 2-year project. Oh, Borin also has an update. Red Youth members charged with terrorism and treason. 12 militants from the Red Youth have been tried and sentenced to 96 years in prison due to terrorism and treason related to charges in Borgen, or treason-related charges in Borin. Many more Red Youth members are waiting their turn in prison. The Mayor Borin reports concerns about reaching the maximum capacity of the prisons of the region. At some point, I'll have to give like a pardon for our political prisoners. All I wanted was for the violent attacks to stop. Briefing on the L1 rail reconstruction issues! There's gonna be issues, and I'm already in debt, but that's fine. Report from Lockhaven, Young Swords members arrested and face terrorism charges. 6 terrorists from Young Swords plotting to bomb a rally were caught by Lockhaven police. The perpetrators confessed to their plans and said they did it in response to the ban on Young Swords. Young Swords shoot people in the streets across the country so the organization gets banned. Because the organization gets banned, they want to bomb people. This is exactly why they're banned. They have been each convicted and sentenced to 154 years in prison for planning a terrorist attack on the people of Swordland and treason against Swordland. And the news, still silence from Swordland today. Lockhaven Times, explosion in Dare, 3 killed, 22 wounded. A bomb attack on a police station in Dare has killed 3 officers and injured 22 others, officials say. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack. The police of Dare said militants of the Bloodish Freedom Front, or BFF, were likely behind the attack, and reported that several militants also fired at the officers as he tried to escape the fires of the explosion in the treacherously pre-planned ambush. There have been waves of unrest in Swordland for the past couple of months. These attacks seem to suggest that the racial tensions in Bergia have also increased to very dangerous levels, which raises the questions about how the situation should be handled. Since I do plan to make a trade agreement with Velen and sell all my junk to them to boost their economy and help them stabilize, I probably should have put more money to Bergia instead, not just for an economic hub and logistics next to Velen, but also for this violence. If they see that I am putting money into Bergia, that might make them happy. The Workers' Party of Bludia has condemned the incident, adding that the BFF does not reflect the views or the culture of the Bludish people. Arcasia has called on both sides to avoid violence, but stressed that Swordland has the right to defend itself against attacks by Bludish people, Bludish rebels. That is bait. That is a trap. If Arcasia is the America stand-in, the mid-20th century Cold War America stand-in, they're telling me I have the right to defend myself against attacks from ethnic minorities. I take that bait and put money and permissions to the police and the gendarmerie of the military to crack down on ethnic violence. They're going to turn around and say, oh no, Swordland is trying to genocide the Bludish people again. Rumburg, could you go in and give democracy and liberation to the planned economy place? Detonation. Swordland in a tough spot, and it's only going to get tougher since I do need to pump money into my rail for it to work. Current public reports of the Ministry of the Economy are pointing to a deep underlying problem with Swordland's economic standing. Debt. It appears that the current ventures to get out of the recession have put a considerable dent in our reserves. Although the comments of the administration state that this situation is only temporary, that remains to be seen. Our economic advisors have commented on the matter, saying that the current stance of the administration is hiding the extent of the debt. This of course brings up the question, is Sordland turning into a debt nation? I mean, heck, all nations are in debt, what's it matter? Geopolitical. Smolak condemns Arcasian soldiers in Lesbia. Wazek President Viktor Smolak on Thursday criticized the Lesbian government for bringing Arcasian soldiers close to the borders of Velen. Last month, Prime Minister Alvarez and President Walker agreed on the construction of several military bases in Lesbia that would station ATO soldiers. See, ATO is not NATO, and because the ends cancel themselves out, basic mathematics, ATO. With the arrival of the first Arcasian soldiers to Lesbia this week, Velen's stance has become increasingly hostile. In his speech on Thursday, Smolak said President Walker has succeeded in spreading Arcasian imperialism to eastern Merkopa, which will have consequences for every one of us in the region. ATO is clearly expanding its influence in our region using Lesbia. We must be careful, said President Smolak, warning the neighboring nations of Agnolia and Sordland to prepare for future crises. Chancellor Hegel condemned the military buildup of Lesbia. In the press conference on Wednesday, Chancellor Hegel of Vagosland condemned Arcasia for building a military base on Ravnos Island. In his statement, Arcasia's action on the Ravnos Island is a provocative move that is undermining the peace and stability of the region. It is also threatening Vagosland's national security. However, Vagosland is not a country to be bullied so easily. We, and the entire CSP coalition, will correspond in force if Arcasia does not withdraw from the island. How do they compare militaristically? Vagosland, I know, has a good military. Lesbia, strong military, alright. So Lesbia is literally the capitalist counterpart of Vagosland. But if it's Velen, and Sordland, and Vagosland together, then Lesbia alone won't be able to do anything. There's Ravnos, but then it's Lesbia with Arcasian military, Rumburg very likely also an Arcasian puppet. Weak, mediocre, and strong versus overwhelming and strong. Okay, what do we have? Lockhaven is a discussion of the changes to the tax system with the National Business Councilmen. The problem is, the businessmen are babies. I do want to tax them more, because they're all millionaires and billionaires anyway. To promote the national wealth, spread that national wealth where it's needed. But they're big babies, and instead of tightening their belts and the belts of the executive corporate employees and pulling themselves up by the bootstraps, they're gonna whine and moan and give a worse service, raise their prices to punish the consumers, do bad by their employees to punish their employees. First, the railway. Railway is the most important. Everything is gambled on the railway. I can't politically hang them skids. I would love to, but we're trying to be more democratic. We don't want to be another Tarkeen Sol and make more and more autocracy. We want this to be a true, democratic, communist country. The L1 railway construction created the perfect opportunity to visit the Green Technological Nerve Center of Sordland. Green Technological Nerve Center? Are we going to transition away from fossil fuels at some point? Dozens of electrical engineers from the city were part of the electrification upgrades on the rail track. The main purpose of our visit was to solve the construction issues that began to endanger the deadline. The Gelserd Research Council was very willing to let us use their facilities because the reactors were pleased. The rectors, I'm sorry. I was like, how are the reactors themselves pleased? The rectors were pleased by the increase of the education funding. But I guess this is the consequence of going with the cheaper, younger holding company. Hey, if the reactors are happy, they're not going to blow. Simon looked a little more stressed than usual. Gus was also here to find solutions. He eyed me for a while. Taurus Holding has reached out to us and requested more funds. Which, fine. Be it the state company that's slow but reliable, Underhaul that's underhanded but asks for money up front. Either way, you are going to lose money. As per the report they have sent, to finish the railway on time, they realize more capital is necessary due to the new labor laws. Acceptable. But hold on. Taurus Holding was already giving unions good benefits. The law changes nothing for them. If this was Underhaul, then sure, I'd be forcing them to actually take care of their migrant workers and pay for overtime. But as far as I know, this is already the SOP of Taurus. We scheduled the construction to finish sooner, but Taurus Holding might miss that target with the current trajectory. It is unfortunate, but construction can be disrupted when costs change dramatically. I knew that something was wrong when they offered the contract for cheaper. Underhaul wouldn't have had this problem due to their wealth of experience. Yeah, but here's the thing. If I paid Underhaul, it would have been -1 fund up front, and then -1 fund again for actually paying and compensating their laborers. If this causes a delay, it would also cause us to lose face in front of the eyes of the public. Sinking more money into Taurus isn't ideal either. Do not permit incompetence, hang them all. Why do they even need the extra money? It is important that we finish this project on time, but I want to know exactly what they are asking for, because this is Taurus. They're already paying for, like, let's see, great employee perks, high union membership, much more open and competitive, so yeah, the law should have changed nothing for them. Turn 5, Comprehensive Workers' Rights Act, invest in England, rejected Monica's request is gonna bite me in the butt. Okay, so what exactly do they need? They need it for the unforeseen expenses that came from the new Workers' Rights Bill, like what? A couple shipment companies they had contracted with also increased the cost of the Alright, I get that. So even if Taurus is already good on labor protections, the companies that they also depend on would have raised their prices. So fair, I get it. I did change the prices for everything else they depend on. Realities of running a business is to be able to adapt to the changing circumstances. The most important thing here is to finish a project on time, which means budget of -3, but that's fine. I could accept budget -3 if it gets my economy going. One thing is for certain. Our administration must avoid working with Taurus in the future, and opt for safe choices like Underhaul. Or this is an eye-opening experience for Taurus. They now understand the costs going into mega projects with the labor law enacted, and they will have experience making this project happen. SSC could be a partner, but the SSC is slow. They take care of their employees because they are a state-run industry. But with current corruption levels and mismanagement, they are the slower option, and some of their methods are out of date. I'll keep open to the possibility of the SSC. But mistakes do happen. I don't believe that Underhaul or the SSC would have done any better. True, but we took an extra risk on this one. If something is too good to be true, it isn't. I had a bad feeling about the cheaper contract. The question is, are we going to give Taurus the funds they requested? What is your decision, Mr. President? Give them the funds. It's -1 government budget, but if this thing works as promised, the returns on this investment is going to be incredible. As you wish. I will allocate funds that don't exist to Taurus Holding. Let's hope this will be enough to have a timely opening. Regardless, the decision is made. Did that say an update to Taurus Holding's entry? See, the project in Benfey was completed with half the budget. Regardless, the decision is made. Well then, thank you for coming. That is all of this matter. Let's enjoy the hospitality of our mayor. Thank you, everyone. Good night. Thank you, everyone. Simon nodded, and we left the meeting room. The railway is a little bit closer to completion. I'm going to count that as 3/4 complete, because I don't know if it's on the front of the green that counts, if it's on the tails, or if it's the average, but it's closer. That's 3/4 in my book. No news, no reports. Decided to give additional funds to Taurus Holding. Alright, now the change to the tax system, which for some inexplicable reason is with the National Business Councilman, or no, at the National Business Council building, not specifically with the NBC themselves, but it might be. It is their building. It's a tax issue. They might want in on this conversation. We were at the top floor of the Business Council building, which had a great view of the beautiful Loch Haven. I looked outside from the tall glass windows. The Markian Sea stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was dotted with many ships towards the horizon. They were mostly cargo ships, carrying precious goods in and out of Swordland. Tracing back the paths of the ships, I looked at the harbor. Loch Haven was home to one of the largest harbors in the entire continent. Many dockyard workers were loading or unloading the containers. Work never stops here. The door opened. Simon, Mikhail, and Edith entered the meeting room. Simon, my money man. Mikhail, co-chairman of the NBC. Agnok, chairman of the CBS. Mr. President. Mr. President, so nice to see you again. Good afternoon, Mr. President. I noticed that what's-his-face, representing the oligarchs, isn't here. Hold up, what's this? What's glowing my overview? Order. Nationwide peaceful protests. I can live with that. If we don't contain the situation, it might escalate to more violent ones. Are you sure? Does it have to? They're just rallying. Nothing wrong with a rally. Great to see you all again. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Take a seat and let's begin. I want to be polite though. I'll be polite, even if they're capitalists. It is great to see you all again. Simon put down his bag on the table and started collecting his documents, while the others slowly took their seats. Mr. President, before we start, I would like to mention some rumors that I heard. Rumors? Workers' Rights Act not sit well with many business holders, especially the first section about the minimum wages. It is literally 2.5. That's practically starvation wages. I heard the same. This has caused these businesses to lose millions of rands just overnight. Oh no, so millionaires have to be slightly smaller millionaires. A boo-hoo, pay your employees. If you can't afford to, then you don't deserve to be paid yourselves. Unfortunate really, especially during a recession. Hey, I gotta bump up. We're up to 2 now. What is unfortunate is that this bill was enacted this late. Imagine if we enacted it before the recession, the people, the workers, wouldn't have to feel the pinch so bad. Mikhail, didn't you say that your son recently stole the family yacht to have a party on the bay? You're not feeling the pinch of the recession the same way everyone else is. You guys don't get to complain. Sell your yacht to pay your employees then. And this is them saying it to me directly. They represent the businesses. In no position to question my decision. That's really going to endear me to them. What is unfortunate is that this bill was enacted this late, during a recession. And not when we had the funds to take care of everybody. Neither of them responded. Do they realize that I'm deliberately trying to push socialist policies? Simon waited patiently. Once everyone was ready, he adjusted his glasses. First of all, I would like to thank everyone here for their work on our tax system reform. We all know how complicated our current system is, and this work wouldn't be possible without you. He turned to me. The ultimate goal here is to end the recession. Before we move ahead and start formulating a plan, we need you to determine our direction, Mr. President. We have a few possibilities as a result of the work we have done so far. We can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for large corporations. I believe some of us in the room have a few strong opinions about this. In parallel, we can increase, maintain, or decrease the taxes for small and medium businesses. I think you guys know exactly who I'm going to pinch on. Let's start with the large corporations, and we'll move on to the small businesses. What is the outcome then? Pretend I'm stupid. What is the outcome if we increase the taxes for large corporations? It is not an option at this point. Our economy is in shambles. It has to be done, right? Taking what's remaining from businesses will destroy the economy further. Will it, though? There is a literal oligarchs faction. We have a vast media mogul threatening me and already putting smear campaigns in the papers. These people have money. These are the people with money. We could balance it by decreasing the taxes of small businesses. Yeah? I see. I'm not sure if that's a good idea with the current state of our economy. What, Simon? Would you prefer we tax out the smaller dudes and give tax breaks to the bigger dude? A regressive tax system instead of a progressive tax system? I do believe there is one way to get out of the recession. It is through the trade and the economic contribution of large corporations. Increasing their taxes will turn them on you. Do you mean we'll turn their taxes onto me? Or we'll turn the corporations away from me? I will go a step further. Increasing their taxes will have disastrous results. And it will make you an enemy of them. Trust me, Mr. President. Nobody wants to make an enemy of them. I'm already an enemy of them. I've said no to the faces of the representatives twice already. It goes both ways, Mr. Raven. Of course. What if we decrease taxes for the large corporations? What if we allow the national wealth in a recession to funnel to a few oligarchs? It is not an option at this point. Our state is broke. We are barely functioning with the help of the taxes. Increase the tax on small businesses? What do they say about that? I see. I'm not sure that's a good idea with the current state of our economy. I think it's a great idea. Of course the corporate interests would say, please don't tax us or else you make us our enemy. If you must tax anyone, tax the small businessmen. Tax the mom and pops. Tax the pizzeria. The people who are members of the local community, employing the local community. Me too. You would have them on your good side on top of solving the recession crisis, Mr. President. No, this is dumb. This is stupid. I'd rather the corporations be angry and pay me more money than keep them happy by squeezing the life out of the common people and those just above the common people. They better try to stay on my good side. Any downside to keeping things as they are? I am of the opinion that if we don't make any changes, nothing will change. Brilliant. To stop the recession, we need to do something. I think so too. Agreed. And what does everyone think we should do? I don't think we can do anything at this point. Although I would have preferred a decrease in taxes, it doesn't seem to be possible. Our international trade is driven mostly by the products of those corporations. They are the backbone of our economy. Exactly. An increase should be out of the question. These companies are the backbone of our economy, and our way out of the recession. So, here's what I'm thinking, right? Like I said, the businessmen are giant babies, and they are going to throw a tantrum. I think what I'll do is maintain the status quo tax-wise. My budget is gonna stay stuck as it is, but I've already got the workers being paid more. They have a max 60-hour work week, they have overtime, they have minimum wage. Migrant workers are treated the exact same as the local workers. So, pretty good on that. So if I maintain the status quo and the corporations continue operations as is, I still take money from them at the current rates, but don't make them angry. They'll keep working, and when it comes time to shuffle product down to Velen, we could make up for the stagnation in taxes with imports and exports. Trade monies to make up for it. Ready to make a decision, very well. Ooh, the +1 government budget. If I increase the taxes for large corporations and balance it with a decrease for small business, maintain the tax for large corporations. Try to think though, because I do want to tax the large corporations. I do, and that's +1 fund. But they pretty much told me that they're going to be angry, work against me. That is probably going to mean deliberately sabotage production. A budget of -3 isn't too bad. I'm going to keep it as is then. As attractive as +1 is. Maintain it. If I don't get a trade agreement with Velen this turn, it's probably going to be next turn anyway. This will not change anything. We won't gain anything by standing still where we are. I protest against this. Enough. The president has made his choice. Well then, I have taken a note of our action, and I will put it to implement as soon as possible. Simon opened his briefcase and swapped out the stack of papers he had in front with another stack. Let's move on to the small and medium businesses. Okay, what if we decrease taxes? Obviously that's -1 fund. What if we decrease? Or increase, I mean. Unfortunately not a possibility. People have no money left to give to the state. And yet they were willing to have me lower corporate taxes and raise small business taxes, despite Simon knowing very well that people have no money left to pay money. Our economic development cannot support this. There is not much value in circulation. What if we decrease taxes for small businesses? Unfortunately not a possibility. Our state is broke. We are barely functioning with the current taxes. Is there a downside to keeping things as they are? Sorlin needs change to get out of the recession. But the current state of the economy is in shambles. There is not much change we can do about taxes. Maintain the taxes for small and medium businesses. Very well. I have taken another note. We will look into how to go about implementing these changes. These changes, which are make no changes. Well then, thank you everyone. That'll be all for today. Good work. Enjoy Lockhaven. Thanks Simon. Good work. They left the meeting room. I decided to stay a bit longer. I went by the windows again and kept watching the sea in silence for some more time. Okay, we have news and Rumburg. A report in Rumburg again. What's going on? What's the report? Queen Beatrice Livingston calls Sordland a threat to world peace. Really? I put in labor rights, and now we're a threat to world peace. Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Queen Beatrice Livingston appeared on TV to call Sordland not just a threat to the peace in Eastern Maricopa, but a threat to peace in the entire world. She condemned the riots and police violence in Sordland, and also expressed her worries about the direction Sordland is headed. Didn't I say that if I pumped up law enforcement cracking down on the riots and the violence, Sordland would do just this? But I haven't been using law enforcement that way, and currently the international community agrees with me about Rumburg's aggression. She urged the Rumburgian army to secure the southern border, citing violent incidents in northern Sordland. The coal mines with skids. The coal mine is for the poor people. Do you want the rich oligarchs to be the ones inside the mine collapse in Morble? What have I got? Visit and inspect of schools in Liren. Alright, good to see how my schools are doing. I improve my schools. Invest in the countryside. Give workers rights. And suddenly I'm a threat, according to Rumburg. Lockhaven Times. Torrin Hill School wins an award. Cool. The National School Rankings have announced the results for the 1955 school metrics. Surprisingly, in the category of primary and secondary education, the Torrin Hill School has surpassed all others with the highest average results achieved in the student performance, discipline, facilities, hygiene, and staff happiness categories. The NSR committee gave an award to the principal. Education experts believe that the principal and head teachers excelled in taking responsibility for their duties, which led to better performance in many aspects. Upon closer inspection, the Lockhaven Times editorial team found out about how much delegation occurred in the staff that even included diligent teenagers to improve and maintain the operations of the school. Classic. You give the people, be it the local community and conservation efforts, or the students in the school community, responsibilities and obligations, and they become invested in it and make it better for everyone. Geopolitical. Smolak threatens new military incursion against BFF. Threatens new military incursions targeting BFF. WASEC President Victor Smolak has threatened to launch military operations in northern Velin, close to the borders of Sordland and Lesbia, against bloodish rebel groups, the BFF, which Rolkowicz considers to be a terrorist organization. Is this another thing to consider? In my diplomatic calculus, that if I align with Velin, they are currently oppressing violently their bloodish minorities. In a television interview to carry support for next month's referendum to extend his presidential powers, Smolak announced that the military is preparing a new internal operation with possible cross-border implications against the BFF. Observers point out that a tough stance against the BFF, which is fighting for minority rights, plays well with WASEC nationalists. Smolak has pledged to eradicate the bloodish groups in Velin. The Democracy Party of Velin and the militant organization the Bloodish Freedom Front, which is known to operate both in Velin and Sordland extensively. Such operations are fraught with military risk and the possibility of further exacerbating the already tense relations among neighbors, particularly with Sordland due to the large number of bloodish minority living close to the borders, as well as Arcasia-backed Lesbia. Despite such risks, some analysts don't rule out such military operations. Okay, nothing else? Let's inspect then. Visit and inspect the schools in Liren. As part of the planned program, We arrived in Lyran to visit the middle school. The prestigious Torrin Hill School was situated close to the suburbs, just outside the city center. The building was flanked by 2 hills, each beautifully dotted with shrubs and flowers. Lucian, Ciara, and I got out of our cars and met at the entrance. Our presence had not gone unnoticed. Apart from our guards, there were at least 10 reporters following us around. That must be the principal. Right this way, sir. The principal was a man of short stature, with a bushy mustache and a pair of glasses. He approached us quickly, but was stopped by the security guards. They started patting him down and searched him. The principal gets patted down with the security. Oh, I guess it would be, because we're here. Presidential entourage. You're the principal. The principal doesn't get an entry. Sorry, principal, you're not important. You get a nice mustache, though. A nice beard, a cool haircut. But no entry. Won't be necessary. Let him through. Wait for him to finish. I waited for them to finish searching the principal. One of the guards turned to me and nodded. Mr. President, such an honor to meet you. Shake his hands. Smile for the cameras. I don't know. I think I'll simply shake his hand. Make it seem authentic, you know, we're here on business. But maybe it's not just a camera opportunity for me, but appear a moment before the school, look at the president visiting our school and smiling. I'll smile. We shook hands, and I turned around to smile for the cameras. Reporters instantly snapped a few photos. Welcome to our humble school. I'm sorry about the security guards. This is necessity. Standard procedure. Do apologize. I'm sure that the guy must have felt a bit uncomfortable with it. Excellent. You must be Mr. Gallade. It is a pleasure to meet you. And Miss Walda. So good of you to come all the way out here. Thank you. At the entrance, the school's motto was inscribed on the wall with giant letters. Instretin sis Anginacar av Gariegna. Int ola almer woltenete. Int ola maxis. I can't butcher it if it's a fake language. Education is a premise of progress in all societies, in all families. We walked through the gates. There were many students lined up in front of the stairs to the main building. The school band started playing as we entered. All of the students immediately snapped to attention and turned to me. Looks more like a military institution than a school. Exactly. That is what we pride ourselves on. Discipline has the utmost importance in our school. Principal, I am just about to ruin your entire day. We need more educated people, not soldiers. On that, we are reliant. I can assure you that our students are very well educated. In fact, our schools is one of the top 10 middle schools in all of Swordland. Now, we will watch the students take their daily student oath. A boy and a girl went up to the stage and grabbed their microphones. The students turned to them. I am a sword, my strength lies in my blood. I will respect our honorable elders. I will protect the young. My life belongs to Swordland now, and it will belong to it forever. I will always follow the guiding light of Colonel Sol and the great swords. Among the Vescor, Vector and Sista. Clap loudly, nod at the kids, do nothing. I'll nod at the kids. The kids are doing okay. They are doing what they were taught to do. But I'm not going to clap and support this nationalist curriculum. I almost forgot the words. Which proves the uselessness of this oath. No one even remembers it after they graduate. If you wish to follow me, we will take a look at one of our classrooms. Through the hallways, we made our way to classroom 7A. As soon as I entered, the whole classroom rose up and snapped to attention. Sit down, please. At ease. The military response. No. Gonna ease these babies into being citizens, not soldiers. Sit down, please. The students sat down. The same boy and girl walked up to us with grenades in their belts. These are our top students, and our top class. This here is my son. The boy came before me and saluted like a military officer. Tell Mr. President what you want to be. Mr. President, I want to be a general, sir. I am ready to sacrifice myself for the country and you, sir. This is nonsense. What are you teaching these students? Or I will do whatever I can to not let that happen. What are you teaching these students? Embarrass this man in front of all the kids. The principal looked extremely surprised. Was it not to your liking? I'm so sorry, Mr. President. That kid is going to get like 15 whoopings with a belt after this when he gets home. The cameras flashed. This is simply ridiculous. You are raising soldiers here, not students. I am so sorry. I will immediately perform disciplinary. Didn't I say that the kid is going to get whipped for this? We're upset with the school, and because it's the principal's sons, belt time. How about you, young lady? What do you think about this? She's our top student at school. Her excellent grades are to, I didn't ask you. She bent down and gently addressed the young student. What do you think about your school? Just between us girls. I'm sick of having to knit and sew while the boys learn science and chemistry. I'm smarter than all of them. Why do I have to take these stupid handcraft classes? Camera flash? Cameras? No cameras yet. Shh! Do you know who you are talking? Shut up. Let her speak. Speak, woman. Ciara's presence had emboldened the girl. See, Monica, even if you don't make the speech, we could empower the women in other places, across the nation. My math and reading scores are the best in the school, but they won't let me take the classes I want just because I'm a girl. I want to be a scientist, not some soldier's wife. You heard her, Principal. You will make the necessary changes at once. Need more people like you in the country. I applaud your determination. I want both 1 and 3. I want to praise this brilliant young mind. Top grades, wants to be a scientist, but I also want to make it happen. At once. Come on. No kids' gloves here. As you wish, sir. At once. I will personally check back and ensure that changes are made. Yes, sir. The cameras flashed once again. I looked around the classroom and saw a large portrait of Colonel Seoul. Okay, you know what? He was our first president. We do have presidential pictures at a minimum in social studies classrooms, around government places. It's like having a portrait of Washington, or Andrew Jackson at worst. It is an excellent portrait, very lifelike. I'm already rocking the boat. I don't want to aim a cannon at the bottom and shoot right through it by making the nationalists hate me for dismantling the nationalist education. We can still be proud of our history and show some respect for the man who took us away from the autocratic monarchy before steering us into autocracy. It's a very lifelike painting. An excellent portrait of Colonel Seoul. See, I'm one of the good ones. I'm one of you guys. Swordland forever. Thank you. Well then, unfortunately, we're almost out of time. We have other meetings to attend to today. Thank you for the warm welcome. Mr. President, Lucian, please go ahead. I would like to speak with the girl alone. Very well. Lucian, let's leave. Thank you for the tour. Thank you for the tour. After ruining this man's day and damning the young student's bottom to 15 whips with a belt, we could at least be polite. Thank you for visiting our school, sir. Come on, class. 1, 2. All students in the classroom yelled, but the boy whom I met was the loudest. A Morgna Vescor. Vector and Sista. After another round of photos, we departed. Codex entry for Dennis Stoller. Entry added for Dennis Stoller. Who's Dennis Stoller? Character. Party leaders. Who are you? Swordist, political theorist, politician, former leader of the Communist Party of Swordland. So why and how have you entered the stage? Became an exponent to communist ideas. Oh man, it's been ages since I worked with exponents. Lawyer and whole sword, defending other left-wing socialists, cool. Slow and nativist propaganda from Minacontana to Swordland. Despite being regarded as a Milanivist in Swordland, wrote articles criticizing some of Leon Milanetti's policies, distorting real ideas of Martian socio-economics. Co-founded CPS, manifesto titled Swordist Socialism, so we might be cool friends. Got just below 8% of the general votes, going to pass. Arrested for his alleged ties to the banned organization Red Youth, being held in Antel Rock Prison. Oh no, but I like him. A politician I like, and he's one of our political prisoners. Did he just get arrested? President visits school in Liren. A middle school in Liren received a special visit from President Rain and Minister of Education Miss Walda. Students and staff at Torrin Hill School, one of the 5 most prestigious schools in East Swordland, welcomed the special visitors on Thursday morning. President Rain had expressed his wish to visit the successful Torrin Hill School and spent the morning talking with staff and students, joining in with the lessons and hosting questions and answer sessions with the students. Through his visit, Torrin Hill is delighted to have an opportunity to represent the fantastic job that all staff members have been doing. Nothing about the verbal lashing that I gave as curriculum. Assembly talks about prayer language. Today, Kessero Kibbener, the leader of NFP, has proposed a Swordish Prayer Language Act to the Assembly. The proposed bill aims to standardize the language of prayer to Swordish in the entire Swordland. Why though? Prayer language has always been a controversial topic, as most of the religious ceremonies in the Bergia region, where most of the Bludish population reside, conducts their prayers in Bludish. The proposal has caused heated discussions between the Bludish MPs and the NFP, resulting in Mansoon Lek, the leader of the independent MPs, leaving the assembly in protest. I don't see any reason to pass that bill if it comes across my desk. I want to not instigate the Bludish minorities. Oh, but they're not integrating, they'll say. They haven't become proper swords, they'll say. They are proper swords enough, even if they worship in the Bludish way. That is perfectly fine. I don't know what their problem is. Communist Party leader arrested. Dennis Stoller, the leader of the Communist Party of Swordland CPS, has been detained, along with at least 10 other members, because of their reluctance to give testimony for crimes linked to terrorist propaganda. Police raided the whole sword home of leader Dennis Stoller early on Friday. Stoller, a charismatic leader known as a Swordist Hegel by some admirers, has been targeted by several early investigations, but this is the first time he's been detained. The whole game already, Sobek. Oh my goodness, just spat on through it. No spoilers, but congrats. Hopefully, you haven't been messing up as bad as I have. Holsworth accuses the CPS politicians of using the Red Youth organization to create terror and acting to in the further interest of Mananevas administration of the United Cantana, which can't be true, because we read his entry, he is opposed to United Cantana and wants a more Swordist socialist ideology. Member of Assembly arrested. Mikhail Mosliner, an MP from the National Front Party, the NFP, the second opposition party, was arrested on Tuesday for supporting the Young Swords organization and aiding terrorism. You save the economy without being too liberal, reform the government, and extremely popular among your party and your country. Sobek, that sounds like you just got the golden ending. And then spoiler. Is it Rumberg? It's either Rumberg or one of the superpowers. Fully expecting them to step in at any moment. Thanks for the warning. At least 2 other NFP members were also detained, lawyers said, in a major escalation of the government's crackdown on its opponents in the wake of the murder of Bernard Circus. Raids also took place in the cities of Jen and Ellery. The raids took place against a backdrop of rising criticism over the government's purge, which also saw the issues of arrest warrants against 2 editors of Holsworth Post, who are known to be supporters of the Young Swords organization. Oh, fantastic. So, banning the Young Swords and the Red Youth has objectively stopped the violence across the country. There are still protests. Protests are fine. I could accept protests. But on top of more violence from the Young Swords, now we're arresting MPs and arresting journalists from the Holsworth Post. I'm straight up making it worse. I don't even know if I could fix the promises that I've given, and I'm already making it worse. Briefing on the proposal of the education reform. We were still in Liren, staying at a modest guest house for state employees. Ciara set us up a meeting with me and Lucian to go over their plans for education reform after our school visit. Lucian was seated across from me at the table, going through documents. Ciara entered the room. After the visit yesterday, I couldn't even sleep thinking about that little boy and girl. I have never been more sure of my intentions to reform our education system. Lucian took off his reading glasses and put it on the table. And now I can't see at all. Sorry, I need these. I agree. An educational reform is necessary. Or I don't see what's wrong with our education system after running on education reform, giving more money to education. Nuh-uh. Exactly. Those students have to repeat that same soulless propaganda every single day. They're being brainwashed at an age where their minds need to be free. On top of that, young girls are denied the same opportunities as boys. They're forced into the role of housewives before they even reach puberty. Nothing's changed since I went to school. Women like me, Lilias, Nia, even your wife, we had to study twice as hard to receive the same university education that you and Lucian took for granted. Is that the kind of country you want your daughter to grow up in? Mr. President, we need to bring change. We need to free the minds of these young people. They are our future. Everything is fine as is. Why change it? Because I promised to. Very well. What do we need to do for an education reform? We need to keep politics out of the curriculum. Sol should only be viewed as a historical figure. Children shouldn't have to repeat his name every day. This is actively poisoning young bright minds. Instead of thinking for themselves, they're learning to take things at face value, which is great if I did want to go nationalist and become more fascist and authoritarian, which is not at all what I want. We also need to ensure boys and girls receive the same instruction. Handcrafts like knitting and sewing should be taught to both sexes or not at all. Swordland's youth must be technically skilled and capable for the next decade. That won't be possible with the amount of nationalistic indoctrination and narrow-minded thinking found in schools today. Either we raise a generation ready for the challenges of the future or not. What would it be, Mr. President? Fully agreed. I don't even need to ask Lucian. Reform the education system. You will not regret it. I'll get to work immediately. Now that the decision has been made, let's move on. Very well. Ciara skimmed over her documents before continuing. After the budget increase, the ministry quickly began formulating plans on how to effectively use the money. But before moving forward, the question of keeping education fully state-funded or allowing for new privatization schools remains open. New private schools. Alright, so it's not fully privatizing the schools, it's merely allowing private schools. Tell us then about the benefits. I've made my opinion clear. I'm against it. But it would give us additional funds for education while increasing competition. It would go against our overall economic strategy of a planned economy. A few minutes of deliberation passed. We have enough money to improve education in Swordland. We do not need to complicate things further with a privatization initiative. Alright, if she's confident about that, then there isn't a pulling incentive to require us to get more funds. So what is my decision? Keep education solely a state matter. Need to prevent interference from private interests. Wow, indeed. Economies in the gutter. We're 3 budget in debt, but at least schools are getting their money. Education solely a matter of the state. Will do. That'll be it for now. I'll get to work and report back later. This has been a very productive day. I will be returning to Wholesword. Thank you for your time. See you later. Have a good day. Have a good day. And safe travels. We dispersed. After spending nearly the entire day together, I took a moment simply to breathe the fresh evening air of Liren. I feel calmer here somehow, but I would have to return to the chaos of Wholesword soon enough. Country overview updated. Overview panel updated. What do we have? Welfare. Education reform. Modernized education techniques. Got a bit of green to it. Where is my money going to come from? Dude, we got high-speed rail working on. We are building up business capabilities in the Heartland. Put more money into Angland, who trades heavily with Agnolia. It might be a planned economy, but people are still making money. And they're gonna make more money if I'm supporting them. And we're possibly going to dump all of our surplus commercial stuff into Velen for trade partnership. So yeah, just because they're going fully planned doesn't mean there isn't possibility for money making everywhere. That's the mistake people make. They think, oh no, it's going more socialist. What about business? Well, business still exists. Oh, there's news. Hold on. Lockhaven Times. Swordland today has been very quiet. Kibner. Rain is making a mistake. Head of Swordland's second opposition party, National Front Party, Kessero Kibner, has said President Rain will not be able to keep ruling the country without addressing policies that have negatively affected our security, culture, and economy. Look, I gained 1 point of economy. I'm not ruining it. He blamed President Rain for not being open to any discussion about proper reforms. Kibner also criticized the PFJP leader Franz Richter for supporting President Rain. NFP cannot be a part of this nonsensical collaboration anymore, as it has been transformed into an anti-nationalist committee. See, the thing is, that's true. It is an anti-nationalist committee, but that's a good thing. I want that. He also explained his concerns over how PFJP supported Arcasian imperialism and only cared about profit at the expense of the Swordist people. Rain is making a mistake by working together with Richter, said Kibner, and criticized the committee for not discussing the real issue that surrounds Swordland. Is it immigrant violence? It's always going to be immigrant violence. All the nationalists care about are traditional family values. The immigrants are taking our jobs and causing crimes. Charge they phone, eat hot chip and lie. Ministry of Education has started work on education reform. Sierra Walda is reporting that she has begun working on the approved education reform. The details of the education reform will be finalized over the upcoming months. If the reform package is accepted, the next step of this process would be to discuss the indoctrination, got it third time, of education. United Contana launches second satellite, like Satellite State or Beep Boop Satellite. Intelligence reports that United Contana has successfully launched the second satellite, which has a capability of radio communications. This means that United Contana radio communications will be able to be transmitted through a satellite for the first time ever, a technology that no other country currently possesses. Cool. And now a meeting. Oh no. The Gloria Tory meeting on the planned reforms. I forget exactly how many members of the USP are on the side of reforms. I need, 160 votes? If the entire vote's for me, bam, 130 from the USP, plus 70 from the PFJP, because we're giving reforms that they want. But I think the last count, she leads the conservative side, and the last count was I only had 80 members of parliament currently supporting my reforms. And the conservatives are the largest part. Currently, what I'm giving them, I'm adding in term limits, I'm keeping the Supreme Court independent, limiting my own veto, but I've also given the 8% threshold for minority parties. So I'm probably going to have to give up the 8% threshold and take that out of the reform package, which the more liberal side of my party is going to hate and the PFJP are going to hate, but they'll side with me anyway because I'm still going to maintain a plethora of positive democratic reforms that he wants, that some of us want. And heck, I've been doing things to the benefit of our conservatives anyway, of the USP. My first mistake was passing the bill that came to my desk that gives more money to the USP and entrenches it. Gloria is in my debt. Come on, Gloria, don't forget what I've done for you. Not sure if I get Richard's support. But come on, just because I'm not going capitalist, I'm still giving democratic reforms, you should love that. I arrived at the Grand National Assembly, which is only a 5-minute drive away from the palace. Today, I had a private meeting with Gloria Tory, one of the leading figures of the USP, to get her approval for the proposal. Approval for proposal. She was also key in reaching 150 signatures to propose a new constitution, as she had extensive control over our party's conservative and moderate wings. As I walked through the corridors of the Grand National Assembly, I was confronted by my memories of the historic building. Despite being a member of the assembly not long ago, it now felt like a distant past. I walked into the left wing of the assembly, which currently acted as the quarters of the USP. Gloria's office was the first one inside. I knocked on the door and entered. Good morning, Miss Toria. Hello, Gloria. Here I am. Since this is going to be wrestling with a bear, I want to keep things polite and professional. Too much familiarity when we stand so opposed is probably not going to make her like me. Good to see you here, Mr. Rain. It was a small, neatly organized office. There were small figurines, photos and plants all around the place. It had a homey feel, unlike my own assembly office when I had worked there. On her gesture, I took a seat. The chair was very comfortable. How are you doing, Miss Tory? I love what you did. is idle chit-chat. She's not going to appreciate idle chit-chat. How are you doing? Concern for the person, not the quiche. I'm fine, Mr. Rain. How are you? I am very happy to see you, Miss Tori. It's been a while. As good as I can be. I'm fine too. Really lay on the sleaze. I'm very happy to see you. Indeed, Mr. President. Hook not taken. She smiled. So, how does the presidential chair compare to the ones of the assembly? Not as good as you imagine. It is better, what could I say? The chair is fine, but the work that comes with it is insane. Well, you knew about that, didn't you? Anyway, let's keep this simple, Mr. Rain. We both know why we are here. You want me to give you my support. Not gonna happen. I don't see why the backbone of the USP would support your rush reforms. Do you realize they go directly against the wishes of the founder of this party and the state? Yeah, kinda want to go against the founder of the party. What does the founder of the party have to do with the party today? Ooh, that's also right. I've also got the member of honor thing in the proposal to completely abolish it. If she cares about the founder of the party, maybe I might be willing to weaken or allow member of honor if it means we get her support. He has less power, sure. He's mostly a nationalistic figurehead at this point, but he's a drain on the system. He's got immunity, legal immunity, and we're paying for his free house and security. The reforms are not against anyone. It is all in the name of democracy. Miss Tori, I need you to help me here. My reforms are very critical for the future of Sordland, Miss Tori. Created for himself, but we're paying for it. Still. It is for the future of Sordland. It is for the state, Mrs. Tori. They are certainly critical for destroying what our party has worked so hard to build. Even though you owe everything to Colonel Sol, I think you never liked him, nor the party he built. See, even if Sol himself has no power, he's an idea. He is a thumbtack on the map that keeps it from being moved where it needs to be. There is nothing personal about this, Mrs. Tori. Or I would never betray our party. Come on, let's go that angle. I put in a bad law that gives our party more money and more power. I've entrenched our party. Did I not? What else have I done? Yeah, I've pretty much... Everything I've done has been a terrible mistake, but in one way or another supports the party. But do I want her backing me to the corner, or do I want to push through? I would never betray our party. Yeah? Nothing personal. Because even if I did push that law through, I'm also trying to remove the immunity on Colonel Sol, which would be perceived as betraying the party founder. There's nothing personal about this, Mrs. Tori. Whatever you intend to do, you will be facing quite the opposition, not if I have your help. What about you betraying the party? 150 guaranteed votes. Where are they? Do you not like the proposal by your party's president? That is all I can say. You must understand that these reforms are a necessity. Let me explain. How? We need to fix these reforms. We need these reforms to fix our problems. With the unrestricted power of the Supreme Court, they could work against us. Doesn't matter what I want to do if the Supreme Court says no. The people of Sordland demand change. The USP must give them what they want. We need the people's support. The USP is a party that knows how to react in changing times. We must lead the nation into the future. The thing is, she's conservative. The Supreme Court is heavily conservative. I'm sure C sees it. Not as a Supreme Court being barriers, but as them being our best friends, if our demands align with their demands. She's conservative, though. I'm not going to be able to appeal to changing times to a conservative because they want to maintain the status quo. The problem of the unrestricted power of the Supreme Court is an issue. We need to fix that, and with that comes a reform and political compromise. Because what is the USP going to do if the Supreme Court just says no? That's an issue. The USP has the executive, has the legislative, and there's a roadblock. The Supreme Court is already doing what it can to preserve Seoul's values. There is no problem here except for the ones you are creating with Mr. Richter. I seriously do not know that conservatives will be willing to support you at all, especially when you're trying to decrease the electoral threshold. So, is that it? I give you the threshold, and you support us? You must know this will mean bringing communists into the assembly. You probably have a deal with either them or maybe the PFJP. Friends seem to be positive about giving you support too. No deals with anyone, pointing fingers without even thinking. I can reconsider the decrease in the threshold. It will be an undemocratic move, but if she supports me, this is going to push other reforms through. Oh, you will reconsider? I do not support an election threshold of 8%. This sets a dangerous situation for us, as both the WBP, the WPB, and the CPS will gain more power. I'd rather leave the threshold as is. Very well. Will that ensure her support? I'm not going to remove it, and then have her say, and also, I would also like, will it ensure her support? I don't know what to say before seeing a commitment from you, Mr. Rain. First, I need to know if I have your support. Fine. I'll bend over on this. I knew that I had to, but the PFJP and our liberal wing in our own party should be satisfied with every other reform I'm pushing through. It's a compromise. Yes. I'll remove the change to the threshold. That is a step in the right direction. Ugh. But your changes to Member of Honor laws are a major obstacle. We obviously can't condone any threats against Tarkeen Seoul. You want to punish him for the aggressive policies he pursued in the past. Is that the intention here? You can't win this fight, Mr. President. Seoul built this republic. In the midst of blood and chaos, he demands respect. Okay. Can we weaken it then? If she doesn't want to abolish this completely, will she accept a compromise? This is a shame. I have no intention on putting Colonel Seoul on trial. Then why are you taking away his title? Why strike against an old man who has fought all his life for our country? It is because the Member of Honor laws are unnecessary and undemocratic. It's not about Seoul. Or why did Seoul grant himself absolute immunity? Again, she's conservative. This is the path to getting her to think about, well, he wasn't all the best man. Why give himself these rules? No. To protect him, and she wants to protect him. Appeal to the democracy. We can still respect Seoul, surely, without keeping these laws. That's all it is. It's not about Seoul. Seoul is the only Member of Honor. This is automatically about him. He's the only Member of Honor right now. What if the PFJP, heaven forbid, got a supermajority and elected one of their own, a capitalist, as a Member of Honor? What then? What if they propose everyone in their party is a Member of Honor with permanent seats in the assembly? Try to find some common ground. You win. I can't appeal to future members of honor? I promise that we won't touch him, but these ancient laws should be removed. I don't like this because I don't know how permanent this is going to be. I don't know if I could argue it and then make a decision, or if this is a decision point. I'm going to keep appealing to her love for Sol. It's not about him. We won't touch him. We're not going to pursue anything. The laws should be removed. Fine. Let's talk about your other points. I must say that I like the changes regarding the appointment of ministers. That is one positive aspect. But moving on, she looks at the proposal. You know what? I believe I can give you the help you require. She repositions herself on the chair. Just don't forget, Mr. President. The Conservatives will be expecting a lot from you. This pretty much guarantees a reform. See what I'm thinking then? So what I could have done instead is keep the 8% threshold, but in exchange, protect Colonel Sol, let him keep his Member of Honor status. See, now that I know how this works, I wish I did the other way. But that's fine. That's what future playthroughs are for. I will be expecting a lot from the Conservatives as well. I can get you the signatures needed for the proposal. I'll talk to the other Conservatives. I hope there won't be any surprises though, Mr. President. Your lack of faith in me is disappointing. Crush, Jedi choke. I am glad to hear that, Mrs. Tory. I just hope you won't flirt with the Millennivists. Your promotion of Eastern values is troubling. Of course, I can't guarantee that all the Conservatives of the party will vote for your constitutional changes. That will depend, to some extent, on your policies. But the signatures at least are as good as guaranteed. Which policies make you concerned? Signatures are not enough. We need all the votes from the USP. Well, that's politics for you. She smiled. I'll do what I can. Before we finish, there's one thing I need to say. I am concerned about the oligarchs and the state of our economy. I am worried they may influence you for their own benefit. We'll see. Common ground. I have said no to the oligarchs. That is reason for you to trust and support me. We expect you to succeed where Alfonso failed in resisting their siren call. If you start privatizing healthcare or state-owned corporations, I doubt I can help you. That won't happen. Definitely will not happen. That is where we're going, planned economy. As protection against the oligarchs. Good. She stood up. I believe I made myself clear. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. President. I hope you'll hold your promises. She extended her hand to me for a handshake. Once I shook her hand, she immediately sat back down. But now I need to get back to my duties. If you'll excuse me, Mr. President. Goodbye, Mrs. Tory. Thank you. Well, I've supplicated her enough. I'll be expecting your winged support, Mrs. Tory. She only responded with a nod as I left her office. The Conservative side was handled, but to get the 150 signatures I needed, I would have to still deal with Albin Clavin and the reformist wing, which should be easy enough. Everything else is full-on reform. I went outside. Serge drove me back to the palace, where I met Lucian and told him about the progress I made with Loria. News, and no reports elsewhere. Maintain the taxes, keep education funded by the state, ordered Ciara to start the Reformation. Gloria has promised. Conservative wing of the USP will support the reform package. Cool. Meeting with Albin Clavin on the planned reforms. Alright. Should be much easier. I'm not going to go back and forth. I've already agreed to remove the 8% threshold, keep it 10%. It's awful, but future amendments could work on that. After our meeting with Gloria Tory, and further discussions with the party and the cabinet, it was time to talk to Alvin Clavin to get the reformist wings to support the proposal. I also planned to finally present a more fleshed out proposal and declare our agenda to the party after our meeting. I walked into the left wing of the assembly and entered the quarters of the USP. When I reached the meeting hall, I saw many of our members conversing inside. After taking a glimpse inside, I went back into the corridor to look for the office of Alvin Clavin, which was around the back of the palace. When I reached the room, I knocked at his door and entered. "Mr. President, welcome." "Okay, USP MP. We know that you are a reformist, instrumental in passing a free market reforms of Alfonso. The face of a new generation by the media. Calls for Congress to elect a new president nominee. About Alfonso. Nominated himself as the next candidate, but did not get much support. Huh. Well, ultimately he wants reforms, so..." The whole room was surrounded by bookshelves packed with files and papers. It was a small office, with books and dossiers lying in every corner. It felt claustrophobic. On his gesture, I took a seat. "How's it going, Mr. Clavin? How's everything?" "It's been busy. The party has been working very hard, Mr. President. Thank you for asking." "How's it going for you in the palace?" "It's pretty tough. Feeling pretty good now. It depends on our meeting today." "Nah, he's fine. He's an easy in. It's been pretty tough. I can't imagine the work you're dealing with up there. I wanted to express my gratitude for passing the Workers' Right Act. It is one of the most comprehensive and successful political efforts. Workers' revolution will begin with small steps. You and I see eye to eye on many subjects, including this one. Music to my ears. It wouldn't be possible without Pascal Benawil's support. The labor union and several NGOs like Magnus Cartus also contributed to the campaign. I have to say, the close collaboration between the palace and the party is going well. Looking forward to what we could accomplish with the reforms." Alvin smiled and knocked on wood. "Anyway, sir, let's talk about the proposals. Thanks for coming here for my input, because there are some subjects where Gloria and I don't see eye to eye. I have to say that most of the progressives were already starting to warm up to you. Your attempt to change the Constitution created quite a bit of excitement. One could dare to say, an excitement that hasn't been felt since the 30s. Yet there are some issues with the current state of the draft proposal, so we may need to contain our excitement a little longer. I suspect that Mrs. Tory had a lot of influence on this proposal, but I cannot support this in its current state. Come on, man, come on. I've given you how many things for reform? I thought you were a Democrat. I need your support, Mr. Clavin. A fact that I am aware of, but at this point, even my support would not be enough. What do you mean? What's going on here, Clavin? The proposal will have a hard time getting support in its current status. You surely know that. He looked down at the proposal. There might still be a way for me to get behind this. This is not enough, Mr. President. We could take another look over the draft, or perhaps there is something else you could offer me. Offer you a something else in asterisks? I don't know about concessions, because I'm already weakening the veto. I'm weakening the veto. I'm weakening the Supreme Court. We are removing... Oh my goodness, these guys... This draft of the Constitution is heavily favored towards reform, and he wants even more. Okay, let's pretend, right? Let's pretend that I have all 70 votes of the PFJP. That means I'm only going to need about 70-ish. No, like 80 or 90 from the USP. Dang. Oh no. This thing. I might just have to bribe him. Because there's really no room for more concessions. The only concessions that I can give would be on the election threshold. That's the only place where I'm willing to give concessions, but I can't do that because I promised Gloria that I'd turn it back out. You already know our concerns. Limit the presidential decrees with the requirement of an enabling act. Okay, you know what? I don't like this because I don't have any chance here to back out and say, you know what, never mind, could I offer you something else instead? This is going to be the only time in the entire game that it crashes inexplicably, randomly. Oh no, how awful. No one could have seen that happen. It must be some kind of incompatibility with the GPU. Or an inability to say, you know what, never mind. Can we explore other options? Weird how the tech just happens like that sometimes, you know? Computer science, programming, you know how it is. You plan for everything, but something still hiccups. Anyway, hopefully the game's a bit more stable now. Trouble is, if I do have to bribe him, I don't have any money. All my money went into stocks. Luckily, it saves after every decision finishes. How's everything going? It's pretty tough. You and I see eye to eye in many subjects. Okay, what if I asked, what is your problem instead? There might still be a way to get behind this, not enough. Alright, see, here I thought it would do like the game always does, and you ask about one thing, you go through it. What about the other option? You go through it. Okay, I'm gonna make a decision. It needs work here. If you say, fine, I will give concessions, and then you two look at the paperwork, and he says, I want this, you should have the opportunity to say, you know what, no, I can't do that, that's too much. Let's look at other options. I'm all ears. An appointment in my cabinet, a VP in my next cabinet. Oh, right. Clavin wanted to be president. But Peter, if I give him position of VP, where's Peter? Where is my poor Peter? Would he count as... he's not a party leader. State figures? No, no Peter here. Does he count as cabinet? Is VP cabinet? He is cabinet. Pete, do I want to give your seat away? Vice President of Swordland, a member of United Swordland Party, charismatic politician. He's been my best friend since school, though. Married to Evelyn Vector and controversial for her pro-government articles when she was working as a journalist. Centrist, and among the group of politicians who supported Edward Alfonso against Joaquin Sol. But the rest of my cabinet, who would he even replace? I kinda don't want to replace Simon because as a money man, he's amazing. He makes things work, whether or not he agrees with it. Gus, Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development. Successful agricultural policies. Development of rural regions. So I like what he does. I want Gus in agriculture and rural development. Lucian Gilade is amazing. I'm not gonna get rid of him either. Chief Strategist. No, he stays. Lilius Graf. You're the Minister of the Interior. Economic booms in Arbory and Wholesword. Supporting socially conservative politics throughout her career. Hence her desire for more police funding and build-up. Expert on urban development and police relations. And one of my most ardent supporters. He is much more liberal. And really, it's a matter of giving myself a more liberal VP as opposed to a more centrist VP. And yeah, he's liberal in the economic sense, not the conservative liberal that we have in America sense. So either way, that's going to be more liberal influence. Ciara, I love. There's no replacing her. Wissi, Diplomat, Ambassador, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Ooh. And Wissi is getting kind of old. I love everything he said so far. But if it's time for him to have an early retirement, I wouldn't mind putting an economic liberal as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade to keep that money flowing, because if there's one thing liberals love, it's unfair relationships in foreign trade. Help us better take advantage of Velen. Foreign Affairs, blah blah blah. He's also as humanitarian as I am, Wessie, helping out the Swordish and Blutish immigrants. Social democracy and human rights advocacy. He's pretty much the voice of the Bloodish people. So maybe I don't want to replace Wessie just yet. Pascal Benewal cares a lot about health. And if he's more liberal, I'm pretty sure that he wants more privatization. But VP is a harmless job, right? If it means saying goodbye to Peter. Peter, who needs to get a handle on his drinking, so that's Casus Belli to kick him out. He's been one of my most ardent supporters. He's pretty much my best friend. But it's a harmless position. My cabinet does excellent work. I love every single person on my cabinet and don't want to replace anybody. Sorry, Peter. In my next cabinet. An interesting proposal. One that is very hard to turn down. Especially now that I think we align, Mr. President. Could I hold you to that promise? As long as I get your support. Good. Then it seems like we have a deal. I will talk to my guys shortly. I'll have their signatures soon. Thank you, Mr. Clavin. Maybe having a more liberal VP will pull in support from the businessmen. See you in the conference, Mr. President. I left his room and went back to the corridor. The important thing is, even if I lose the next election, as long as my reforms come out, This meeting had exhausted me. I went to the restaurant of the assembly to get something to eat while conversing with other members of our party. I saw Albin talking to his people in the distance. After a while, the preparations for the conference began, and I went back into the conference hall and prepared my notes for the speech I was going to make. I took my time to get all the present members of the party inside the hall. Gloria Tori announced me from the stand. I walked up to the stand as everyone in the room started clapping. Ladies and gentlemen of the party, dear members of the assembly, brothers and sisters of United Swordland. Alright, I still want to put everybody in here. I came here today to announce the agenda for the future of our country. I started my speech with the reasons of the changes to the Constitution. Our systems and institutions have increasingly become undemocratic. And yet, here I am, not allowing more democracy by lowering the party thresholds. It's okay though, because we're giving term limits, we're putting limits on the veto, we are weakening the Supreme Court to be an equal but separate party to the process. And who knows, in time, maybe more reformist members of future assemblies will agree to put in an amendment to allow minority parties to have more sway. Our systems and institutions have increasingly become undemocratic over the decades after Seoul tightened its grip on the country. Since then, we have a Supreme Court that obstructs the duties of the President and the Assembly. We must finally be brave enough to go against the status quo that they created and write a new constitution. I paused when some people started clapping, but it was short-lived. After taking a breath, I continued. About democracy. Why the USP needs to survive the next election. Target the old guards, also in the assembly. Who exactly am I speaking to with this? Am I speaking to the entire assembly, or just my own party? Does it say? I can't go back. Whole sword. Talk about democracy. Or needs this to survive the next election. Democracy. I brought attention to democracy and why it must write a more democratic constitution. I explained how our proposals will fix these issues. The left side of the hall, where Albin sat, started applauding. Later, I explained the contents of the new constitution and asked for their full support for the proposal. Ask, order them, threaten them, ask for their votes. I asked for each and every member's vote to make a change together. This is all very heavy on the left. The reformist wing on the left stood up and started clapping loudly after Albin Clavin made a sign. Soon after, most of the party stood up and joined in. I saluted everybody in the room one last time and bid them farewell before leaving the stand. Whew. I walked outside the assembly and back into the palace. News. And continue. Ooh, next turn already. Whole sword post. President meets the USP. Okay, this was just for my party, so I could have begged them. Please vote for this for the party's future. If we don't make these changes, people stop voting for us. But these are public speeches. They're reporting on it. I don't want the PFJP to be like, you know what, if this is only for their survival, we might not want this after all. Today, President Rain met with his party members at a party meeting at the Grand National Assembly of Swordland, where the current situation of the country and future plans of the party were discussed. It was later reported that President Rain used the meeting to give a speech to the party and announce the contents of the first draft of the new constitution. The details of the meeting were not made public, nor what the draft contained. Oh, not public, so I could have begged them for the sake of future party votes. Alright, I'm gonna hit continue. And while this thing does its thing, balance of power. Oh no. Now I'm gonna have to play international politics. Well, either way, gotta grab myself a bathroom break because it's been over 2.5 hours. So I gotta. Then we'll check the reports, check the news. Relray should almost be finished, come on. And then continue. So BRB, and I'll jump back into it. There we go, much better. Much better, but still at 0 personal wealth, -3 in the bank, economy, only on 2 red bars. You know, that makes me wonder if you could do the Tropico thing and completely siphon the budget and the economy into your personal pocket, then finish your term with the country torn apart inside and out by everybody else, but at least a nice, cushy retirement for you and your family. I'd count that as the worst outcome. Any reports though? No reports. Report from Whole Sword. Ministry of Health discusses privatization. Ugh. Don't. Ministry of Health has begun working on a health report with a proposal to allow privatization of the health system to potentially generate new sources for the ministry. Minister Benewol is personally overseeing the discussion, and the report with top aides, including members of the National Business Council. How about we don't get ahead of ourselves then, because I have not given my support to that. The radical, archaic state of Sworden's conscription laws. Dear reader, I ask you this, what year are we in? 1880s? 1920s? The matter I am writing about is, of course, the mandatory military service again. In times when there are no active wars, why do we still need to have these archaic conscription laws? Rumberg. Big, overwhelming Rumberg on our borders, and Arcasia with military buildup and bases in Lesbia? Let me answer that. It is because someone profits from it. Not only does this make the warmongering soldist happy, it also works out for large defense corporations, the oligarchs, who are now swimming in money while we still have to send our children away when they come of age. We are in the modern age. If we want to modernize Sworden and catch up to the superpowers, if we want to lose this militaristic identity, so that we can intellectually prosper, mandatory conscription laws need to go. Geopolitico, reign to meet with Smolak and Van Horten is finally happening. Swordland is embarking on a great geopolitical gamble with a new trade initiative organized by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The hope is a solidification of relations with the old ally Agnolia and the troublesome neighbor Valen, with the aim of regaining some of the region's diplomatic influence the country used to have. Each of these countries have a different agenda, which will create some difficulties for President Rain. PM Van Horten, who was elected through the powerful democratic movement, wants to reimagine trade with Swordland, while President Smolak of Velen is looking for new foreign direct investments and security cooperation against rebellious Buddhist movements at the border. So if I do go with Velen, it's not just a case of selling to them to help stabilize their economy and build them up as a nation, and as a benefit, make lots and lots of good sales with them. But they'll want us to help them oppress their Bloodish minorities, which is only going to make our own Bloodish minorities hate us, stoke the fires of ethnic violence, and push them to want their own ethno-state. Lesbia and Vogelslind are watching Swordland's actions very closely, and are sure to react to any sort of balance of power shift. See, but the problem is, I really wanted to align myself with Vogelslind. The planned economy, saying in my inauguration speech that we're going to maintain relations with United Kantana. The thing is, if I choose to align with Agnolia, they're going to like that I'm already for open borders. They want open borders, we want open borders. Velen wants closed borders and oppression of the Bloodish people. But the big thing for me is if I go with Agnolia, that means I have to be opposed with Vogelslind. And if I'm opposed with Vogelslind, that means that I am going to have overwhelming Rumberg and strong Vogelslind opposed to me. And heaven forbid if I have to support Agnolia against Vogelslind or Rumberg. If I have to support Agnolia against Vogelslind for Hegel Island, then that's me distracted and weakened militaristically, and Rumberg is like Swiggity Swooty coming for Nargis. Realpolitik, if I go with Velen, it might mean giving support to violence against the Bloodish people, but it also means I don't have to get involved in the Hegeland issue. Agnolia is weak, but they got money. If we're allies in this, if we're supporting them, then that does give us closer ties. We'll be obligated almost. Especially if I'm looking for allies. This isn't just a trade agreement. This is going to impact who I can ally with. Because if I make a trade partnership with Agnolia, and might need to make a statement about Hegelin to maintain that trade relationship, that will put me opposed to Vogelslind. I won't be able to get that alliance. It's kind of like if I take Agnolia, then I have to ally with Lesbia, which is also allied with Arcasia, but they are way liberal, they are way capitalists. They only care about the dinero. They're isolationist, they don't really care. If Rumberg were to roll in, is Lesbia really going to come to the defense of a planned economy that's trying to do right by its people to the detriment of its economy recovery? I suppose I could hear them out. I haven't even done any of the meetings yet. Black Tuesday, a massive currency crash and market rout, putting us in even more dire straits. A shocking currency crash has struck Swordland when the money supply in the country tripled due to a successive event of panic selling after the markets opened with a quarter loss. Just a quarter loss. Are these guys even crypto? The chain reaction caused massive currency fluctuation and an increase in consumer prices. The Central Bank of Sorlin implemented an emergency freeze on transactions and lowered interest rates to incentivize spending. It's probably because my economy isn't where I want it just yet. It seems like either not going hard on the violent riots at first must have impacted the economy in some way, because I lost a notch right after that. And have also been rather hard against the oligarchs, so there probably is some interference. Troubling news, but at least I lost my notch. I just gained my notch and I just lost it again. A consistent economy though. It says the economy is consistent with what we're promoting. Radical, 1 step forward, 3 steps back. The country just experienced its worst day since the Civil War of the 20s. Which administration was in power when billions were wiped off our economy? And a huge part of our populace is now facing extreme poverty. The Reagan administration. Our escape from one incompetent leader has led us to another. There's a collective agreement that our nation is at a tight spot, and the road ahead is difficult. But what happened on this Black Tuesday might have just shattered our dreams. Our word of advice is to vote with your gut in the upcoming election. This might very well be our worst day. Economist, our darkest day. Black Tuesday is the worst day in recorded history. Our entire team is still shocked by what happened this morning when our entire market of sorting collapsed. First opening with a quarter loss, then the panic selling, and a sudden rise of prices all around the country. Most patriotic investors have begun buying cheap assets to flood the market with much-needed currency. The central banks announced a freeze on transactions and withdrawals, cause more concern, but will help stabilize the nation. Millions face food insecurity, and the prospects of getting out of the recession have dimmed significantly. So why can't I move people out of the bloated cities and give everyone farmsteads? If food insecurity is an issue, and cash is an issue. Market crash in Sordlin. The chances of Sordlin to become a key economically developing nation of the OMEC organization have just been shattered today, when Black Tuesday struck, and the nation had just gone back 10 years in development. These developments are a cause of major concern, because nations like Rumburg are watching Sordlin closely, and any weakness will be perceived as another reason to make a dangerous gamble. Sordlin will be significantly weakened, and regional powers will use any opportunity to subjugate the nation. The financial weakness also could open opportunity to take an ideological risk and draw closer to the United Kantana system, which bears its own downsides. Either way, this is a sad day for the country, and the future is even more uncertain. So does that mean, if they're hinting to United Kantana, can I align with their pseudo-Warsaw Pact if it means developmental and material aid from not USSR? Market crash in Lock Haven. Black Tuesday caused a financial collapse today around the country, and the immediate effects are being felt in Lock Haven, with shops closing and hastily adapting to the prices of goods rapidly tripling. Thousands of people were seen waiting in fronts of shops, forming queues to buy necessary supplies as part of the mass panic caused by the crisis. The financial repercussions are now influencing all facets of society. No reports. United Kantana offers aid. I've been waiting for you. A religious harmony bill, though. Let's see what it's about. For the purposes of increasing religious harmony and unity, the following laws are established in religious affairs. Section 1 of the RHB would ensure that the Day of Dissension ceremony in the Art Sanctuary of Deir shall from now on only hold sermons in the Swordist language. Section 2 will forbid sanctuaries from holding sermons in Bloodish unless they receive approval from the Archpriest of Swordland. Section 3 will enforce that all priests applying to be state sanctions have Swordist descendants to be able to receive their salaries and pensions. So you're telling me that while we have ongoing ethnic, separatist, religious violence in our Southwest province, we want to make it worse by denying Bludish ways and the Bludish language, and no salaries and pensions unless you have Swordian blood? Veto, ultimate veto, and still have to deal with the aid of offer of aid. President Rain protects religious freedoms. Is the radical finally gonna say something good about me? President Rain has recently vetoed the outrageous Religious Harmony Bill. The bill was aiming to limit the freedoms of Bludish people in Swordland. The MP to propose this bill was, of course, Kessero Kibbener, the leader of the NFP himself. Mr. Kibbener has never stopped his attacks on the Bludish people, and we are sure that he will continue his continuous onslaught and his attempts to further divide the country. President Rain's decision to veto this misogynistic bill, which was a clear attack on religious and personal freedoms, will be welcomed by Bloods and Swords alike. The radical finally had something nice to say about me. Origins of our faith, my foot. We are a government, not a church. Hopefully, this calms things down in Bergia. I don't mind if Bergia becomes our own little internal Kurdistan. If they're happy, if they're contributing to the country, I do not care about assimilation into Swordishness. All I care is unity. Alright, let's see what United Cortana wants. For one budget. The Foreign Minister of United Cortana has offered a substantial amount of financial, logistical, and equipmental support to help our country. In return, United Cortana request refuel and repair access to the Conriat Naval Base whenever they require. Chairman Leon Malinevi has sent personal assurances that this agreement is for peaceful purposes only. Okay, this is gonna cement things then, because we've already got an Arcasian military base in Ravnos that everyone hates. I'm gonna make things hard on myself. Already a planned economy, already thinking out of line with Boggelsland, which means I'll probably have to lock myself into Velen, which is okay, I don't have to support them militaristically. This is only about economic relationships. I'm going to keep my borders open, which they'll hate. I'm going to let the refugees come in for personal religious freedoms into Bergia, which they'll hate. But they'll like my money, they'll like our commercial trade. Everyone's saying that trade with Velen would give immediate short-term benefit. Let's take it. Accept the +1 to budget. So much for staying neutral. I think at some point I am going to try to do a more neutral playthrough, which might have to start off at least somewhat more liberal for immediate economic incentive, and then push more social policies, stabilize the self, and try to keep the West and the East away. Military? Hold on. Economy. We have investments from United Cortana. Many Cortanan state companies are opening new branches, expanding their existing operations, and forming Swordist-based subsidiaries, bolstering our economy, and creating opportunities for jobs and further investment. And I think this is what I wanted. Cortanan military upgrades to advance our own. Naval visits only. No. Equipment's still outdated. United Cortana given naval base access. Alright. Let's do this then. What do we have? Condemnation from Arcasia. The Arcasian ambassador in Wholesword condemned the financial deal between Sordland and United Contana, criticizing President Rain for inviting United Contana to meddle in Eastern Rakopan affairs. Says the dude already meddling in Eastern Rakopan affairs. He announced that President Walker would do whatever it takes to defend its sphere from the encroachment of Mananiavism. President Walker defending his sphere? Excuse me. President of Arcasia, who said that Eastern Marcopia is a sphere of Arcasia? Their expansionism and the expansionism of their puppet in Rumburg is exactly what has me so wary. A call from Gus Manger. What's up, Gus? I was sipping my first cup of coffee for the day when the phone lit up and rang. I swore under my breath. I thought my schedule was clear for at least half an hour. I picked up the phone. Mr. President, how are you? Not so great. You must have seen what is going on. Sorry to hear that, sir. It is not great on our end, too. Some of our investments in Sordland are suffering due to Black Tuesday. I am calling you because I received a call from the CEO of Armadine Industries, Aaron Bridges, about the recent initial public offering on the Ventry City Stock Exchange. Armadine Industries? Isn't that what I have all of my money in? Recent IPO on the Ventry City Stock Exchange. Is it bad? As you might have guessed, it is about a significant venture investment of 2,000 shares worth nearly 2 million rand. Instead of suffering losses due to market volatility like most public firms in Maricopa, we actually came out unscathed. Arcasia wasn't influenced by the Black Tuesday crash. The shares have doubled in price at the IPO in the VCSC, and we will soon receive the profits made from the investment. If this is going to become, we're suddenly rich, pocket the money, or help the country, dude, things are cheap. We have to protect the country. Although, wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? That is definitely a conflict of interest if I use this money to buy up things, to invest in things around the country. It could have been much worse, but we got out of it with the best outcome. Isn't that great? How much should we gain? It was the right call to trust you. Unbelievable. How could you say that when the Swordfish economy is crippled? You are right, Mr. President, I'm sorry. In total, we have made nearly 3 million Swordfish Ren. It was risky, yes, but look at where we are now. It's all thanks to you, Gus. I didn't even know this existed. Well, I will take that. Thank you. I assure you, this will pale in comparison to what we will do together in the future. The money will be transferred to your personal bank account shortly. That is not going to look good at all. Is this because I took the investment? Because I took the investment, there's now going to be a scandal about the country's economy collapsing while I'm going to make out like a bandit. And what is it? Sordland Times, Sordland Today is going to accuse me of siphoning money away from the national wealth. Keep me up to date on the opportunities. I'll let you know immediately when new opportunities arrive. Goodbye for now. Line dropped. Nothing in Sordland Today. Armadine stocks jumped to nearly double. The CEO of Armadine Iron Bridges announced the IPO this morning at the Ventry City Stock Exchange, with the opening value of the stocks doubling due to the high demand by the market. Images of celebration were visible at the Ventry Times newspaper. A new era for portable radios has begun for the average citizen, with major advances in military technology pushing civilian technology forward. So, great. Everyone's broke, but people rich enough to hold stocks have reason to celebrate. What's an Ellery? Private party at the Gentleman's Club. It's Black Tuesday, and they want to have a private party at the Gentleman's Club. Not right now, no. Briefing on the status of immigrant regulation. That I do want to hear. Who's here? My money man's here. Wissy's here, my military man, and the money man, and your interior, right? Interior. We were in the middle of a meeting in the palace about our immigration policy. The ensuing discussion quickly became heated. I don't think so, Mr. Wissy. It just doesn't make any sense for me that a foreign citizen should come before a sort of citizen in Swordland. Well said. My analysis is also in line with this, especially during the economic recession. We are giving Swordish jobs to migrants from other countries. What about our own people? Immigrants are the reason our economy is not completely unsalvageable. Look at Agnolan immigrants in England. They have revitalized the whole region and in turn, boosted the economy of the entire country. Simon could attest to that. Statistically speaking, allowing immigrants to become part of the workforce contributes to our economy. But I agree, the current situation is very nuanced. With that said, we can't just tighten our immigration policy and expect the economy to stay the same. We need to put our economy and the recession at the forefront, especially after our entire fucking stock market went down the tubes. I had never seen Simon this rattled. Everyone in the room turned to him in surprise. I'm sorry for losing my cool, Mr. President. I have been working day and night. I am currently looking into ways to find out how we can recover from this tragedy as quickly as we can. Be careful, dude. Don't burn yourself out. Good results, Simon. Don't fail me. How's it looking? Just be careful for now. I'm sure you'll update me, but don't burn yourself. Keep your health. I will do my best, but the future of Swordis citizens is at stake. Thankfully, we have just started receiving financial aid from United Contana. I can't believe we're accepting financial aid from communists. What's next? Letting a child murderer buy us lunch. Contanan warships and Conriat. My father be rolling in his grave. Will not let you question my decisions, Yosef. Don't be dramatic. Need to be friendly with our potential allies. Desperate times and desperate measures. I have done this with the Swordis citizens in mind. Nothing else. Sure. And heck, maybe Contanan warships keep Rumburg at bay? That is how they take over countries, you know. Mr. Lancia has a point. We have seen it happen many times. Gentlemen, can we please get back on topic? Right. Sorry, Mr. Wissy. As I was saying before I was interrupted, look at the superpowers. Do you see them closing off their borders? Why do you think their economies are in such good shape? They are in their current state because they welcome immigration and use it to their advantage. We need to modernize, true, and reach the level of superpowers. We need to consider the economic impact of immigration. Well, first and foremost is immigration and the economy. If I can get them to agree that more immigrants means more production, our money flow should be our utmost concern. If we want to have the capability to accomplish actual change, we need a decision. But before we move on, Mr. President, do you have any questions about the current state of immigration? What is the current legal status of immigrants? Currently, all accepted immigrants are given a work permit on arrival, so that they can work and contribute to the economy of Swordland. Good news so far. There is currently no limit to the number of immigrants accepted. However, the number has remained stable over the past years, despite the laws. The fact is, many immigrants illegally work for corporations. That is the main issue with immigration right now, not the immigration itself. That is so true to the US. It's kind of funny that we tend to rank low whenever NGOs have slavery rankings. They'll point to Arabia, they'll point to Southeast Asia, but for some inexplicable reason, the US is barely a blip, even though we tend to take in bonded labor and actual slavery fairly regularly. Promises of opportunities if they work for this corporation and that, bus them in, fly them in, they come in, and then we take away their passports and put them on very physically grueling tasks day and night, detrimental to their lives and health, for pennies if anything. Oftentimes saying, well, we brought them in, we paid for you to come in, you gotta work your debt to us. So yeah, that's entirely our scenario too. Nonsense. If not for the unlimited amount of immigration, we wouldn't be in the state. And Graf, who's only seeing things like the police perspective, it's invisible to her. Really typical. I like whoever wrote this. This is amazing stuff. Good eyes them. How many immigrants live in Sordland? Official numbers show that we have anywhere between 2 to 3 million immigrants residing in Sordland, that's it. Even excluding the countless undocumented aliens in our midst, that is a very substantial amount. The primary issue is a strife they cause between less fortunate Sworded citizens and themselves. So like I've been saying, we take those less fortunate swords in the bloated cities who aren't finding work, aren't being paid enough, can't afford to eat. We give them farmsteads in the countryside to maintain food security and maybe sell their excess, their surplus, to the immigrants filling low-paying work that the corporations are taking advantage of in the cities. Including them in the workforce would benefit everybody, including unemployed swords. More taxes mean more services. And how do the immigrants usually arrive here? There are 3 major paths they choose. The first one is the Anglin to Agnolia border. The second is a Bergia to Veden border, and the third is the Lauren coast. Which one's the Lauren coast? There's Morin Bay, Bays, but no labeled coasts in particular. Oh wait, hold on. Lauren. You're Lauren, this coast. I'm dumb. I thought Lauren Coast was like a specific named body of water. Agnolians are the largest group. It's a light border over there, although recently, political refugees from Vagosland have been crossing the Grey Sea by boat to land on our coast. Politically persecuted Wesek refugees tend to use the dangerous mountain passes at the Veden border. Many of them also have Bludish blood. Let's move on. What can we do? Very well. David Wissey opened his dossier, stamped with the seal of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Before I make any decisions, I have to remind you. During the elections, we promised to keep our immigration laws relaxed, which I think is the right course of action. I disagree. We are supposed to control or reduce the negative effects of immigration like crime and subversion, which we're going to do if we eventually get the Minister of Justice to clean up the Minister of the Interior vis-a-vis corruption. I see your point, Yosef, but the economy certainly benefits from more immigration. Internal order, on the other hand, suffers immensely. We should tighten the laws to prevent further chaos. David sighed wearily. This is going nowhere. If we decide to tighten immigration, what does that entail? We would have to impose quotas and connected to that, stricter border control, on top of allowing our economy to take a hit. Mr. Hull, surely the well-being of our citizens and our internal security will more than compensate for any downturn in the markets. Agreed. Sordid citizens should take priority. And if I keep it more relaxed? Aside from keeping us on the path to prosperity, modernity, and continuous improvement, not much. Our current system is good for our era. We also have the capacity. I'm not hearing many reasons not to keep them open then. This will allow us to continue protecting investments from foreign countries, which in turn will keep our trade steady. We would be more trustworthy partners. Stability draws money. Stability is important. I have lost my only bar. The one bar that I gained back of economic development. Stability? What stability? We are already seeing clashes between our people and foreign interlopers. On the contrary, the only way we could achieve stability is through tightening our immigration policy. You heard the lady. Swordland first. No. No ex-country first slogans. I'm ready to make a decision. Yes? Everyone leaned forward, eager to hear my response. We will keep the immigration laws relaxed. I'm glad you made the right choice. We will be ready to handle new waves of migrants from Magnolia. Our border posts aren't ready. We'll be forced to handle new waves of migrants. Border posts are not ready. Not only that, we've just abated the native swords who need our support the most. Also, this will bring new tide of refugees from Velen. Bergia is already a difficult region to manage. This is shameful, Yosef. Patience, Yosef. You're going to get your modernized equipment. Just wait it out. We're not leaving Sword unprotected. This is a logical decision. Fully logical. By helping the immigrants, we are helping the native swords. It is that easy. You are wrong about this. There is a reason why this country has survived the century revolutions. A period from the early 19th to the early 20th centuries, in which a number of significant revolutionary movements occurred in most of Mercopa and Kontana. Is that really a bad thing, though? Because wouldn't those revolutions have the potential to bring better things? Vetoed religious harmony. When you put it like that. I hope the hardworking swords will see this as positively as you do, Mr. President. Anything else, Mr. President? Thank you, let's wrap this up. End this discussion, get to work, changes are made. I want everyone here to get used to the new changes. This is our new direction. This is the exact same direction. The ministers gathered their documents and rose from their chairs, some with frowns on their faces. Just the middle two. Just these two. Pouty McPowdersons. I'm looking forward to the upcoming trade talks. Peter and I have been visiting Stallport and Rocklowitz in preparation. I'll be coming along to talk with the economy minister. Looking forward to the potential partnership. If we are finished, I need to head off and get the ministry to work on a new policy. Same here. Our border units need to be informed and prepared. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Give them some positivity. The minister is dispersed. 2 bits of news. Order. Streamlined immigration still. Close loopholes. Reduced illegal immigrants. And streamline legal immigration processes. See, it's not so bad. That is decent. We're allowing immigrants. We're not closing the borders. We're just closing loopholes and making it easier for people to come in. Nationwide protests quelled. The nationwide protests have been quelled thanks to our devoted efforts. Finally, let me see some economic boost from that. Relaxed immigration still. Diplomatic pressure from Rumberg. Okay, what have we got? I like reading the reports before the news to see if I get news before they do. Red Youth Hideout raided. Verzald police had organized a raid early this morning to an abandoned building in the city of Versud, under suspicions of hiding Red Youth members inside. The successful raid arrested 8 militants, 2 military-grade assault rifles, and bomb-making equipment have been secured. You see exactly why I banned these organizations, even if I was a Red Youth myself. If they don't want to be banned as a terrorist organization, they should stop amassing arms and bombs and trying to kill everyone. Editor of The Radical is suspected of helping terrorists. No, don't. I like The Radical. You actually funded the swords. You actually funded the youth movement of the ultra-conservative nationalists. Yeah, it sorted it out. If you have youth death squads roaming the country. Sordus Intelligence reports that Jan Dander, a famous journalist and columnist at The Radical, is suspected to be working for the terrorist organization Red Youth. According to the report, Dander had continuously published anti-government articles and repeatedly attempted to report on state secrets countless times. Moreover, he has endorsed Red Youth in the past and promoted Mladenoevist ideals. I was Red Youth in the past. Are they going to arrest me next? Current membership and armed violence is all we're banning. They don't have to go for MPs and newspaper writers like they have been doing. Party still. Okay, what's the news? Swordland today. Oh no. What's Fox have to say? President Rain sells Swordland for money. Recently, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced that Swordland will be taking financial aid from United Kantana. And we have a few words for President Rain. The country was built on the blood of our ancestors, and we have gained our prestige internationally for that. This decision serves only to trample on the achievements of our forefathers. What would they think if the president had sold off their country to other nations, to communists on top of it? They would surely turn in their graves. Alright, Murdoch. That's your POV. Is a radical gonna praise me for it? No, it's not. The state continues its war. Earlier today, Johan Gazmik, one of the leaders of the Red Youth, was arrested on his way to Benfi. Police said he was planning to escape Swordland with the help of a cargo ship from the port of Benfi to Ravnos Island. To Ravnos Island. Do they not realize that Ravnos Island has an Arcasia military base on it? The Red Youth wants to escape to the military jaws of the capitalists. Following his arrests, a group of militants fired at patrolling police officers in the city of Algan. After the incident, which saw no deaths from either side, the city plunged into chaos, with the opportunistic looters flocking onto the streets. See, the radical could ID who is a proper protester and who is an opportunistic looter. That is why the radical speaks the truth. Soon after, the riots began in the largest neighborhoods of the city, which was stopped after the arrival of the riot police to the scene. I have 4 wealth, straight up doubled it. But my economy is still in shambles. Come on, Railway. The sooner you finish, the better. I don't want to do a party, but apparently I can only do a party. Private garden party while the economy and the country is falling apart. Far from becoming accustomed to my workload as president, I only felt more and more snowed under as the weeks passed. It had been ages since I had any time to myself. I was starting to lose my focus, and my temper was growing increasingly thin. Peter was the first to realize that I needed a break. After much cajoling, he finally persuaded me to come to a meeting of his new venture, Gentlemen's Club. For the past few months, he'd been hosting a salon of sorts, not just for politicians and businessmen, but also for artists, entertainers, people of taste, he told me with a smile on his face. Alright, Peter, maybe this is your true calling. You enjoy boozing, you come to work late, you love the women. A salon might be better for you than VPing. There was only one rule: no wives or girlfriends allowed, hence the name. I also found myself in front of his new luxury villa in Ellery. Very loud jazz music emanated from inside. I waited and waited. Finally, Peter opened the door. I could smell whiskey on his breath. Anton, finally. Now the real party can start. Come on in. As soon as I entered, Peter closed the door and turned to a small crowd. Gentlemen, a minute of your time, please. I now have the privilege to present to you the man himself, the fourth president of Swordland, Mr. Anton Rain. I had known him for long enough to understand that he was more than a little drunk. He made an elaborate mock curtsy as I passed him and walked into the room. The music stopped, and I felt everyone's eyes on me. Thank you, Peter. And what is next? A choir, a marching band? And I present to you Peter Vectern, the first alcoholic vice president of Swordland. Ooh, no. Not here. I am not going to embarrass my university best friend, who's been with me all this time in public. I'll be jovial, I'll banter, but not at his expense. We'll talk, but in private. No, I'm saving those for your funeral. Peter laughed very hard at his own grim joke before continuing. Dear members, please give a warm welcome to our very special guest. If I may, Anton, here, take this. He handed me a glass of whiskey and put his hand on my shoulder. We all know why we're gathered here tonight. To celebrate life. To have a brief escape from our tumultuous professions. I personally don't know any better cure for stress than a little drink. Only a little one. I'll raise my glass. Support my friend, but not indulge. I raised my glass, and the rest of the crowd followed. Now, the tradition dictates that as a club president, I have to remind you of our house rules. There are 3. No politics, no wives, no one sober. Cheers. Peter drank the whiskey in his glass in one go. Drained my glass. Rules are rules. But I'm in public. I should sip my whiskey. I'll sip it. A buzz is not being sober. Anton Rain might have the power to make a presidential decree, but I, Peter Vectern, the president of this club, now declare this party started. Music, go! The band started up again. After greeting the crowd around me, I felt a hand on my shoulder. Let me show you around. We walked through the corridors of his mansion. Statues and paintings lined the stark white walls. Peter, how did you afford all this? An arched window provided a view of a neatly manicured grounds, complete with a swimming pool. A grand Lesbian marble staircase led up to the second story. Peter gestured at the massive crystal chandelier hanging overhead. That chandelier was made in the 18th century. Can you believe it? There's even a hedge maze in the garden. How is he paying for all this? I'll let you in a little secret. Gus Menger had a lot of contacts in real estate. He brokered a good deal for me. He'll also be here tonight. I could introduce you if you like. Do you know what I think? Oh no. I think there is a massive amount of conflicts of interest and insider trading going on. We all know the economy's in shambles. Gus has contacts because Gus is Gus. And we are making favorable arrangements for party members, cabinet members, MPs to buy up property on the super cheap. I can understand the businesses and the businessmen consolidating their wealth in times of crisis, but this is us. We should not be allowed this. What did you promise him in return? Only my money. We continued walking until we circled back to where we had started. So, what do you think of Little Hideaway? I find it disgusting. I do. Clearly bought this up off the suffering of the people. Jealous, are we? Like I said. You can have a place just like this. Anyway, let's get back to the party. I arranged for some caviar to be brought from Lesbia. You're going to love it. He opened the door to the main hall, and we rejoined the other guests. The music was louder now, and the mood decidedly more inebriated. Cocktail waitresses were carrying around plates of canapes, wearing dresses that left little to the imagination. I thought this was a gentleman's club. So this is what you have been hiding from Evelyn. I did say that Peter and I would have a talk, and we haven't had the chance yet. His rules are no sober, no politics, no wives and girlfriends. Talking to him about this is neither of those things. This is what you've been hiding from Evelyn. No one is hiding anything. She knows about these gatherings. He averted my gaze for a second. Before calling over one of the waitresses, he feels shame. She was in her mid-20s, wearing red lipstick, her blonde hair neatly tied into a ponytail. On her plate were toast points slathered in lesbian caviar Peter had mentioned. A bit much for Ash Wednesday. I took a bite. It was rich, salty, tasting of pure seaside. I could almost hear the sound of waves and seagulls. Lesbian caviar, best in the world, I'm telling you, Anton. There are few pleasures in life than this. As the waitress left to serve another attendee, she flashed a quick smile at Peter over her shoulder. He smiled back, a little too broadly. Uh-oh. Sensual. His eyes were still fixed on her, with that expression I remember from our many nights out together as students. Oh, look, there's Gus. Why don't you go talk to him? I'll be back shortly. Peter, I'm warning you. Don't make a mistake. Mistake? What are you talking about? I'm just going to the washroom. I'll be back before you know it. He left the room, and I headed over to Gus, who is going to get an earful about said conflicts of interest. Gus Manger was standing next to a couple of men that I recognized as banking industry magnates. As I approached, all of them turned to me and bowed their heads. Mr. President, a toast to our new member, everyone. Gus and I clinked our glasses, as the people around us raised theirs. How long has he been a member? The result of your connections. That's right. I do have a wide network in real estate. Peter told me a couple weeks ago that you might be interested in potential opportunities as well, such as, well, this. He opened his arms, gesturing at our opulent surroundings. Let's take a walk. The balcony has an amazing view of Ellery. We left the room and made our way to the balcony. On the way, he took out 2 cigars and held one out for me. I'll accept a cigar, but just a cigar. I took the cigar and started smoking it. Mixed with the taste of the whiskey, it was delicious. I went out to the balcony. All of Ellery was at our feet. From this vantage point, I was able to see how expansive the building plot was. The swimming pool and the hedge maze were visible from here. Leaning over the railing, I admired the view for a moment before Gus spoke up. I know you're wondering about the deal Peter made. In a nutshell, thanks to my network, he was able to procure this house for half the asking price, which would have been impossible under any other circumstances. By circumstances, do you mean having a friend in you, or the circumstances being the complete economical collapse? I would be delighted to discuss a similar arrangement with you. In fact, I have prepared a document with my own personal favorite opportunities. This is the least I can do, since you have been generous to many business people in this country. Have I? I've been saying no to every single bribe. The only pro-business thing I've done, really, is not touch the taxes, cut them at the status quo. I'm not looking to make any investments at the moment. What's in it for you? Glad my investment decisions are paying off. Thank you. I don't know. Holding foreign stock in foreign innovative companies, sure, that's one thing. But taking advantage of the economic strife to move money off real estate? I don't know, it just feels sick to me. I'm gonna say no. Real estate is the best investment anyone can make. With the current economic situation, it only makes sense to put your money into such a tangible asset. But I also have a few other opportunities for you to make a side profit, if real estate doesn't interest you. Is there a chance I can convince you? Alright. I don't want to make the housing crisis worse or to live in a palace when everyone else is starving. But what else you got? I knew you'd come around. Gus opened his briefcase and pulled out a thin dossier. He showed it to me. My first offer is, of course, real estate. There's a vineyard close to Ellery, about a 1-hour drive from here. That also includes a very large villa, a beautiful plot, but rather neglected. So there would have to be a fair amount of renovation costs. On the bright side, you would be able to produce your own wine. The previous owner was Geralt of Ribery, a world-renowned vintner. Am I claiming Corvo Bianco for my own? Geralt Halt Beliscorde, or more commonly known as Geralt of Ribery, was a pioneering Swordist viticulturist and winemaker of lesbian descent, who was the first to cultivate the famous Borin grape, the father of Swordist viticulture. Introduced innovations to Swordist winemaking, born in Ribery, producing wine under his own label, Dandelion. A label of Dandelion, I get it, I get the reference. In the 1910s, known for the quality of his wines from grapes from Borin and Ellery, Dandelion wines are now highly sought after and renowned for the floral tones and elegance, as well as the lushness and concentration. I was gonna say no, but it's tempting, my own vineyard. There's also the option of a football partnership. I already own a large portion of Anrika FC, and I'm doing my best to make them champions. Buying in would be more expensive than the vineyard, but this season will bring a lot of returns, I'm quite positive. Give me the word, and I'll start the procurement process, but we must act quickly, as these options will soon disappear off the market. Personal wealth, -2 personal wealth. Could I do both? Here's the thing though, I don't want to profit too much, but having my own vineyard is kind of like folksy. It's kind of taking advantage of that pastoral aesthetic that probably won't make the nationalists think fondly of me, but it should. I'm just a simple sword like anybody else. I get my hands dirty on the weekends, taking care of my grapes, just like you and me. Achievement unlocked. Geralt of Ribery. The vineyard in Ellery. I've always wanted to have my own wine, and it sounds peaceful and quiet. And if things go pear-shaped politically, I at least have that to fall back to. Excellent. I will start the process right away. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. President. He left to rejoin the party. Alone on the balcony, I looked out over Ellery. Suddenly, I heard a rustling from the hedge maze below. Is it going to be Peter and the waitress? I looked down and saw a silhouette. 2 silhouettes, actually. So close together they seemed to be entangled. I squinted and tried to get a better look. It was definitely 2 people kissing, but I couldn't see either of their faces. I returned to the party and spent some time mingling with the other guests, engaging them in small talk about their businesses, their children, their relationships. Around an hour later, Peter showed up next to me. Have you got grass and feathers on you? Grass and feathers? Grass and leaves? See? I told you I'd be back before you knew it. An hour later. Was that you in the hedge maze, Peter? What are you talking about? I told you I went to the washroom. Around the same time you were gone, saw 2 people kissing in the hedge maze. I will be direct. Were you kissing the waitress? What? No. How could you think that? I'm a married man. Just know. Peter, best friend, you can tell me anything. Hey, You can have her if you want her anyway. You want a drink? Because I do. He poured us 2 large glasses of whiskey, and we drank them in one go. Throughout the party, we drank and drank, just like old times. I woke up the next day with a pounding headache, and more than a few regrets. My memories of the evening were hazy, but there was one important detail that kept coming back to me. I own a wine. The red lipstick on Peter's collar. But maybe my memory was playing tricks on me. Oh no, Evelyn. Sorry to report. Speaking of report, Whole Sword Post connection to Young Sword. The Whole Sword Posts. Hold on. Chief of Police Carl Greaser reported that Young Sword sympathizers, as well as several old members of the terrorist organization, are currently working for the newspaper, Whole Sword Post. Investigations are underway. Could I talk to my Minister of the Interior and tell them to stop going after the newspapers and old affiliations? If they want to go for old affiliations, hello, Red Youth right here, lock me up too. Could I go ahead and lift the ban on these organizations now that we have stability, violence-wise, in the country? Peter Vectren throws a lavish party. Vice President Peter Vectren threw a lavish party at his new 1.5 million SR 3-story Ellery mansion, which was attended by high-profile businessmen and politicians, including President Rain and Minister of Rural Development Gus Manger, according to our sources from the old Capitol. According to reports, guests arrived in elegant suits and dresses for the swanky affairs of the evening, but the Vice President and the President were nowhere to be seen at the entrance of the huge mansion. Nonetheless, it is worrying that Rain and Vectren are throwing parties and having hidden meetings during the economic recession, with so much trouble surrounding the nation. Didn't I say? Did I not say? From the prism of leadership, the President and his administration have been absolute failures. Extravagance and secrecy never ever stop with this president. Police violence at the old Capitol. After the arrest of the vice president of the Young Swords Cultural Centers, a group of teenagers started protesting in front of the Ellery Police Department, shouting, "Police are fighting for the wrong side." Within a few hours, the small protest pulled a lot of people to join in, which prompted the police force to intervene. We or our cultural organization pose no threat to the national security of Swordland or to any other foreign country or state, the protester said, waving a flag of the Kingdom of Swordland. We have not and do not plan on engaging in acts of terror or violence. The group had dispersed after the arrival of the riot police, and several arrests were made. According to the reports at the scene, many protesters were beaten up by the police, with at least 20 being critically injured. A Geo, a Politico. Swordland accepts financial aid from United Cantana. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has announced that Swordland will accept the financial aid from United Cantana. So far, it appears that President Rain has followed through with his campaign promise to look eastwards towards United Cantana. His intention to take a side of the international arena and align Swordland with a major superpower will certainly have lasting effects in the region. Although on the surface this may appear to be as simply a boost to Swordland's crippled economy, the real motive is still unclear. President Rain's move might be signaling a potential alliance between Swordland and other countries in the CSP, which makes an alliance with Vagosland a probable outcome. Probable outcome, but not guaranteed. Okay, what have we got in Benfey besides unfair arrests and a struggling tourism industry? The opening of the Benfey Festival. High Art Center, Benfey. I've upset my wife to make sure this goes off without a hitch. Oh no, and she's with me. She's with me after I said she couldn't give a speech. It was Albin Clavin, wasn't it? Who she would have to replace? and Alvin Clavin wanted a lot to agree to sign things. You know, I probably didn't even need Alvin Clavin, since I had the support of the moderates and the conservatives in our party. Add on to that the PFJP, who are going to love the reforms that I have on paper. I flipped through the brochure. Our motorcade slowly made its way towards the magnificent Benfey High Art Center. Night was falling, and the festival was about to begin. I flipped through the brochure that had been given to us at the hotel. On the front page, there was the face of Kurtan Lest, mayor of Anrika. He was a Benfey native who had a long-standing relationship with the city's current mayor, and had been previously invited to make tonight's opening speech. The Benfey Festival was one of the biggest events of the year. It originally marked the start of the annual religious pilgrimage, a week-long journey still undertaken by devout Nurists. But today, it was better known as a cultural celebration that drew thousands of revelers to the city. There were film screenings, concerts, theater and dance performances, art exhibitions, and celebrity-studded nightly galas. The opening ceremonies were broadcast on TV and watched by millions. As the car slowed, a coterie of reporters and security guards rushed to meet us. I turned my attention to Monica. Since I had refused to let her make an opening speech, her attitude towards me had changed. She now only spoke to me if I asked her a question, or if it was something important concerning the children. I've killed my marriage. Straight up killed it. Will you ever forgive me? I told you my reasons. Are you so angry about my decisions? I don't know her love language, her apology language. Will you ever forgive me? I told you my reasons, and then soon after, went to, where was it, Laren? To push in a more equal gendered education reform program? I know, and I understand. It's just gonna take me some time. That is fair. I could accept that. She knows where I'm coming from. She knows why I did the things I did. But it hurt her. She was so fired up for it. She clearly didn't want to pursue the topic any further. As soon as Cirque opened the door, we were enveloped by the roar of the crowd. The next few minutes were a blur of handshakes, photos, and reporters' questions. The onlookers cheered as we walked the red carpet to the newly built art center. We followed the guards through the cavernous white halls until we came to a set of arched doors leading to the auditorium. We waited outside as security did a quick sweep of the area, then headed in. I had been asked to make a quick set of remarks, introducing Kurtan Lest. I beckoned Monica to join me on the podium. I'm going to find my seat. Oof. She's giving us the Melania Trump treatment. Monica brushed past me, took her seat in the front row, and crossed her arms. I walked alone to the podium. Kurtan Lest, if I'm going to speak about you, what am I going to say? USC, serving as a mayor of Anrika, Mayor Benfey Pryor, longest running mayor of the country, born in Anrika, became a lawyer just like Dad, education in Benfey, Holsworth State University, correspondent for the Holsworth Post, founded the National Nurse Association. Mayor Benfey, Culture Festival is his, Tarkin Soul, appointed by... Oh, I don't get to make the announcement myself, or the speech myself. I spoke for just a minute, reading a paragraph my speechwriter had churned out about the importance of the festival and Benfey to Swordland. I concluded by inviting Kurtan Lest, the mayor of Anrika, to the podium. I stepped down and joined Monica in the front row. Her arms are still folded. Oh right, it was Lest who gives the opening remarks. No matter then, either way. Welcome on the first day of the Benfey Festival. He paused for a moment to let the crowd cheer, and his eyes briefly met mine. Look away, I'll nod. This is a night for the people of Benfi. Indeed, for the people of Swordland, to put aside their differences and come together in celebration. Good speech so far. Yet as we unite for the festivities, we must remember the real reason we are gathered here. The crowd fell silent. The people were giving their full attention to what he had to say. This festival was founded around the principles of our cherished religion Nuriti, yet over the years, it has been severed from its sacred roots and become something else, something more perverse. An excuse for public drunkenness and grotesque displays of the flesh, an occasion for young women to parade their bodies and engage in lascivious behavior. Alright, so I can see his speech is going to be the complete opposite of what Monica's was going to be. As he went on, I could see Monica become increasingly agitated. What the hell is he talking about? Lascivious behavior? What century does he think we live in? I don't know, just let it be. Monica turned back to watching the speech, a frown on her face. Perversion hidden under the guise of art is not befitting the beautiful city. The crowd is becoming restless. Many of the younger attendees were murmuring in disagreement, while a few older ones were nodding vigorously. As I said, a perversion hidden under the guise of art is not to be enough! The hall fell silent. Monica rose and continued. Mr. Lest, it is not young women who are a disgrace to this fine festival, but you and your backwards, puritanical attitudes, which have been holding this country back for so long. Monica, please, make it a fool of yourself. Either way, the genie is out of the bottle. If I grab her arm and chew her out and tell her to sit down right now, be quiet, the newspapers are going to say that I cannot control my wife for having a spat. If I let her continue, they're going to say my wife is out of control. No respect for institutions. I am going to let my wife speak her mind. I stayed in my seat and watched the events unfold. Monica turned to face the audience, speaking loud enough to be heard without a microphone. Women of Swordland, we must not let people like Mr. Lest use religion as a justification to demean and oppress us. Our time has come. Shocked gasps ran through the crowd. A few people rose and applauded. Curtan Lest waited to speak. I think Mrs. Rain is forgetting her place. Excuse me, what is that supposed to mean? What do you think my place is, Mr. Lest? The kitchen? This festival is not about your retrograde traditions. We are living in modern times now. It is 1954. And it isn't your place to decide how the people of Benfi, especially the women, should be celebrating their own festival. Do nothing. Let her at this. Come on, support her when we get home. I looked at the podium to see Curtan Lest's piercing gaze at me. There would surely be a price to pay for this. Mr. President, could you please control your wife before she embarrasses herself any further? You know what, Curtan? Like I said, the genie's already out. My wife is absolutely right. This is going to upset the conservatives in our party, but we've already made an agreement, right? We're getting rid of the 8% threshold, keeping it at 10%. That's all we agreed on, isn't it? My wife is absolutely right. Monica looked at me, surprise registering on her face. Thank you, Anton. I turned to Curtan. But we will take up her concerns at a later time. Please, finish your speech. The diplomatic answer. Now please get your speech over with already. Your task was to give an opening speech, not a moral lecture. I'm already going to be in so much trouble. But this is We have introduced the issue. Monica has introduced the issue of more egalitarian views for women. And I'm agreeing publicly as president and announcing that we will speak about this later. But that also puts in the wishy-washy answer. I agree with my wife. Now, please finish. We'll behave now. Your task was to give an opening speech, not a moral lecture. I will finish my speech if you allow it, Mr. President. That is up to the people of Benfey. I'm gonna lose so many points with my party, but gain the support and the heart of the people. Is that not up to the people of Benfey? I turned around to look back at the crowd. The people immediately started booing Curtin. He ignored them and continued with his speech. Benfey has always been a beacon of culture, tradition, and religion. Many battles have been fought over this precious city. Army after army has tried to claim it for their own, but we fought back and won each time. We stand here thanks to the strong men who are able to protect their families, their land, their way of living. Every day I praise God that we have succeeded so far. Scattered applause broke out from some of the older members of the audience. I leaned over to Monica. He's a bit extreme, but he's right. We owe everything to God. That's a personal view. This is about politics here. More of a priest than a politician. I praise God he has only had to speak for another 2 minutes. Hey yo. He really is more of a priest than a politician, though. I do not like it when the two collide. Yet the traditions that form the very fabric of our society are being tested even as I speak. He looked pointedly at Monica. We must stay true to our values, so that Sordland can prevail, so that Benfey can prevail. With these at the forefront, I am convinced that Sordland will continue to be the greatest nation in the world. I invite every single one of you to celebrate our roots and our traditions at this holy Benfey festival. I hereby declare the festival open. Praise God, praise Sordland, praise Benfey. Amorgna Westcor. Vector insists Da, most of the people in the hall, finished the decades-old saying, including me. Monica's lips moved, but she didn't say the words out loud. He exited the stage as the band struck up the official festival anthem. I spent the rest of the evening alternately watching the festivals and conversing with local politicians. By the time I got back to the hotel, I was exhausted. But thanks to the festivities still raging outside and the sound of Monica tossing and turning beside me, I couldn't sleep at all. Eat me up news, who's it gonna be? Geopolitical, okay, so nothing about the outburst. And that minor bon mot. Velen deploying special forces to Vernon. Warklowitz Velen, President Smolik has announced that the city of Vernon has been put under curfew along with 7 other towns in the northeast of the country. Vezek Army has deployed special trained military forces in to combat the militant organization known as the Bloodish Freedom Front. Velen has increased its effort in fighting terrorism, with aerial campaigns and ground operations targeting BFF militants and their hidden bases. This operation will surely have consequences for the region, particularly for the neighboring countries of Lesbia, Rumburg, and particularly Sordland, which has a large population of Buddhist people living inside its borders. And what else do we have? Reports in Uzuren, refugees of Vernon. Report from our borders and Wezek City, Vernon, show that there are about 1,000 people running away from the Vezek military forces towards the Sordis border. Let them in. Protest and looting in Esterd. Protest and the occasional looting continues in the region in Argus. The police reports the violence has been minimized, and the situation is mostly under control outside the big cities. Esterd Police Force reported that several militants have been hiding among the protesters and are being watched closely. Someday, train. When on earth are you gonna finish? Downtime at home? much needed downtime at home. It felt like an eternity since the Benfey Festival. Had it really been only less than 24 hours? I was at home now, drinking an afternoon coffee on my balcony. A stack of newspapers lay by my side. I picked them up one by one, looking for the funny pages, reading and rereading articles about the festival. Oh no. Some of the newspapers are merciless against Monica for interrupting Curtin during a speech. A few even called for her to be barred from political matters. Others expressed their support. In any event, I was relieved that the incident hadn't reflected too badly on me. Monica absorbing the political shock from it. I was putting the last newspaper down as Monica joined me on the balcony. Listen, can we talk for a bit? Gesture for her. If this is about the news, I know what you're going to say. No, of course, darling, what is it? Monica sat and picked up the nearest newspaper. She pointed to a particularly insulting headline on the front page. I never in a million years would have wished for this, Anton. I just wanted to thank you for supporting me, and apologize for creating such a spectacle. All I wanted was to bring the people of Sortland together, the way you're able to. Oh no, honey, not the way I'm able to. But not like this. Her eyes were getting moist. A single tear fell onto the newsprint. If you're gonna succeed in this, you must be stronger. I know you can be. Everything's under control. Wipe her tears away. I did warn you. Now, support my wife. I believe in her cause. And will back her 100% of the way. Oh, Anton. Her eyes filled with gratitude. I could see she'd slept as little as I had since the festival. Thank you. One more thing, you know how stubborn I am. Perhaps the festival wasn't the proper forum to air my views on women's rights, but I still need to do this, Anton. I want to officially adopt this cause as First Lady, to actually get involved in politics, not just give impromptu speeches. I could even help your education minister with those reforms she's working on. Good plan. I know this is something you're passionate about as well. Could I count on you? Of course. Of course, my love. Looking forward to working together closely. It's practically her duty. Oh, Anton, this means so much to me. Monica held me tightly, and I felt some of the past day's tensions melt away. Thank you. A noise came from the balcony door, and we both turned our heads to see Dina standing there. Mama, I'm hungry. Let's go to the kitchen, baby. We'll make Papa the best snack ever. Oh, Monica, you don't gotta do that in gratitude. I should be making you guys snacks, supporting you guys for once. Yeah. They left the balcony, and returned a half hour later with a large cookie. Dina had written my name and icing on it. Dream Daddy's Amanda has competition for best daughter in the fictional world now. As I sipped my coffee and nibbled the cookie, I thought that I had made the right choice. Things were going to get harder, but at least my life at home was somewhat peaceful. Sweet. Okay, what's going on in Lockhaven? Economic report, everything is so garbage. The Ministry of Statistics, along with the Ministry of Economics and Central Bank, had delivered a preliminary economic status report detailing the recession is deepening and the financial system is headed towards a potential collapse if we don't take serious action. Minister Hull said the situation was dangerous. Just as I made some minor progress. United Containen access to Conriat Base. Preparations began in Conriat Naval Base to expand the port and restructure the security of the naval base in order to welcome United Containen ships in the short future. Containen's security and logistics professionals have already been welcomed to our base to work with Sordis officials. And the news, the Lockhaven Times, First Lady steps up. Benfey Festival is now in full motion, and the festival goers are enjoying the many attractions set up. However, this year's Benfey Festival started eventfully. Mayor Lest's opening speech was interrupted by the First Lady, Monica, who stood up to remarks made by the mayor after he declared the festival's activities perversions. The crowd absolutely loved the response of the First Lady, leaving the mayor embarrassed. Good job, honey. Alright, all that leaves. No other reports from across the seas. Uzuren? What are we dealing with? Budget allocation of the Swordish Armed Forces. Alright. Let's see what we can do about use. To determine the current situation in the military and its spending policy, we held a meeting in the White Room. Peter, Vulcan, and Yosef were seated. Vulcan is the other military dude, right? Chief of Staff, whatever. Chief of the Armed Forces, yeah. General Vulcan, Mr. Lancia, let's start the briefing. Very well, Mr. Vice President. Alta Sergei Novak, thank you for the follow. We have prepared a briefing to convey further details about the current situation of our military. First off, we have received an updated communication from the United Khantadan Military Command. Despite my very vocal disagreement with their plan, their warships are approaching the Khan Riyadh naval bases as we speak. Khantadan warships in Khan Riyadh. I thought I would never see the day. We are keeping them under close surveillance. A single wrong move and we will Vulcan know they are our economic partners now. We will keep you updated. Don't cause trouble. Do your best to make them feel at home. Make sure you keep an eye on them. Ensure they do not forget which country soil they are on. Which would be me forgetting who is currently helping finance our way out of the recession. No trouble. But keep an eye on them, I think, is a good answer. We are economic partners now, but that is still our country. Of course, Mr. President. Now, let's move on to our military. Which branch would you like to know about? Army, Navy. We have an Air Force. Okay, I do want to know about all of these, because Army for sure is going to be an issue with Rumberg building up on our borders. And Velen? I don't know about Velen. There definitely is going to be an issue with the refugees that I want to support. Navy isn't going to be too bad since Vogelslev is going to be on our side. Tell me about the Army. What's the situation? According to the latest reports on Camp Strongarm, currently we field 6 armies, totaling up to approximately 400,000 active troops. Cool. Which is a good amount. The real issue we're having is the quality, not the quantity. What is the current equipment status? Our army is quite outdated by today's military standards. Most of the equipment is 2 decades old, so our 400,000 strong don't mean squat. To make up for our lack of modern military equipment, we resort to a large number of soldiers, which is not really a long-term solution, especially since those recruits and large draftees should be shock toilers building up our economy. I have been trying hard to reduce the negative effects of this problem. We don't need a modernization program. A standardized purchase of lacquered equipment will do. Oh, Kruger, you are so wrong. We need more funding towards expanding the military size. Otherwise, our army will be seen as weak. And exactly how do we compare? Before I ask about that. You say we're large, but outdated. You say outdated is fine if we're large. But compared to everyone else, is that good or bad? Rumberg fields about 6 armies, amounting to 1 million soldiers. Youch. Lesbia fields 5 armies, which amount to 800,000 soldiers. Vagosland fields 1 army, of about 140,000 soldiers. So even if I ally with Vagosland, I'm looking at 1,800,000 soldiers pinching me on both sides, since Lesbia is very capitalist and align perfectly with Arcasia. They have an Arcasian military base on their island. Between Vogelsland and myself, 540,000 soldiers. That is nothing. That is so little nothing. We have got to keep diplomatic pressure to keep Rumburg away. Velen, insignificant, fields an army mounting to 100,000 soldiers. And Agnolia fields 2 armies, equaling 200,000 soldiers. Rumburg not a line. Really, Galenin? 1, hello, cool name. I assumed that Rumburg, I mean clearly, right? They haven't been much about Rumburg being tied to Arcasia. But, paranoid me, I'm always going to assume that if somebody's on my borders, it's probably going to be the American stand-ins using me as a proxy war thing. However, that's still a million from Rumburg, who has been acting aggressive, and 800,000 in Lesbia, who's probably not going to be our friends, since they are allied with Arcasia, and we're probably going to steer away from Arcasia. Arcasia dislikes my leaning towards Contana. So I'm just counting those 2 as one big potential. Since they're aggressive already, and these guys aren't going to be too fond of me either. How's their current fondness of me? Neutral? Currently neutral. Strong at 800,000. Strong at 140,000. Weak with 100,000. But then again, maybe the assessment for the strength of the military involves like equipment and techniques and not just numbers, because we do also have good generals. The sheer size of Rumburg's army is because of their forced conscription laws. Due to their massive gold reserves, they're able to afford it. On the other hand, the Lesbian army is the most advanced, followed by the Vogelslandian army. Alright, so Vogelslandian is advanced, but still not as big. Both of these countries put lots of money into modernizing the military. And where are we deployed? The first army is stationed in Lesbia, and Velen borders to protect the way from the central regions of Swordland. Into the central regions of Swordland. The second army, our strongest force, has been situated by Rumburg border. Sensible. Because nothing's coming out of Lesbia yet. The second army has a large mountain commando force, and it is the best equipped army because they are facing Rumburg. Excuse me. The third army near the Agnolian border and coastal areas, facing Vogelsland. Which is fine, we have good relations with Agnolia. Vogelsland is cool too. Due to our bitter past, we generally keep a coastal defense force. Although many years ago, the decimation of our fleet is still not forgotten. They only took out 1/10, that's not too bad. That leaves 9/10 for us. And the other branches? Tell me about the Navy. Our Navy currently constitutes 59 ships with a total of 60,000 sailors and support staff. As you know, these ships are commanded from our main naval base in Conriat, where our flagship, SN Renan, is docked. How much you want to bet that because Conriat is now hosting Contanan ships, that the Renan is going to become the next main? So, how does our Navy compare? Our Navy is dwarfed in size by the Vogelslandian Navy, which has 194 ships, and the Agnolian Navy, which has 81 ships. We only surpassed Lesbia in terms of our Navy, as they have less than 30 ships. As you see, the situation is dire. But the situation is not just more ships, it's to ally ourselves, and let their ships be my ships. To make a truly better navy, we need to equip our ships with modern radar and sonar systems. More outdated ships won't mean much. And where do we currently patrol? We are patrolling the Markian Sea, the Grey Strait, and the Antacean Sea. Okay, where are these? There's the Gulf of Nargis, Morin Bay, Antacean Sea, Grey Straits, Markian Sea, so cool. We got pretty good coverage. Our Navy protects all our coastal regions, however. To make sure we're not thinning out our defense, we prioritize certain regions over others, like Greater Holsor. We often patrol the routes that are close to the shipping lanes, especially the Markian Sea and the Grey Strait. The amount of cargo that goes through that area is eye-opening. Another thing to note is, after the takeover of Helgeland, where our Navy has led incursions operating to protect Angolia, we also take part in some joint Navy drills as well. Let's hear about other branches of the armed forces, but first, power projection. Our Navy does have good widespread, but are we good on force projection? That's key in a modern military. The truth is, we are limited to our near region due to the size and technological level of our naval ships. If we had modern support vessels, we could participate in international operations. Do I want to operate in international operations when I have somebody actively biting away at my northern bits? That's right. We still hold some power though. If needed be, we could block the trade at the Markian Sea. To make up for our weakness, align ourselves to a naval power could also protect our seas. Alright, now the Air Force. We have several airports, but kind of keen to find out just how bad our Air Force is. Oh yeah, that's a true point. Navies aren't just the boats, it's also the Marines, which tend to be a cut above the general conscription army. Details on the Air Force. Our Air Force currently has 410 planes in our inventory, out of which only 140 are jet planes that are not in great condition. Alright. 30,000 pilots and support staff work in the Air Force, and they are commanded from the Mark Air Force Base in Ellery. And experience of the pilots. Our pilots have average experience. They have a total of 450 hours flight time with their craft before they are qualified. This gives them more than enough time to get used to it. This is low compared to 1,000 to 1,500 hours in other countries like Circassia, United Cartana, Lesbia, even Vogelsland. Alright, so maybe Vogelsland makes up in the Navy and the Air Force. Normally the hours per pilot would be higher, but due to the lack of funding, we can't increase the training times. Fuel costs are rather high. Okay, and the operational capabilities? Our planes can bomb targets within 400-kilometer radius of their airfield. They have medium range and semi-effective nighttime bombing capabilities. At any time, we can field 7 air wings composing a total of 130 craft that can operate in combat duty. This is enough to subdue most targets. Excellent. So if we ever need XCOM funding, we can do it, get XCOM, headquarters in our borders, reap the benefits first. In terms of bombing capability, we have an average of 100 meters of precision. This is not great, but still within the effective radius of the bombs. And what about combined arms? How does our Air Force work together with other military branches? The Air Force is trained as an independent tactical support branch with means. It assists other branches but doesn't collaborate. Not good. This does cause some issues like friendly fire and missed close air support opportunities. Really, really not good. There are ways to improve collaboration with joint operation rooms. Something to think about surely. We don't even have a joint operations thing. Mr. Chief of the Armed Forces. No joint chief going on here. Alright, that's all of them, isn't it? Let's move on then. He cleared his throat. The Ministry of Defense is disappointed about the lack of additional funds. We knew that keeping the same budget for the military would cause some concern for you. The military is important, but not the priority. Resources were more needed elsewhere. The military is always well funded. Support the military in other ways. I'm afraid, since getting the reformist in the party to support me, other ways pretty much meant bribery. I'm afraid to ask because the last time, it didn't give me an option to back out from one thing, and now I'm scared. What other ways would I support the military? We have a thing with United Kantana now. Maybe could talk about modernization by way of them. Diplomatic support by keeping us out of wars, building up some allies. We request any support we can get at this point. The military circle has been moody after they heard the decision. We expected more. They always expect more. We know that there have been high hopes, but the president has made his decision to prioritize other branches. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place without money. The military suffers from budget overextension in order to keep with other countries. Yosef let out a long sigh. No use complaining now, Vulcan. Let's look what we can do with what we have. I have been planning to improve the quality of the armed forces by buying better military equipment. How would that be possible without funds? It won't be. There is one way. If we relieve half the forces, that could create enough of a surplus that we could invest in new equipment. I love it. Fewer, higher quality troops, as opposed to a bloat of mediocre troops. If we just have a bloat of mediocre troops, all we're doing is sending more body bags home, if heaven forbid something does happen. Quality over quantity, I like it. Vulcan's eyes widened. We are barely matching the size of half our neighbors, while the other half of army is 2 times bigger than ours. How on earth would discharging half the armed forces and buying new gear solve our defense issues? A better equipped, smaller force is much more preferable. We are 2 decades behind in gear and trading due to the size and sluggishness of the force. The reduction of the army would cause more unemployment, which could hurt the administration. Or less people taking up government paychecks who could instead be tilling the farms, working in the cities, help building the railroad. What do you think, Mr. President? Reduce the size, buy better equipment with a surplus, reform the military, and create a smaller, better equipped force. Excellent. I shall begin the plans immediately. I can hardly say that I welcome this change. Yosef and Vulcan looked at each other. That'll be all for today then. Have a good day. Good work, everyone. Good work, everyone. I'd like to extend my thanks to your attendance. The meeting concluded as the sun set over the concrete jungle that was Holsword. Overview updated. Panel in Velen and Agnolia. You know, I've been treating this like one or the other. Either Agnolia or Velen, but maybe I can do both if I smooth talk them enough. Report first. Young Sword militants arrested. They're still going at this. The Enrica Police Forces organized a raid today after reports from the Sword Intelligence Directorate about suspected Young Swords activity in Enrica. The police were ambushed during their raid of the suspected building. In the firefight that broke out, 4 militants were killed and 10 more have been arrested in the aftermath. Unfortunately, an officer was also killed during the fighting. You know, I am more than willing to lift the ban on the Young Swords and the Red Youths if they stop their violence, but they just haven't stopped putting up arms and killing everyone. L1 railway near completion! The L1 railway, running from Holsworth to Lockhaven, is mostly complete with final preparations being made for the opening. Regrettably, there has been some issues around the workers' right law with Taurus Holding. Nonetheless, the project will be completed on time thanks to the administration's decisive actions. With Holsworth about to be closely linked to the country's biggest port in Lockhaven, businesses in the region are expected to gain a significant boost and are already negotiating rail transport contracts for the transfer of goods. Alright. Education reforms. The Ministry of Education is reporting that a massive overhaul to the education system is progressing very well. All schools in Swordland will collaborate with a reduction of hours taught in citizenship, solism, and nationalism subjects. Significant efforts are being made to lessen the political indoctrination in education. Other changes are also happening in the curriculum. Pedagogical improvements like improved teacher-student relations and emphasis on critical thinking development have begun all across the entire country. Minister Walter reports solid progress on many fronts, with few schools delaying the transformation of political grounds. Excellent. Education and the railway were two of my biggest pet projects. So what's the news? 2 unread papers. Swordland today probably does not have good things to say. Second Kontanen satellite in space. Chairman Leon Malenev addressed the world announcing the second successful satellite launch from Rosentur Air Base, which has now reached low Earth orbit. The chairman praised the scientists and the UCOSM that allowed the country to reach space a second time. The functionality of the satellite was confirmed when radio contact was established after deployment. Cool. And maybe since you're being buddy-buddy now, we can benefit from that technological innovation. Military force reduction. The Maroon Palace has announced the reduction of the military size and a major restructure of the Swordist Armed Forces. The Ministry of Defense announced that work has immediately begun to adjust the forces and maintain the force capabilities under the new changes. Chief of the Armed Forces, Vulcan Kruger, has called a major challenge for the integrity of the military, warning that nearby threats are watching the development closely. The General Staff has voiced concern about the military application of the changes. The palace assured that national security will not be compromised. I suppose if I did give them one more funding, we'd be able to maintain both large numbers and modernize forces. Anyway, before I talk to Agnolia, because speaking to Agnolia, because of this island, is going to have implications with Falkelsland, I want to talk to Wooden first. And I don't expect too much from them, because they're going to want closed borders, and they're currently purging the Bludish people, and probably aren't going to like that I want to help the Bludish people in my nation. Trade talks with the President of Velen. Let's do it. Sword & One's flight from Holsworth to Rockowitz took approximately 5 hours. Despite heavy turbulence, I managed to sleep a little. Hold on, there's some glowy here. My country overview, military update. Adequately equipped military. Great. So we still lag behind significantly. Along with Simon and David, we landed at the international airport of the capital city of Wellen. Our aim here was to finalize a trade deal drafted in between Swordland and Velen. Shortly after our plane landed, the door opened, and the sun blinded me for a moment. I stepped outside. I saw the soldiers lined up on either side of a red carpet. There must have been at least 100 soldiers. The marching band started playing, and the soldiers immediately saluted me. Salute the soldiers? Nah. They are foreign soldiers. Them saluting me is a courtesy. Proceed to the red carpet without any gestures. And even if they were my direct subordinates, even then, the superior isn't obligated to salute back. I'm assuming since we're in Velen, these are their soldiers, that they were my soldiers, and sure, I'd happily salute back, but if it's theirs... No gestures. I walked downstairs and proceeded without any gestures. At the bottom of the stairs, this is my first time playing this, yeah. Going in with no expectations of what's going to happen, what my mistakes are going to do. At the bottom of the stairs, Victor Smolak was waiting for me next to a military jeep with a few soldiers by his side. There were a few reporters on the side waiting with their cameras. He was a tall man, almost as tall as me. He was wearing large sunglasses and his attire was a regular suit, contrasting with the military attire of everyone else in the field. 6 times in a row already. The different ways I could fully understand, because every time I play through it right, it reveals a bit more of what expectations and mechanics it has, and there are so many things to do. What is Smolak like? 3rd President to rule Velen? Nationalist Party of nervous socialism. So would that make him the National Socialist Party of the game? Because if so, maybe I don't want to keep him too happy. Oppressed, persecuted most of his opposition, censored the press, seized the assets of the multimillionaires. At least we agree on the last part. Staunch anti-Circassian. So it's possible that simply being planned economy and steering away from the West would be enough to keep him happy. Nationalism, nervous politics, oppression of ethnic British minorities in Velen. Mr. President, welcome to Rocklitz. He immediately motioned for an embrace. We hugged, and many cameras went off at the same time. He turned around for a couple of additional poses. Nice to see you, Mr. President. Thank you for inviting us. I definitely do not like his human rights track record. So I think I'll keep things professional, but not familial. Especially considering our own large roots population in Bergia. I want to keep them happy. Thank you for inviting us. And especially since we're likely going to get his refugees and political dissidents from his border to ours. Now that the pleasantries are done, let's go. We will take the jeep for a tour. With another tune from the marching band, we boarded the military jeep. He sat in the driver's seat and I sat next to him. As we started speeding up, the soldiers saluted again. Victor Smolak saluted back. Nah, these are his soldiers. I don't gotta salute, and even then, only one person in the group of superiors has to salute. And this is his country. It'll be his salute. I did nothing. Those 3 words are going to haunt my entire administration. I did nothing. My security detail and Victor's security detail started following us immediately along with the team of reporters. We will first go to the city center to see the opening of a statue. Sounds exciting. I bet it's gonna be his statue. Whose statue? It is mine, of course. We kept making small talk about the flight and the weather until we started making our way to the city center. Until we started making our way into the city center. On almost every corner there were reporters taking photos of us. Oddly enough, Every single street that we took seemed completely empty. Is Raklowitz always this empty? I had the locals close down their businesses because of your visit, so that you could enjoy the city more. I don't think this guy's got very good business sense. Even worse than my own. There we are. We arrived at the city center. In the middle of the large plaza, there was a covered statue. Lots of people had gathered behind the fences, and they were waving both Sordland and Veden flags. Victor waved back at them. My people have been very supportive of this visit, Mr. President. I am sure you are delighted to see. A man came closer to the fences and started yelling at Victor. With my limited knowledge of the Wezek language, I understood the word Victor and murderer. I can see that, kinda. Between the bloodish oppression and the statues, he does kinda give me a Saddam Hussein kind of vibe. Almost instantaneously, 2 soldiers showed up from behind the man and he was taken away. Thankfully, the sun is up. Today will be a good day for the reveal. Very good. No. What will happen to the man who was protesting you? Oh, which man? That one of the crowd. Don't worry about the details. He must have been a troubled fellow. Let's focus on the event. We took our places in front of the statue. With a drum roll, the statue of Victor Smolak was uncovered. The statue was done pretty well, except that he was made more masculine. He was wearing a cloak and holding a sword in his hand. Excellent statue, very lifelike. What do you think? Our artists can be better in Sordland, so if you want to buy our statues... It's a very good statue, very lifelike. I am here on business, and as much as I dislike his policies... Non-committal, very good. Glad you appreciate the art behind it. Join me for a walk. Bloods based on the Kurds? That would make sense with the oppression in one country. Large minority population right across the border, but no real country of their own. All the more reason, I suppose, to not put the military, the Gendarme, and the law enforcement to violently crush any possible sectarian violence, because that's the last thing I want. What I'm hoping for is that if I make situations good enough in Bergia with financial investment and improving their conditions in this border region, that maybe I could put a stop to the sectarian violence just by making people happy with their lives. I followed him through the streets. At every corner, more and more photos were taken. We stopped in front of a pastry vendor on the streets. Give me 2 strudels. The first real food of the whole game. Wait, no, they had salmon too. The man behind the stand smiled and gave us 2 strudels. Maybe, if I make situations really good for the Bloods. What about semi-autonomous, Bloodish state in Bergia to draw in the other Bloods from around? If they're being oppressed everywhere else, we could support them and have them support us. Pay the street vendor. I'll be nice. It's flaunting my wealth, see, to make them realize that they really must need this trade agreement. Excuse me. I put my hand on my wallet and brought up some money to give to the vendor. Hold up, your money doesn't count here, I got this. Alright, I pressured him to paying. Good. He handed the money to the street vendor, the cameras flashed again. Afterwards, we walked a short distance to the palace, and it gives him a chance to flaunt his wealth, because clearly this is a man of ego. Passing the gates of the palace, we made our way into the main building made from ivory-colored stones. The old guard towers flanked the magnificent main building from both sides. Inside of the palace was a very spacious, The inside of the palace is very spacious, with a very large chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Grand staircases, made from the same ivory stone, had red carpets on them. On both sides of the upper levels, guards stood with the traditional outfits of the old Wessex kingdoms. We finally reached the office of the President of Velen. The door closed behind us. The interior boasted gold ornaments on the walls, ivory colors, and various jewels attached to different artifacts of old. As it was customary in Velen, we sat down on the carpet. Now we can talk about our trade deal. Nod. I don't want to be too rude, but a nod does carry some weight and authority. But before that, he clapped his hands twice. Bring the Kisha. A few assistants immediately entered the room, carrying a large ornamented Kisha, the well-known smoking instrument originating in Velen. They immediately lifted it up, and the room was filled with the smell of tobacco. He inhaled the smoke and handed me the Kisha. I don't smoke, I say. I told myself I'm trying to quit. But I've been accepting cigars from everybody else. What is a Kisha but a giant cigar? Partake. It was probably the highest quality tobacco I'd ever smoked. I handed it back. He took another puff, filling the room with more smoke. Neither confirm nor deny the possibility. That's perfectly fine. There are some things I would love to do in-game that probably won't happen. If I can make a semi-autonomous Bluter state happen, cool. If I can make land reform happen and full city populations, 2 farms, cool. So far, it's not letting me do the farm stuff, but maybe for the Bloods. So, Mr. President, that's too long. Could I call you Anton? Yeah, sure, call me Anton. Anton, tell me, what do you really think about Rumberg? A barking dog that really will bite. A threat that needs to be dealt with is a bit too aggressive. I want to keep them at bay. I don't want to invade them. Not much in particular. Like any other country, they have their needs and their own agenda, and that agenda just happens to be expansionism into me. Yes, they do, but their ambitions over Velen and Swordland. We must be careful, Anton. I assure you their time will come. Regardless, this is true. I would rather prevent future conflicts in the region. You know as well as I do, Anton. They are coming, whether we like it or not. They are the aggressors, not us. Then let them be the aggressors. We will prepare for the defense. The international community will have our backs if we prepare for the defense only. For now, I have something else in mind. I'm listening. He clapped his hands again. 2 assistants came into the room with a map of the borders. Of the border region between Velen and Swordland. He pointed at the border. Look. Bloods and their so-called BFF are causing problems for me in this region. I know that they've been a problem for you as well. Not so much. Not as much as the young swords and the red youth have been. I will not allow these traitors to exist in my border. So I will hit them with all the might of Velen. These terrorists need to be destroyed. I call it Operation Bear Trap. I don't support military action this close to our borders. That's just me being diplomatic. It is too close for my liking. If he doesn't want these so-called terrorists, I will happily take them in myself. He lays back on his large pillow behind him. Here is the deal. I will give you the best trade deal in the region. You will give me your assistance crushing the terrorists on both of our borders. Not gonna happen. I am not going to purge the Bloods. Those Bloods are my citizens, my people. 2 birds, 1 stone, need specific? Absolutely not. If this is the only way to get a trade agreement with him, oh well, that complicates things. But I'm not gonna meddle in their military interventions. This is not just Velen's problem. This is also Sordon's problem. These terrorists are doing anything they can do to destabilize the region. My spies have infiltrated BFF cells, and they found caches of KA-74s. We trace them back to Rumberg. This alone justifies my retaliation to protect my country. Against Rumberg, sure. There are structural reasons why you're a Blutish population, or rise it up against you, Victor. Could it be, perhaps, that you are violently oppressing and genociding them? Worst of all, we also found that similar shipments are going into Swordland. Yes, Anton, you see, this is not just Velen's problem. Let us take a step back and talk about what you will get in return. I propose you a no-tariff agreement, co-investment projects, and oil. Dang, it really is giving me the best agreement in the region for the small cost of genocide. In return, you will assist me in destroying the terrorists in my country. There will definitely be international ramifications. 1, the genocide. 2, international ramifications if we want to keep Rumberg at bay. The biggest tool we have is that the international community is currently on our side against Rumberg. For sure, it is definitely a trade deal that most real-world companies would love. But I'm not going to enforce genocide. What about the international ramifications? Maybe I can make him see reason and wear down his teeth a little, dull his teeth, and the trade agreement for a slightly less preferential one that doesn't need ethnic cleansing. To hell with the international ramifications. I will protect my country. I do not care what they say. What I want from you, in return for all the money and the resources, is a joint operation between our armies against BFF. What's our current stance against the BFF? Because if I start fighting the BFF here, they're going to be unhappy here. My people aren't going to love it. That is going to be a rise of sectarian violence. Currently, what would it be under? Order? Protests are quelled. There's corruption, organized crime, but not too much violence. Blutish problem. Ugh. The way that is phrased. A complicated relationship with the millions of Blutish people living inside its borders. 400,000 members. Do I want 400,000 Blutish people angry that I am exterminating their family across the border? They are going to hate it. It is going to cause whatever economic boom we get from Velen, we're going to lose it, quelling any violence in Bergia, and maybe throughout the country in minority regions. I just can't do it. My convictions can't do it. Economical decision can't do it. I can't accept this. What if we negotiate Sordon's contribution to this operation? I probably can't stop him from his plans, but I don't have to be involved. That's what I mean by dulling his teeth for a slightly less preferential plan. I do want his wealth. I just don't want to be as much of a murderer as I already am. You are a tough one, Anton. Normally, I wouldn't offer anything else, but I like you. Here is my final offer. When the operations start, with or without you, there will be stragglers trying to cross into Swordland. We just want you to support the operation, even if you do not join. Stop the terrorists from fleeing into your country, and you will have your deal. Simple, isn't it? I also don't like this either because of my own personal past. My Anton Rain was someone who, during his compulsory military service, let refugees in across the border. Yosef remembers. My Minister of Defense remembers because he's the one who punished me for it. But I don't think I could accept this either. What do I think? I don't know if the game will let me lie to him. If I could lie to him, I would love it. Be like, yeah, sure, whatever, but oh no, it turns out that with a reduction in military forces, we simply can't support the border. But he probably won't buy it. It'll probably come down as policy. It's simply closing the border, right? It's just closing the border. And it's just one border. It's simply stopping people fleeing into my country. That's all it is. I get the exact same deal. I could reprimand him, right? Pays for your private jet. Oh my goodness, Sobek. I think the problem is he's phrasing it as supporting the operation. It almost sounds like he's paying me for neutrality. That I don't support him, I don't do anything, I simply keep my borders closed, let him do whatever, and I get paid for it. My population is definitely not going to like this either way. At least we aren't going to be active members harming these people. At worst, all we're doing is keeping tight control on the border. But they're refugees. How about this? He only wants me to stop terrorists from fleeing into the country. Okay, fine. Deal. No terrorist comes in. But refugees can. I knew I could trust you, Anton. Tonight we will drink. He clapped his hands again. Drinks, dancers, music. A group of dancers and performers entered the smoke-filled room. As they performed their songs, we clinked our glasses to our newly found partnership while sipping sweet Wesek liquor. The next day, I returned to Sword with a hangover. We get news. We still get to talk to Agnolia. Economy does not magically update yet. Sordon ratified a new trade agreement with Velen. Sordon ratified a new trade agreement, an investment protection agreement with Velen. This is a significant development that shows a significant normalization of Sordish-Wesek relations after decades of troubles. At the most basic level, the agreement will support jobs and growth between the two nations, and ensure that Sordon will be buying Wesek oil from a cheaper price. The agreement will gradually reduce most tariffs and regulatory barriers, creating new opportunities for Sordish entrepreneurs to do business and invest in Velen. The negotiation also included a cooperation pact against a terrorist organization, Bludish Freedom Front. Nuh-uh. All I'm doing is keeping my borders closed to him. Can I not click this? And in country, we do kind of consider the BFF as kind of a no bueno thing, as separate from the more political arm of it. Successful negotiation trade deal with Velen. How's the overview? Economy. Ooh, everything's lining up. By everything, I mean 3. Recovered trade volume. Recent successful efforts in signing a new comprehensive trade deal has recovered the trade volume of Sordlin to pre-recession levels. Consistent still. Military. Velen border defense. Additional military forces are moving to reinforce the border between us and Velen, which is a border with Rumburg as well, so cool. Diplomacy. Tariff-free oil trade with Velen, as per the agreement. Trade with Velen. Defend borders against BFF. Suspends the entry of all Bludish alien. Oh. Due to concerns of terrorism. I didn't read the fine print. But. All Bludish aliens from Velen. Say, if they're coming up to the border and they find, oh no, we can't cross from Velen to Bergia. Doopy doopy doo. Hey, Olderburg is right here, across from Datefurt. Come on, game. Let me have this loophole. Alright then, Agnolia. Agnolia should be happy that I finally put some investments into England. But they also want a more preferential deal. They probably want me to back their claim to Helgeland. Trade talk with the Prime Minister of Agnolia. Sword & One's flight from Holsword to Stalport took 3 hours, but went very smoothly. We're about to touch down. David left his seat and came over while Simon was reading the newspaper. 2 of my best cabinet members coming with me, all that needs a Ciara, and we'd be a powerhouse of money and social support. Looks like we're about to land, Mr. President. I looked outside. I could see Helgeland, the island between Vagosland and Agnolia. So many conflicts over a small piece of land. The island can barely sustain itself without outside help. Pay 100 for us to fuck off, pretty much, yeah. But as long as I don't have to personally get my hands bloodied in his conflict, any more than a closed border already does. Just think of the same thing. If I was in the shoes of the Agnolian Prime Minister, I would do anything to protect the motherland. That is sounding more nationalistic than my Anton reign. It is a very strategic position. That is the truth. It might be a small island, but a small island right between these 2 shipping lanes, that's good land. Certainly, if you have Helgeland, that means you are in control of the whole Valgos channel. I suspect it will be one of the topics that Mr. Van Horten will bring up as a bargaining chip. We must be careful. Helgeland might be under the control of Agnolia, but the international community is yet to recognize it. For a good reason, too. Nobody wants to make an enemy of Valgosland, especially because of the support of United Contana and the CSP. I don't care who we're against. Yes, I do. I very much care, with already one aggressor on the border. Me included. Don't want to do anything to injure our relationship with Valgosland. I do need allies. I agree. We should try to do our best to stay in the middle ground. Simon folded his newspaper, got up from his seat, and sat right next to us. Aside from the point of Helgeland, we need to be careful with the additional requests. According to the deal that was negotiated so far, they want to sell us their steel for a higher price, and they're requesting easier access to our agricultural market. Okay, this is kind of a tit for tat. They want access to our agricultural market. Does that mean they want to make it easier to buy the wheat that is currently rotting in our barns? Or do they mean they want to sell their milk to us on the cheap? I'm assuming the first one, that they want us to be their breadbasket. And since our wheat is rotting in this recession, more buyers for it is only a good thing. Even if it means steel's a bit higher. In return, they are offering a promising cash flow. Now, somewhere they do mean their products to our agricultural market. Promising cash flow and investments, especially in the Angolan region. It is not hard to guess why. Precisely, Agnolian immigrants in our Angolan region make up a good chunk of the region's economy now. During the initial negotiations, they have brought up the topic of immigration many times. The fact that we have relaxed our immigration laws will help tremendously. Let's see if we could shake hands on it. Here's the thing though. I had the choice to put investments into England or Bergia. And if Agnolia is already going to invest in England and build up their infrastructure, then I might as well have put money into Bergia because nobody else is going to. Next mandate, maybe? I took another look outside the window. I could see Stalport, the capital city of Agnolia. The large dockyards of the city and the canals appeared closer as our descent continued. Stalport was certainly a fitting name, due to stall meaning canal. A couple minutes later, we finally touched down. The plane parked. I took a final look out from my window. The welcoming ceremony for Magnolia was waiting along the red carpet outside. After the guards made their way out, I exited the plane. Wave at the crowd. Proceed without a gesture. I'll wave. A wave isn't a salute. A wave is friendly. They're here to see me. I waved at the crowd that gathered. There were many camera flashes. I started to make my way downstairs. Prime Minister Van Horten was nowhere in sight. Instead, I was greeted by the foreign minister. Serg, I brought Serg with me. I brought Serg with me. After handshakes and a couple of photos, I moved to the car where Serg was waiting to make our way to the office of the Prime Minister. Good day, sir. I hope the flight was comfortable. Yes, it was. Thank you, Serg. Keep friends with them. I got in the car, and we made our way to the foreign streets. You know, I wonder, 'cause Serg has a daughter too that's gonna be in university, how he feels about my education reforms. And the little boy now, right? He's gonna love it. Our convoy was protected by Swordish and Agnolian guards in their vehicles. We began driving by the highway beside the port, and saw dozens of dockyards and ships anchored. Some of the ships and machinery looked old. The city itself looked very grey and grim. The buildings had a touch of Rumburg's famous monarchian architecture, with a mixture of Swordish signature domes on the older ones. I don't know. I think Serg has a heart to the people in him. I don't know if he's conservative, or if he's just folksy, but he's got a family, and I'm going to do good by his family, and so far he's supported me. Supports me no matter what, aww. And here I was hoping that I could use Serg as like a litmus test for how well I'm doing. Oh well. I still like him. We're now on the main road to the office of the Prime Minister. Looks like they are not too happy to see you, sir. Serg pointed at the crowd that gathered on both sides of the street. It was a protest. They were shouting and yelling at our convoy. Some of them held signs written in Sordis. Sordland must pay its debt to Agnolia. You know, I never knew Agnolians were so ungrateful. Not everyone sees a great leader like you every day. Oh, Serg, please. You are absolutely right, Serg. So ungrateful. Nah. Even if Serg is always going to be max 100% fondness. I can't be rude to him, or to anybody else. State propaganda, so many issues in Swordland. I don't know if I can call myself a great leader. Sir, humility is important, but this is not the case. They were always scared of Swordland's potential, and now that they are afraid that a lion leads Swordland, they're afraid of you. The convoy started slowing down. We have arrived, sir. The car continued through the gates, while the security vehicles went the other way. We finally came to a stop in front of the door. Serg left the car and opened the car door. I exited and began walking to the door where dozens of the press and the Prime Minister were waiting for me. I saw the PM much more clearly near the door. He was shorter than I thought. Martin Van Horten. Let me see, buddy. Hey, Zoku. Excited for Mario Golf? Is that happening? Mario Golf with the foreign dignitaries to cement our trade agreements. What does Van Horten stand for? New trade, replace old unjust treaties. brought Agnolia closer to the west. Mutual cooperation agreement with Arcasia and Lesbia. Likes a free market. Likes the free movement of people, sorry. Across Mercopia. So he's going to like my open borders. Presence in Olmec, just like us. Alliance of Nations, just like us. Steel productivity greatly increased. Oil in the area. But I've got tariff-free oil now. Covered in blood, but still. Mr. President, welcome to Agnolia, and to the beautiful city of Stalport. Prime Minister, thank you so much for the warm welcome. It is great to be here. I don't know if I'm on first name terms with him yet. So polite response. Polite, professional response. He reached out for a handshake. The press surrounding us had been waiting for this moment. Overpower his handshake. Shake hands and hug after? Oh. Well, you know what, Zoku? You have contributed to 14 cents of ad revenue. I took a look at the numbers. 14 whopping cents off ads. Could you believe it? I thought it'd be 0. But how was the game? Pretty good. Pretty stressful. All I'm doing is reading stuff and making decisions. And already it's freaking me out. A small freak out though, cause it turns out there are consequences. Can you believe it? I think I'll shake his hand. People don't like it when he tried too much to overpower. Remember, do you remember, chat, the early part of Trump's term, when he would really try to like grip everyone super hard every time he went out to Canada or Europe or elsewhere and people hated it? And then Trudeau goes and gives him the strongest grip he ever could, and Trump stopped. You don't make friends trying to overpower people. We're here to try to be equal partners. You play the demo. Isn't it fun though? So far the country hasn't fallen apart. I've actually gotten sectarian violence in the streets to stop. So it's fun, if nothing else. Shake hands. We shook hands and smiled at the cameras as the press took pictures. He gestured to the entrance of the 200-year-old Parliament building. This way, please. We entered, and the press followed us inside. I would like to present you with a gift as a sign of friendship between our countries. Could it be a copy of The Witcher? An assistant showed up immediately with a large glass box in her hands. It contained a single parchment inside. He got me the Declaration of Independence. This here is one of the first treaties written in between Sordland and Agnolia, just like the one you have prepared with Mr. Wissey before my term. May it mark the renewal of our friendship today as well. I hope so, Mr. Horton. This is an amazing gift. Thank you. Our photos are taken again. I gestured to one of my retainers, who was holding our gift to the PM. This is already so much more diplomatic and professional than the meeting with Velen. Gift one of the original copies of the first Constitution of Sordland. A Swordish-bred puppy. Despite Martin's known fear of dogs. Oh my goodness, that is Putin. We get to be Putin. Isn't that exactly what Putin did? An ornamental, ceremonial sword made with Swordish steel. I'm not... As funny as it would be to gift him the puppy, I'm already on delicate waters with Angeland. With Agnolia. Because they want a more fair trade deal. They had the island issue. We have competing economic styles. I need to keep on their good terms. How far does the demo go? Are you able to give the puppies on the demo? If not, well, I'm pretty sure the Steam sale is over. It wasn't too expensive, even without the discount. Although, there is always a possibility of using channel points to force my hand before I make a decision. I will gift him a copy, one of the original copies of the Swordist Constitution. Kind of really cement the relationship between us. Ah, an excellent copy. I have always wondered what one of the originals looked like. Thank you for this excellent gift. You are too late, Zoku. That's why I said before I play in my hand I'll have to refund you. The cameras flash once again. Let's go to my office. Follow me. I followed him, and we entered the office of the Prime Minister. It was a room of wooden minimalist decoration. It was far more modest than I expected. The pro-soul choice, really? Huh. I mean, it was the original Constitution, so it does come from Soul Zero. It is his constitution, but here I thought it'd be like, well, he's giving us a treaty, we're giving him a constitution, bits of each other's history to unite ourselves as neighbors and siblings. Well then, if I just gave him a nationalist choice, a sword of Sword of Steel though, also kind of feels like puffing ourselves up. They are part of their steel industry. Here is our sword of our own steel. We sat down. He leaned back and made himself more comfortable. Sheesh. Thankfully we are done with ceremonies. Are you not fond of ceremonies? The way not Hussein not Velen is? I was about to say the same. Not fond of these either. Ha 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 ha. It is one of the tougher parts of our job. He got up from his chair and moved over to the bar. There were many varieties of liquor. Would you like a drink, Mr. Rain? Some Magnolian vodka? Ellery Maroon, 30-year-old. You know what? I want to endear myself to him. Maybe he'll like if I select a vodka originating from his country. Wouldn't mind some Magnolian vodka. Ah, you know your drink. He poured the drinks, and gave mine to me before sitting down again. Straight to business, the protest outside. Can't you control them? Feels like the bad answer. So far, I stand for free protest. So control them? Now, let's go to business. Let's. First of all, I would like to say that I have been watching your recent changes to the immigration policy. I am glad that you have decided to keep it relaxed. Immigrants are very important for the beneficial economical development, and we believe that very much in Agnolia. It is reassuring to see Sordin move in a more modern direction. Are you implying we haven't been modern? Lose brownie points, thank you. Thank you. Keep the insult on the inside. He took a sip from his vodka. So tell me, Mr. Rain, is Sordlin a reliable trading partner to Agnolia? As long as he's not going to ask us about Hajaland, then yeah, sure. If the Arcasian free market influence doesn't force us, then yeah, sure. Of course, Mr. Van Horten, you could trust Sordlin as long as Agnolia is a reliable trading partner. Not if you keep acting like you have the upper hand. Of course, Mr. Van Horten, you could trust us, which is why you haven't got to change the existing treaty anyway, right? Very good. Van Horten leaned further back in contemplation. So what's it going to be? Are you going to talk all day about what I have done? Or are we going to sign this deal? I don't know. They both feel pretty not the mood I'd go for. Well, what's it going to be? Direct, to the point. I'm very iffy about the mood of this one. First of all, if we shake hands on it, this agreement is going to be really beneficial for both of us. You should be able to solve your recession in no time with the investment and money flow coming from us. This is, as you know, on top of the reduced tariffs for trade between our countries. Reduced tariffs, you say? Wait, no. We rely on those tariffs, don't we? Okay, this isn't too bad. It's framed in kind of a bad thing. We get more investment and commerce, but oh no, less tariffs. Well, that's a good thing. Fewer tariffs mean fewer barriers. And unlike deregulation, to drop more barriers, this way, nobody has to get their arms mangled up in machinery being overworked. Simply less tax coming in, and then more money flows right after. That is a plus. Of course, in return, as discussed between my people and your people before, you will allow us privileged access to your agricultural market. That's cool. We do need to sell our wheat. You will be buying steel from us for a higher price, which is a small price to pay, really. That is the deal. Could I haggle? What do you say, Mr. Rain? -1 government budget. I'm already down to -2. This is a trade deal with Dutch Van Super Dutch. This isn't a beneficial deal. He wants... Everything I've read said that Anglia wants a equal trade deal. But this trade deal is going to cost me one fund, one budget. Let's negotiate. This is not a beneficial deal for Swordland. If he wants an equal arrangement, sure, but this is very one-sided so far. You went through all this effort to come and say no to me? You are throwing many months of work down the drain. This is a mistake. I can't agree to higher prices. Prefer to continue with the current steel deal. Agnolian steel isn't worth that much, Mr. Van Horten. Now look. The -1 budget, I'm pretty sure, is coming from his steel, is it not? Because if he gets preferential access to my agricultural market, he's buying from it. He's buying our stuff. That shouldn't be draining our stuff. We're losing tariffs, but getting more investment and more commerce coming back and forth. It comes down to steel, doesn't it? Insult him to his face that Agnolian steel is not worth that much. He's taken advantage of me to shill his junk onto me. Or we can't agree to the higher prices. We simply cannot. That is almost non-negotiable. We believe that Swordland has been given an unfair advantage for too long because of the previous agreement. Fair. We can no longer accept this, Mr. Rain. Our people believe that we have long been overshadowed by Swordland. I am here to fix that, with a beneficial trade for both of us nonetheless. Exactly, Mr. Van Horten, for both of us. Is there no room for discussion? Zoku, you are correct. I should have given them the puppy. Oh my goodness, is that really the answer? Because he's a businessman, he's a free market capitalist. If I overwhelmed him with a handshake and gave him the puppy... Because right now he is speaking from a position of strength. He thinks he has the upper hand. I could always walk away. But if I overwhelmed him a little bit, and there's a height difference, I hate to admit it, he's shorter than me, that might have made him start from a position of weakness, actually. I hate to say, but that does go into their calculus. History degree helps. Well, luckily, I went to the Dare University of Culture. Is there no room for discussion? We don't want to lose our cooperation with Swordland. Maybe I can agree to the old prices. I will offer an alternative, for the sake of our history together. See, that is why I brought the Constitution, to remind him of our history, and make us seem like old brothers. As you know, Helgeland has long been contested between Agnolia and Vogelsland. Oh no. Either I accept the steal and -1 budget, or go against Vogelsland. I was hoping to avoid this issue. You know how the international community does not recognize our rightful claim on the island, including Swordland. Wouldn't it be good that Swordland finally announces that recognition of Helgeland as Agnolian territory? If you do that, we'll have a deal. If he wants me to go against Vogelsland for a trade deal and kick off an ally, then we are going to need a better deal than the one we currently have. Dude, rightful claim of only 30 years? Some countries operate with less. It's only been a week since Micronesia pulled out of the Pacific Island Forum, and already we're getting China trying to claim that, oh yeah, we've always been best buds with Micronesia. They love us in Micronesia. The US should step out of this issue when the Micronesian nations have been fully pro-Taiwan for ages, and no existing relationship. Well, there was tourism, but we tried to reduce tourism from mainland China. So yeah, people do gobble up we had this claim forever if it's only been 30 years or a week. Asking too much. This is too much for the level of what he wants. Let me see though. It would mean I currently have a trade agreement percolating with Belen. If I get one with Agnolia as well, then I could bump up my military spending, and then probably won't need an ally with Vogelsland as much. Because Vogelsland really isn't going to like this if I support Agnolia's claim on Helgeland. Well, experience of micronation politics, we have to constantly go back and forth in seeing who we want to cater to. Sometimes we push hard on US, please give us more developmental funds. Sometimes you do look to Beijing or Taipei, or even the UAE. Maybe if I support Agnolia with Helgeland, then I could still get an alliance with Vogelsland some other way. Maybe because we're both planned economies, both buddy-buddy with United Contana. Because right now the money stinks. Alright, fine, I'll do it. I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot militaristically. See, steamrolled regardless is what I'm fully expecting, which is why I need to step on as few toes as possible. It's not exactly the same as giving Taiwan to mainland China. This is one island, in a strategic position in a port, in the channel I mean. It's more like the South China Sea. Whose claim do I support for the South China Sea? It's money. But I can't get money from Vogelsland, only military alliance. I really do gotta put Hidden Agenda back on this computer, because one of these days, I'm going to win at Hidden Agenda without the game crashing once everything's working out perfectly. See, there is that Sobek, but there's also the decade since. Like, last I heard, the youth of Taiwan were seeing themselves more as Taiwan than as the extension of mid-20th century exiles and all that. Times change. Eventually, the de jure becomes de facto. History gives a good overview of what happened, why things are, what to do about it. But even history changes over time. I think I'm going to go ahead and vocally recognize their claim on the island. It has been, what, 30 years? We get some money, maybe we could patch things up with Buggles later, some other way. Alright, let's do it. Most important thing right now is to pull out of the recession, isn't it? We'll have one good trade deal here, a good trade deal here. Light rail, or the high-speed rail, is about to be completed. I'll negotiate. Maybe I could say he's asking too much. Put him to the screws. He'll put me to the screws back. Swordland is rejecting a trade deal that rights the wrongs of the past and doesn't recognize its partners' territories, yet we are the ones asking too much. I took you for someone you were not, I suppose, but you are no different from your predecessors. Be careful. No position to judge me. I had made my decision. Or we are done here. He's still trying. And hey, skids? Back from Awaka then? I have aligned myself with the East, this is true. That was my campaign promise. We do have warships from the East coming to our ports. I would love to be neutral and simply rely on Eastern alliances for modernization agreements and military protection. I'm going to try to be strong against him. Be careful with your words, Mr. Van Horten, or you're in no position to judge me. Be careful with your words, Mr. Van Horten. I could just pull out, and then what? And then you lose your access to my agriculture, and then what? My apologies. I thought this could be the start of a new era, but apparently not. I have failed. Well then, he stood up from his chair. We must continue the official program. As you know, we will pay a visit to our founder's grave for another ceremony. Afterwards, we'll move on to the state dinner. Won't be joining you? No. Even if we could not come to an agreement with the trade treaty, I do want to at least maintain good political relationships. After you, let's go. As soon as we left the office, I briefed Simon and David on the outcome of the meeting. I should have just taken the -1 budget for the overpriced steel. At least that way I could maintain a trade relationship, boost some of the economy, without having to make political sacrifices. The rest of our state trip was full of fake smiles, handshakes, incredibly long ceremonies, and even longer meetings between our ministers and their counterparts. When we came to the end of our trip, the way back was mostly silent. Alvarez, he's over in Lesbia, right? That's the feel I get from that Lesbia is way uber-capitalist. I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when we touched down in Horseward. News. Chew me out, news. How bad is it? Radical journalist arrested. We're still pumping up our political prisoner count. The Swordist authorities detained the journalist, John Dandern, of one of the country's opposition newspapers, The Radical, on Monday, for suspected links to the militant organization Red Youth. So, The Radical is not going to be happy with that. Earlier today, the police claimed they discovered Dandern to have close ties with the banned Red Youth organization. The police released the reason for the arrest in a statement, claiming that he was suspected of planning violent attacks against the state. Radical, do you agree? Darkness descends. Oh, it's a big one. Our respected correspondent and columnist, journalist John John Dandern, was arrested among several others yesterday after trying to report on the police arrest of members of the socialist unions. If that's true, is it possible that my Minister of the Interior is deliberately aiming the national police into silencing people over fabricated claims of allegiances to the Red Youth or the Young Swords? Immediately arrested on scene without being given a reason. Without providing evidence, the prosecutors said the detainees were suspected of committing crimes on behalf of the Red Youth militants, who Holsworthen is accused of organizing terrorist attacks and a coup attempt against the Swordist government. Dandern was known for his heavy criticism of the government, and has reported many significant stories which the government wished remained secret. As a journalist who fought for the truth, we are perfectly aware of the real reason behind the arrest. Today, darkness has descended on the radical. We have lost a great journalist. It is a dark day for journalism in Swordland. We, the team behind the radical, condemn this arrest and ask the government to reevaluate their decision. We ask that Dandern be released, and we promise to the Swordish people that nothing will stop us from sharing the truth with you. We will not be silenced. The morning will come. If there is ever an opportunity to reverse a decision to mark those two groups as illegal, I'd love to, because the immediate goal of clearing out the actual, literal, armed bombings and violence of the streets is done. We could lift it. Hegel. Van Horten is playing with fire. Yesterday morning, Chancellor of Vagelsen Hegel delivered a press conference in Halm about the escalating tensions in Helluland. During the press release, he said Agnolia's unlawful occupation of the island will not stop us from doing whatever it takes to protect our people living in Helgeland. He heavily criticized and condemned Prime Minister Van Horten, saying we are dealing with an illegal occupation force which doesn't refrain from entering our territorial waters without asking our permission. Van Horten is playing with fire, and if he's not careful, he might get burned, Hegel said. Geopolitical will be watching the developments closely. So what have I got? Just back in the capital? Speech of the president on the reforms. Alright. Everything else might be falling apart, but the train is almost done, and the reforms should have good support. I came to the Grand National Assembly of Swordland to deliver a speech regarding the new constitution and ask for the support of the assembly before the upcoming vote. I walked quickly through the corridors, giving my greetings to people on my way towards our parliamentary hall. When I entered the hall, the assembly was in complete chaos, with shouting and cursing between the parties. There was a heavy argument about a proposal made by an MP from NFP. I don't care. The ultra-conservatives or nationalists. Since I got the moderates and conservatives of the USP on my side, I don't need them. They're only like 40 votes or so. 40 votes and that's it. I took my seat inside the special area reserved for the ministers. Gloria was shouting from her seat at the center of the hall as she hit the gavel 3 times, with each strike heavier than the one before. Order! Order! I saw Kessero Kibbener standing up from his seat and shouting towards the members of the PFJP. Mr. Kibbener, calm yourself. Show respect to the procedures of this assembly. Despite her efforts, the argument continued for a couple of minutes before everyone took back their seats and finally went quiet. Mr. Kibbener, next time when I tell you to do so, either take your seat or leave the hall, so we can proceed with the procedures of this assembly and continue our duties. Some MPs from NFP shouted back at her in protest. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, if you will allow me to continue. She pointed at me. We had the president here with us today. He has asked to give an important announcement. The assembly fell silent. You have the floor, Mr. President. I walked to the stand as loud clapping started in the USP side. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of the Assembly, brothers and sisters, would be nice, but I am addressing MPs and not the public. And they like when you use proper titles and make them feel important. Honorable members of the Assembly. Honorable members of the Grand National Assembly of Swordland, I am here today to raise important questions regarding our outdated Constitution. Supreme Court holds too much power. True. Our Constitution does not adequately define or respect the separation of powers. Very true, and that is the crux of the reforms. Or, our elected assembly has always been overshadowed. Ooh, give them a reason to vote for me because this is more power for them. No. The Constitution does not adequately define or respect the separation of powers and the balance between the branches. In order to strengthen our democracy, we must be brave enough to point out the faults in our Constitution. I continued. Therefore, propose changes to the Constitution to prepare Swordland for a more democratic era. Finally rewrite the Constitution of Seoul and break the chains of our past. The conservatives who I've been currying aren't going to like that. Call everyone to stand by us to make historic changes to our Constitution and bring it to the standards of today's world. Conservatives don't care about the standards of today's world. But democracy, everyone pretends they love democracy. Therefore, we propose changes to the Constitution to prepare Swordland for a more democratic era. Applause came from USP and PFJP seats. Break the Supreme Court's authority over constitutional changes. Rebalance the branches of government to ensure a more democratic process, and in doing so, the above. I focused on unity, change, peace, unity. It is more important than ever that we stand united as a nation in these changing times. I call everyone to be part of the change our people has been calling for. We all want to make Swordland better, don't we? Let's embrace democracy and unite under the banner of our people, and surely Swordland will be great again. Oh no, I'm a saga type. Tarkeen Sol will answer for his crimes. I made a promise. An unofficial promise that if I got the conservatives to vote my way and they're a huge bloc, that I wouldn't specifically go after Tarkeen. Saga. Or, no. Miska. Make Swordland great. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Miska. Embrace the future is the only not bad answer I can give. Loud noises came from USP and NFP seats, really? Are those good loud noises? Because NFP is not going to like me. I took a breath and continued. Ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, set aside our differences. Time to make a new constitution, together. Ask everyone to think clearly about our current situation and join us for a change. No, we must set aside our differences. Be part of the new era for Swordland. Join us and vote for our proposal. I demand your votes. I could see the Nationalists liking that if they see me become another Tarkeen Sol. Join us for our proposal. Rewrite the future together. Address all the problems of the past in my proposal. There goes the NFP, there goes half the USP. USP will change and lead Swordland into the future. There goes everyone who's not USP. Together, unity is a whole deal. Write the future, together. Finish with a poem. Always salute the crowd, as if I'm a general myself. I decided to read a poem before I ended my speech. Destiny above destiny, victory growing with every morning. Destiny or victory in the morning? Victory in the Morning is kind of the classic Swordish poem, isn't it? But wasn't that one of Bernard Circus's? Are they both Bernard Circus? I don't know these poems. I'll give them Victory and Morning. Those seem to be themes that show up again and again. There is a victory growing with every morning. Oh wait, do I make my own poem? A revolution that's coming. There was a country beyond everything, my beloved. Alright, sure. I don't want to scare them off with communists or sectarian stuffs. A victory growing with every morning. There is my country behind everything, my beloved. Songs to be sung in affection of our victories. There's a spring that blossoms out of the graves of our fallen. Ooh. There is the evil that tortures and tears me down. There's a spring. Start with the morning. Now it's spring blossoms. Do not doubt the one, a decision from the heavens. Fear not when the dark falls. There's an artist painting the sun. Do not dare to surrender. There's a victory that grows with defeat. It sounds nice, but who am I addressing in saying that you have lost, but this is a win? Victory every morning, country beyond everything beloved, spring that blossoms, the grave of the fallens. Fear not when the dark falls, an artist painted the sun. I feel like if I say this, I'm telling my opposition not to surrender, and emboldening them against me. Do not dare to surrender. There's a victory that grows with defeat. Maybe it's a poetic expression about compromise. Beyond the next morning, there's a victory waiting to be won. The assembly roared with all kinds of different reactions. They loathed it, they hated it, they were confused by it. The whole USP stood up and started applauding. Thank you for the speech, Mr. President. I walked back to my seat as many MPs asked to speak. Franz Richter was among them. Yes, Mr. Richter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Mr. President for his speech. We, the People's Freedom and Justice Party, stand in agreement with the need for a more democratic constitution. I would like to thank the ladies and gentlemen of the United Swordman Party for their more open attitude compared to the past years. As long as Mr. President's words prove not to just be words, we will be behind this much-needed movement for change. We welcome this attempt. Attempt? Buddy, this is not just an attempt. Give me your 70 votes. I asked Mr. President to share the final contents of these proposals as soon as possible. He isn't going to like that I reneged on the 8%. What is it? 8% threshold for the parties. But everything else should be to his liking. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. Suddenly, Kessero Kibbener started yelling from his seat. The president must have lost his mind to cooperate with the likes of you, Mr. Richter. You and the PFJP are nothing but puppets of Western interests. Order! Madam Speaker, I know that you're in agreement with me as well. Don't stand idly there while this administration is making deals with snakes and undermine the integrity of sort. Order, Mr. Kibbener. How many times used to say, you are speaking out of turn? I demand to speak. Well, the thing is, if I knew that I could bribe him. I didn't have any personal wealth yet because it was all tied up in stocks. But I would have preferred keeping the 8% threshold. Removing it was a compromise I had to make to get the conservatives on my side. And the not the liberals, the reformists in our party had to ensure their dude became my next VP. But I got wealth now. I kind of don't like the idea of corruption. But if it gets the politics I want, we'll have to see. Gloria gave him a stare. She looked very annoyed. Very well, Mr. Kibbener, go ahead. Mr. President. He looked directly at me. The nationalist movement does not agree with your priorities, nor the way you are trying to implement them. The National Front Party will not stand with you at a new constitution. It's bribery, but it's a different kind of bribery. It's not a monetary bribery. It's politics. It's okay if it's intangible. Let it be known that the NFP's concerns are not included in the so-called democratic reforms. Thus, Mr. President has no right to claim them as such. Come on, dude. I'm maintaining the 10% threshold for parties that are keeping the bloodist interests and the workers' interests and the communist interests suppressed. What more do you want? We will stand our ground against any attempt to bring down our established political culture and national values. Thank you. Kessero went back to his seat, but the chaos in the assembly continued. Asked to speak or leave the assembly? I probably should speak. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. Kibner or Mr. Richter? Mr. Richter's already on my side. I think. Thank everybody for their comments. See, the thing is, I don't know if specifically addressing one of them lets me address both, and more importantly, if it's thanking them or chastising them. I kind of want to like assuage Kibner's fears. It'll all be fluff, of course, but to assuage everyone else's concerns. Mr. Kibner. I looked at him. It is you who shouldn't use the word democratic when you want a more centralized government. The ellipses I got, I just wasn't sure what options would give me. I've been burnt once already, and just being burnt once had me worried. We are not specifically cooperating with someone, but everyone. We ask that you also join us. There you go, push the unity stance. He watched as he slouched on his seat, legs crossed. I don't stand against change. Do not stand against change. Be part of it, Mr. Kibner. We can do much more together. Don't you dare stand against us, otherwise, know that the NFP is guaranteed to be history. We don't need you. I'm going to invite him to be a part of us. Together. Maybe give a little I respect your opinion. I respect your opinion. I expect your support in the upcoming vote. Thank you. Your times have passed. Okay, alright. There's nothing else after I respect your opinion. That was a baby answer. I should have gone with, join us together. I expect your support, regardless of support. Because all these are awful now. I chose the worst option. Expect your support in the upcoming vote, Mr. Kibner. Gloria looked at me to see if I'd finished my response. I forget what Richter said, but I should address them both. Mr. Richter, I looked at him. We'd like to have cooperation between our parties. Rest assured your concerns will be addressed. That's also true. Most of the reformist demands were his, especially the harsher ones. And this way, I'm not making it out to seem like we're already collaborating. I expect your support. Thank you for your support. I welcome your positive attitude. I welcome your positive attitude. If I'm going to be wishy-washy for Kibner, I'll be wishy-washy for him too. Gloria looked at me to see if I finished my response, and that's it. Thank you, Mrs. Speaker. I got up from my seat and started my walk towards the exit. MPs were shouting and responding to each other, creating a loud mess where nothing was legible, just like my handwriting. Order, order! The topic is finished. We are moving on to the next topic. I slowly left the hall. The shouting could be heard from every corridor of the Grand National Assembly. News bits, a report, and continue to the next turn. Alright, what's the news first? 2 unread papers. Paper 1. Our Constitution doesn't adequately define or respect the separation of powers, President Rain has called the Grand National Assembly, a Sortland, to support the upcoming constitutional changes in his address to the Parliament. The President's address came after a series of meetings within USP, which probably involved discussions of the new constitution. President Rain talked about the main points of their proposed changes and revealed that the current draft will be looked over again with the leaders of the PFJP before it's proposed in the Parliament. Our Constitution does not adequately define or respect the separation of powers and the balance between the branches, said President Rain, pointing out the need for a new constitution and what's going on in the world. Walker warns Valgosland's navy over Helgeland dispute. Tensions between Agnolia and Valgosland keep climbing. The latest addition to the escalation happened yesterday in the Veslovian Channel, when Valslandian ships started advancing on the perimeter around the island. According to the Agnolian sources, yesterday in the morning, the Agnolian battleship Van Gilbin A387 had intercepted a Valgoslandian destroyer, Stanison, and warned them to move out of Agnolian waters. The Valgoslandian captain did not respond to the communication, but both ships backed away from the scene after several hours standstill. Seeing this event as Valgosland putting pressure over the island, Arcasian President Dwight Walker warned the Valgoslandian Navy, saying, "We will not tolerate any attempts to trigger an incident on international waters. I call upon Mr. Hegel, pull your ships back immediately," says the Arcasian, having put a Navy base right on Ravnos. Hypocrite much. House Border Report. Defense Minister Josef Lancy reports that Berlin borders have been closed, and the division of the Third Army are ready for the operation. Cool. At least they're giving me commerce. Making deals with a genocider. Reform status. Lucian Gillet reported that so far they've been able to get in total 142 signatures behind the proposal. Sweet. Efforts are underway to increase the support and reach out to necessary members to reach 150. Alright, cool. I'm gonna grab one last bathroom break of the night while proceeding to the next turn. BRB for a second. Enjoy the nice new title screen, Wealth of Nations. And I'll be back to see how bad my consequences of my actions are going to be. So BRB. Much better. That was like hours in waiting. But there wasn't any place at all in that excitement to catch a break. So how bad is everything? Reports from Agnolia already? Do they hate us yet? Van Horten wins elections, despite failing to get a better trade deal. General elections held in Agnolia this week had resulted in the victory of the Neurist Democratic Union of Agnolia for the second time, with its leader, Martin Van Horten, continuing his duties as Prime Minister. Just you wait, Van Horten. Playthrough number 2, I'm giving you that dog. News, how's the news? 2 unread messages. Message 1, health requires more resources. Next mandate. This mandate was education. Next mandate, healthcare. The latest report coming out of the Ministry of Health regarding the current situation and the need for privatization raises serious questions about the gargantuan scale of effort required to solve the structural issues of health in Sordland. One part of the report about the threat of a potential epidemic being real stands out as it highlights the problem with the current voluntary vaccination policy. Alright, we don't need voluntary vaccination, we could force that. I don't mind it. Anyone who can vaccinate should. Minister Benewol has increased his calls for more financial resources to be able to make more positive service changes inside one term to cover the existential issues like epidemic prevention. The report on the potential effects of privatization also included the downsides of what damaged private interests could do inside the system of healthcare. However, the ministry pointed out that a small-scale implementation, the one it proposes, would be able to deliver efficient results. He's talking about controlled privatization, just a little bit. I'm skeptical, but if he doesn't want to completely sell the healthcare system to vultures, I'll listen to him and make an informed decision after listening to him. The hidden power of men in uniform. No political leader in Sordland can survive in office without some support from general staff. President Artur Wissi was a leader who learned this lesson the hard way. In 1927, a military coup brought an end to his short time as president, and later, President Alfonso became a target of alleged conspiracies by the Old Guard, who are known to be very close to the general staff of the Swedish Armed Forces. Though nowadays, fewer officers assume the role of political leaders, military influence continues to have major repercussions in politics across eastern Markopa. According to a report by the Alliance of Nations, Sordland has one of the most influential militaries in the region, coming just behind Velen, where the actions of the generals indicate serious military interference in politics. As the reports show, men in uniform still enjoy considerable influence on politics of Sordland, and nothing is being done to reverse the situation, despite the country's history of coups and civil war. So this is finally the chapter where we deal with that issue that has been on my radar since day one. So health, military, is my rail going to be completed? Privatization plan proposal. The Ministry of Health has finished a privatization proposal plan in order to increase the resources of the health system and increase the quality of service through small-scale market competition. They'll have to explain it to me. Additionally, the minister's report highlighted the weaknesses Sordland has when it comes to potential epidemic. Minister Benewol reported that much more could be achieved through the healthcare system if the private sector could slightly assist by generating new revenue streams and adding new services. Small scale, is that going to be then just the ambulances? Make everyone pay an arm for a leg to get the leg cut off? General staff gathers. The general staff has convened at the Ministry of Defense today to assess the security conditions of Sordland. More than 20 high-ranking officers were in attendance and discussed several war plans, the internal stability of the nation, and the overall state of the armed forces. And finally, opening of the L1 railway. My baby is finally coming to fruition. Ministry of Justice files Ursen versus Sordland concurrence. The Ministry of Justice has reviewed the Ursen versus Sordland case and put forward its concurrence opinion before sending the dispute to the Supreme Court. The Vice Minister of Justice came forward agreeing with the case of Isheval Ursen and pointed out that a majority court dissent would do disservice to the legal procedures of future constitutional rights cases. This case is now in the hands of the Supreme Court, which is still very conservative. Alright, now's the time. I thought this was going to take 2 whole years. Opening of the L1 Railway. We arrive in Holsort for the grand opening ceremony of the L1 high-speed rail. It was a proud moment for all of us. Simon and Gus, who heavily assisted the project, were with me along with Lucian to decide on how to proceed tomorrow. Lucian stood up. First of all, congratulations everyone. To many more projects like this. Well done everyone. And Peter's not here, I see. Good work. Couldn't have done this without our excellent team. Keep the teamwork going. Team Dad for everyone. Indeed. Let's move on to our plans for the opening tomorrow. It has been a long time since the last successful infrastructure project. There is good reason to capitalize on the occasion. I have a plan for how to do that. If Mr. President accepts, driving the first high-speed train to Lockhaven would be great for an image nationwide. What are your thoughts? I don't support anything beyond the opening ceremony. Actions speak for themselves anyway. I see your point, but involving the president further could be beneficial for the administration. I think so too, Mr. President. I agree. There is much to gain. Drive the train in, and then opening ceremony. We'll make a show of it. We gotta show off how cool this brand new modern train is. Fully electric, high speed, the works. And it'll be the model for the rest of the nation to emulate. Very well. Sounds fantastic. The president arriving to Lockhaven on the driver's seat would make the headlines for sure. Additionally, a large crowd is invited to the ceremony and will be watching the opening speech. Nothing like a cheerful crowd, a good opportunity for exposure, like the good old campaign days. Nothing like a cheerful crowd after the protests in Stallport and the assembly, the chaos of the assembly. Let's have somebody cheer for once. I think all of us do. Simon stepped in for a comment. On another note, it goes without mentioning that this was a team effort. Yes, Simon, thanks for parroting me. Beginning with the president to put his trust in me, I want to thank all who were involved in L1. Simon, you deserve a lot of credit. After all, it was you who came up with it. Means a great deal, thank you. Simon, give yourself credit too. Pat your back, you earned it. We had our disagreements, but the important thing was the outcome. Swordish's people get what they needed for a long time. We will show our best face tomorrow. Meanwhile, I'll make sure that our message of improving the countryside will get across. When the money starts rolling in from this, we could use that national wealth to upgrade the countryside infrastructure. Alright then. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. See you in the morning. See you all at the ceremony. Goodbye for now. Once again, good work everyone. Good job, team. Pizza is on me tonight. And refills. The team left, leaving the rest of the evening to prepare for the big day tomorrow. The next day, a stage had been erected inside the central station, along the new, electrified railway line. The sunny weather created a positive mood in the usually grey Holsort. The crowd looked quite large. I spotted many party members among them. We began moving towards the stage as the excitement was growing. Signal Lucian, begin the ceremony. We were all ready to begin the ceremony. I gave the green light, and the opening address began. Brothers and sisters of Swordland, I welcome you, Holsortians, today, as a proud servant of this country. Lucian's voice echoed to the central station. Thousands of Swordland and USP flags began to wave as the loud cheers intensified. Without further ado, I invite the President of Swordland to the stage. Choo-choo? Is it choo-choo time? Move up to the stage by train? Oh, did I already drive in? Do we not get to see it? not even in textual description. I moved up to the stage, still inside the train, and addressed the crowd. The press was taking dozens of pictures. Fellow Holsordians, I welcome you today. Citizens, welcome to the opening of the L1 high-speed railway. People of Sordland. This is for everyone in Sordland, not just the city folk in Holsord. People of Sordland, welcome to the opening ceremony of the L1 high-speed railway. The chanting and excitement from the crowd intensified. A large group began singing the national anthem. Beginning this journey, promised jobs and opportunity, kept our promise. Trust me, our work is far from over, is my classic tropical response. This project is only the beginning of good tidings, yes. We kept our promise for the train, but this is only a means to future promises. We're not done yet. The aim with the L1 railway was to improve development in rural areas and cities in between Holsord and Lochhaven, to create economic growth in the greater Holsord and Gelson regions. Yes, that sounds so much better than we just want our citizens between Holsord and Lochhaven to have an easier time traveling. That's all it is. It's just a road. No, there is a plan here. This is an economic growth plan, not just for the cities, but the rural areas in between and then beyond. This railway brings down travel time by half. Traveling between Holsord and Lochhaven is now faster and more comfortable. But this railway brings thousands of new jobs. Many unemployed citizens have benefited and will benefit on the path of the railway. If but I could say both. Come on, say both. None of this would be possible if my colleague with sound advice, Minister Gus Manger, please come here. Took time off from my duties to personally manage the project's success. No. We have to thank the mind behind the railway project for it all, the esteemed Minister of Economy and Tax, Simon Hull. Please come over here. Also true. Gus is cool, but Gus's time is going to shine if the game gives me a chance to do significant land reform in the rural areas. For now, this is Simon's time, I think, to share credit with, if I can only share credit with Gus or Simon or nobody. Come on, money man. Simon walked up beside me. Thanks, Mr. President. Our aim with this project is obvious: to improve the speed and efficiency of transportation. I'm sure each of you would be proud of the achievements made during the project once we cut that ribbon. And you can get on that train yourselves. Simon mentioned the beginning of the Swordish economic recovery, and the plans to stop the recession altogether. Lucian took Simon's place after he was done with his speech. Citizens of Horsold, there you have it. As promised, Anton Rain, the 4th president of Sordland, has delivered. We moved towards the line where the first electric train was waiting. A red ribbon was hanging by the door of the train. Simon gave me a large pair of scissors to commence the opening. Large scissors, it needs to be said, made with proud Swordish steel. None of that cheap Agladnia stuff. While the crowd was watching, cut the ribbon. I cut the ribbon, which was a huge wave of cheering from the crowd. Many flashes went off at the same time. Congratulations to all. It was a solid and fruitful effort, hopefully with much more to come. It was a good moment indeed. We have helped so many in the countryside. The train is prepared and ready. Now I get to drive the train. The journey to Lochhaven should take about 4 hours, and the rest of us will be in the carriage with you. Alright. And I only go to the front at the tail end of it. I entered the cab and took a seat with the assistant beside me. The crowd was trying to catch a glimpse of me, sitting as driver of the train. Oh no, I do get to drive it, from the start to the end. Who do you want to travel to the cab, Mr. President? Lucian, my preferred. Simon the cab. I'll take Gus with me. Lucian is my chief strategist. I depend on him so much. He is kind of the man adjacent to the man behind the throne. But I kind of want to give Gus some credit too. I think Gus is feeling left out in this. Gus can sit in front with me. Come on, Gus, let's go. I'm honored. It will be great to arrive in Lockhaven with the President of Swordland. As I began driving the train out of the central station, the media took photos of me and Gus, who gave a thumbs up to the camera. The new train was in pristine condition, and the electric engine made much faster acceleration possible while providing minimal noise and maximum comfort, so buy yours today. After the relaxing 4-hour drive to Lockhaven, we were welcomed by celebratory citizens at Lockhaven Station. Construction complete. The railway officially opened to the public as soon as we arrived, and thousands began utilizing it. Achievement unlocked, grand L1 opening. Today was a great victory for the administration. And it turns out that Taurus Holdings worked out after all. It turns out they just get slightly costlier if you do enforce labor rights, but that's fine. Underhill would have been worse, and Underhill asked for more upfront. And SSC definitely would have eventually, sure, with how slow they were being. Good outcome, I think. Overview updated, panels updated, country overview. Where are we at now? Economy. L1 high-speed rail is the first electric train line, allowing faster commute between Holsworth and Lockhaven. Average transportation links getting up there. Where the government has slightly recovered the transportation network connections. Cool. Turn 6 already, attended the opening of the L1 railway. As if I couldn't. Give me the news. President Rain opens L1 railway. With a grand ceremony, President Rain has declared the L1 railway open with his aides by his side and executives from Taurus Holding. After the ribbon cutting, he has delivered a heartfelt speech and brought attention to the capabilities of the administration. Following his speech, President Rain has driven a train on the new railway for the first time. The L1 railway is expected to boost the production in between the largest cities of Swordland, and it has been happily welcomed by its citizens. Been messing up everything left and right, but at least we've done this one thing correctly. Taurus Holdings finally finishes constructions, it says, as if it was delayed. It was right on time. Taurus Holding has finally finished, and might I say, without the worker abuse that would have happened if we had Underhaul do the same construction for the same deadline. Finally finished construction of the L1 hot railway, leaving much to be desired in terms of accuracy and quality. Really, economist? We're unsure why the president decided to pick a company other than Underhaul Construction for the task of the scale. The government-contracted mega-project aims to bring the two highest output cities in Swordland, Lockhaven and Holsworth, together. On the opening day, President Rain personally drove a train for the first time ever, after a speech highlighting the opportunities this new logistics overhaul will bring. Economists just upset because they probably represent the oligarchs and other business groups that I haven't been giving favorable stuff to. Alright. No arrows, no reports elsewhere. What do we have at home? Requested meeting of Joseph Lancia. Alright. This is for internal security, isn't it? Ministry of Defense. Alright, Joseph. So what is this about? Is this about our modernization efforts? Or is this going to be about the military influence in politics? Civilian politics? I arrived at the cubic building that housed most of the military command that reside in Holsworth. The grey and brutalist structure looked daunting. I never liked this building. It always made me feel like I was standing under the concrete foot of a giant, getting ready to crush me. It made me feel small, and I never quite got used to the feeling, even after this many years. At the entrance, I was greeted by Yosef and his military entourage of young officers. "Welcome to the Ministry of Defense, Mr. President. Let's go to my office." We walked from corridor to corridor to reach the office. On the way, we were met with high-ranking officers as well as privates. Every time one of these soldiers saw me, they stopped and saluted me. When we finally arrived at Yosef's office, his entourage saluted us and left. He closed the door and took the seat. "Where is Vulcan? He usually partakes in our military meetings." "This must be something serious, especially since you invited me here." Vulcan's absence is notable, but I want to deal with the one in front of me first. "It is important that you don't get misinformed of this matter. Vulcan has another agenda." I kind of read something somewhere in either the Codex or someplace somewhere about Vulcan representing a more conservative wing of the military's ambitions, and Yosef possibly being a guy I want to empower more, to the detriment of Vulcan, to put a leash on the military, make Yosef my sole militaristic representation at a distance. He leaned back and interlocked his hands. "The situation with Rumberg is getting worse, and our lack of funding in the military means that we would fight a war for survival in a war scenario." "Surely our soldiers are being motivated. We will defend the country." Slogans are nice, but what are our options in improving the situation, if it comes to that? "We are making all the necessary preparations, but any substantial military support from other nations would be welcome deterrent against Rumberg." Cool. Which is why I haven't cast out Boggleson by getting involved in here. As a result of the recent deal with Velen, we have started reinforcing the border. Forward scouts have been deployed, and we have started moving our divisions. Rest assured, we are ready for anything that will come from the other side of the border. We will be providing our reports to you. No problems yet, but stay alert. Don't know what we're dealing with yet. Don't want anyone in. Don't let a single deserter pass our borders. No, that's fine. They're fine. Try to be lenient if possible. There might be people who are simply trying to escape the war among them. That's what I like. And that's what I was hoping for. And Yosef knows my history. He knows what I was like on the border. So there should be no ambiguity about what exactly I'm asking from him. "We will try, Mr. President." Yosef cleared his throat. Let's move on to our main topic. The mandatory conscription law has become a matter of discussion, and we need to strike a decision whether to keep it or remove it. The facts are that the conscription gives us a large reservist pool that can cover larger front lines, but these troops lack the morale and quality to be offensive elements. So they cover the front line, but then you breathe on them and they fall over. Do I care then about a larger pool of troops that aren't going to be as effective at war? Even if just for basic defense, even if it's just defending my borders and keeping Rumberg from coming in, we need morale troops. We need good troops, not just many troops. Not just more funerals. My argument would be to remove conscription if our military can stand on its own 2 feet without them. If we're going to have strong allies, why do we need conscripts? A strong knock on the door was heard, and the chief of the armed forces, Vulcan Kruger, walked in quickly with a frown. "What is the meaning of this? Yosef, why haven't I been invited? What is going on here?" "You are overstepping and interrupting a personal meeting between me and the president." Vulcan deliberated the situation. I see what is going on here. I mean no disrespect, but I am leading the ground operations, and I must be informed of any strategic changes. Vulcan has a point. The military needs to be on the same page about any changes. Well, now that you are here, what is your opinion on the conscription? We already know. The Minister of the Defense is your superior, and so am I. Also true. We have a chain of command here. If he wants to be informed, surely the Minister of the Defense will let him know exactly what he needs to do. He will be informed if any strategy changes. I see what's going on here. The Chief of Staff wants more influence than his position should allow him. I'm gonna put my foot down here and instigate a coup in the near future, because Kruger is gonna be upset with me. By reinforcing this chain of command and putting him in his place. Disappointing. So this is how the administration conducts matters of military affairs. Vulcan's shoulders dropped in defeat. Understood. I will of course obey the orders of my superior. I could take leave in that case if Mr. President doesn't want me here. It would be the most appropriate action. Maybe throw him a bone this once. He could stay now that he understands the chain of command. It's a private conversation. We reiterated that. Fluff, fluff, crab boy. Alright. Please excuse us, Mr. Vulcan. Vulcan left with a hard salute and a hardened heart. Let me look over my documents to see if there's anything else of concern. Yosef checked his folder before looking at me. That's about it. I won't take any more of your time, sir. Oh, so I could have kept Kruger in here. And there's nothing more to discuss. We would have been done. Instead, I've widened that gap, but that's fine. Have a good day. Thank you for your time. I left the Ministry of Defense and returned to the Maroon Palace. News? News. And reports everywhere. The budget! The budget has been balanced! But the economy hasn't been given the big, earth-shattering kaboom I expected. What's going on in Lock Haven? Black Tuesday hits Lock Haven again? The market crash has plunged Lock Haven into chaos. Some of the city's most prolific corporations have already declared bankruptcy, and shops along Republic Avenue have boarded up their windows in anticipation of possible looting. Lock Haven's famed bars and clubs are also operating at half capacity, as citizens spend less money on non-essentials, or is it just a fallout of Black Tuesday from before, and not a repeat? Women's Rights March. Keep marching. A group of demonstrators led by representatives from the Sorters League of Women marched in Enrica, calling for gender equality in Sortland's public education system. They're already getting it, but keep on marching. Their civic obligation is to make sure I keep good on my promise, so keep the pressure up, ladies. Women were also among the counter-protesters, who argued for the right to keep educating girls separately from boys, in order to preserve Sorters traditions. Police raid on the Young Swords. Dangerous Young Sword members were arrested in a gathering at the local pub at the St. Das district of Gien, after local intelligence was tipped off by an anonymous source. The raid on the pub resulted in the death of 2 Young Sword members, and 1 civilian in the gunfight that broke out. Conriat. Market crash in Conriat. We're still feeling it? The market crash, which some are already referring to as Black Tuesday, has hit Conriat hard. Well then good that we have Contana ships coming in, updating the port. That's more business. That's the excuse the US military loves to do when it gets firm on continuing rents on their military bases overseas. You might not want us being here, But imagine the jobs we're giving servicing the bases. Who cares about the crimes or the car accidents and running birds over? Its recent real estate boom is coming to an end, as wealthy citizens sell off or simply abandon their luxury houses of the surrounding hills and decamp for Hulsord. Two of its largest boat tour companies have shut down, and its tourism industry is expected to suffer further as Sordid citizens cancel planned holidays. So just as I fixed the budget, gotta spend more money to prop up all the economies everywhere. Conriat Naval Base Update. United Contana has finished moving its ships to the Conriat Naval Base. As per the terms of the new agreement, United Contana military is allowed refuel and repair access to the naval base in exchange for providing logistical, financial, and equipment resources to Swordland. So let me see those economic benefits bear fruit. Red youth member arrested. Successful operations of local police forces in Vosord resulted in the capture of 24 suspected Red Youth members, which were found guilty of carrying illegal weapons. Still, the Red Youth members were hiding in a camp deep inside the forest beyond the city's outskirts, and are being held in custody until the trial. And is that it? That's it for news? Briefing on the current economic situation. Alright. The Radical. Women's March for Equal Education in Anrica. In the conservative stronghold of Anrica, protesters organized by the Sordis League of Women have bravely called for gender parity in the classroom. Like us, these women hope that President Rain will use his time in office to fix Sordis' notoriously sexist public education system and give young girls the university preparation they sorely need, as opposed to housewife training. A small group of counter-protesters was also present, but drowned out by the cries for equality. Excellent. Economist. Market crash effects. Sordin's economy is in utter shambles after Black Tuesday. As of this Thursday, the SOW in Lock Haven has dropped by 14.24% to 259.23. Again, do they even crypto? That's a nice chill easy day. Even though investors and bankers tried to hold their shares and slow the drop on Wednesday, the index continued to drop drastically. Unemployment rate has tripled after several large corporations and businesses declared bankruptcy. The National Business Council is requesting privatization efforts from President Rain to increase the government budget and reduce the borrowing, which leads to a bad credit rating for investors. You know what? I just realized, if the market was going to tank anyway, I should have just accepted higher corporate taxes. The businesses would have complained anyway, but if the market's going to crash with or without higher taxes, might as well have taken some national wealth to redistribute. Okay, so what is this for? Current economic situation. The team gathered in Hulsord at the Ministry of Economy to conduct an economy overview meeting to go over the current situation. The building was constructed in 1892 by Heron Walt, one of the, if not the most famous architectures of Sordland. The building looks simple and elegant, with a few of its signature domes spread over the roof. Walking through the large bronze doors at the entrance, I was led by two assistants upstairs into a meeting room. Everyone stood up. Who's all here? CBS, Minister of Foreign Affairs, NBC is here, Gus is here, Simon's here. Everyone stood up as they entered the room, buttoning their suit jackets. Welcome, Mr. President. Please take your seats. It is good to be here. Please take your seats. Everyone took their seats. As you all know, today we go over economic status. Let's begin without any further ado. We are doing whatever we can to mitigate the fallout from Black Tuesday. It will be costly to get back on our feet, Mr. President. That is fine. I am back on a balanced budget, which means I can go back into debt. I don't know how to say this, but whatever we do, we need more budget. That's the bottom line. We need to squeeze out every single Sordish Ren we can to survive this. Otherwise, our country might be in a state to declare bankruptcy. Like dominoes, of course. This will also affect the election. Do whatever I can to bring us that budget, even if it's the last thing I do. You're exaggerating. We'll overcome this regardless. We survived for so long. We need to stay at the top however we can. Well, my projects for this administration was the education, the constitution reform, and the high-speed rail, so we're doing good so far. We'll get that budget, because ending the recession was also one of the biggies, and it just bottomed out on me despite my progress. Thank you, Mr. President. The aid that we received from United Cartana has helped us a lot, although I heard some rumors. There are many people who oppose this decision, especially in the Lotharberg group, but forget them. Forget the oligarchs. Regardless of what they think, the capital will certainly be handy. We now have another weapon to combat the recession. Expect nothing less from our United Kantanan friends. Have to do whatever it takes to end the recession, even if it means a deal with United Kantana. Alright, we do have business representatives in the room, so let's not make it seem to them that we're doing exactly what I promised to do. We'll make it seem like a survival thing. Sometimes we need to make sacrifices, something that the businessman groups just don't understand. They only want sacrifices for the peasants and the mercantile class, but not for their low nobility. I think everyone in this room understands that, Mr. President, except for her and him. How are we doing in terms of infrastructure? The success of the first infrastructure project is already showing its positive effects on the economy. Then can I get a second or third butter bar? Mikhail started grinning as he leaned forward. Thanks to the high-speed railway, our two most important cities are linked faster. We are expecting quick economic growth in Greater Holsord and Gösseland. The Business Council is satisfied with this infrastructure improvement. Good. Then stop begging for kickbacks. It was a gargantuan effort from our side of the Ministry of the Economy. Efforts noted. Everyone who contributed is greatly appreciated. Positive results show that we are on the right path towards economic growth. Yes. Oh, Robbie, 10 hours of Wi-Fi down, I'm so sorry to hear that. I've had days like that, and there's really not else to do but lay down and stare at the ceiling. Glad it's finally working for you. The people are already speaking of the positive turn. Yes! I can see the reactions in society. Let's hear the stats on our deal with Velen. Our trade deal with Velen has increased our import and exports by 60% in 1 month, which is a considerably good number. Perfect. A dangerous gamble. Let's face it. But I'm glad it has paid off. You know what, Robbie? I get the exact same weird thing here. Comcast is a very fickle beast, but sometimes the Wi-Fi drops, and if I'm watching a stream, I could still watch the stream. Twitter may or may not work, usually doesn't. Like, it's so random what websites choose to or to not work in those scenarios. I think, at least for Comcast, it's deliberately throttling certain things. Because if there's one thing Comcast is known for, it's unfair business practices and throttling. The payoff is high, yes, but so is the risk. Our support for the military operation was questionable. Regardless, the numbers are clear. The main page worked, but not the comics. Yeah, that's very odd. Must be some weird, bizarre handshake. I must say, I still can't get behind a trade deal with Velen, especially when it involved a military cooperation. I feel like we have made a contract with the devil. The devil? He's not a bad man. He's an evil nut job. We are reaping the benefits. We will come out on top here. What I am worried about is not only about Velen, it's the other countries too. Increased trade has improved our economy. I see this as a reason for celebration. On a side note, consumer spending has decreased further due to a pessimistic mood caused by the issues within our economy. That is discouraging, as we did the best we could so far. Let's turn this mood around, positively, with adaptive projects and solutions. All the buzzwords. Businessmen love the buzzwords. Good to hear. We will do better. While I agree that our first attempts were not successful, we still might have economic opportunities left. Isn't it good for our reputation as the people expected quick solutions? It isn't good for our reputations. As the people expected quick solutions, so did I. We are running out of time. Simon checked his large dossier. Sadly, our budget reserves don't look good. We will need to look into whatever we can to increase the budget we have. What can we do about it? I will formulate a plan and present you the next steps. As per the latest data, unfortunately, the recession seems to be lingering. No matter what the cost, we will have to increase our economic development rates. Otherwise, I am sad to say we will be doomed. We need to use the opportunities we are shown. Trade deals and infrastructure improvements always help. Mr. President, I will be very clear. You messed up by not securing more trade with Angia. Simon took off his glasses and put them on his table. He looked me straight in the eye. You already know this, and I don't want to frighten you, but if we are unable to stop this recession, we are heading towards an economic catastrophe that has never been seen before in Swordland. No, in the entire Eastern Mercopa. I can't even begin to imagine how we could survive that. None of us want to see the Swordist people starve while the state isn't able to provide for its citizens. Then we need to get to work. No pretty words. Exactly. He put on his glasses. Now, to help with the recession, there are a few possibilities I want to outline. We have a surplus, but regardless, we have a surplus of 0. Even if we go back into debt, we need to increase our economic development. I have prepared a few project proposals. There are two main distinctions in between these projects. It's either about continuing our infrastructure improvements or investing in increasing production. I kind of like the idea of infrastructure, because in turn that will improve production. If we continue on our infrastructure, that would lift us to advanced country levels. Okay, a slow burn that gives us a big boost. However, our industrial production also suffered, and also needs a boost to return to pre-recession levels. Can I go into debt and just do both? There is of course the option to not take any risks related to our budget. The plans for these projects will be finalized soon. For now, I can provide preliminary information. Which one would like to hear first? I want to hear about the infrastructure. For infrastructure, we have two projects. One is a Benfey International Airport, and the other is a Morna Port. Those were alluded to in reports in the previous turns. Benfey has a struggling tourism sector, and that would be some diversification from our commercial imports, our commodities, and so on, our industrial output. Since we no longer have open violence in the street, it might be a good idea to bring in tourists. And heck, the economy's crashed. Everything is super cheap. Super cheap for tourists to come in, have a good time, buy some souvenir junk, party it up. Morna probably benefits from the mines over in Morbol, but that's just more commodities and exports. I think I like the idea of Benfey. Benfi is growing at a rapid pace and would benefit highly from an international airport. Much more money would be made there too. The Morna port will boost trade and improve the flow of goods towards Holsword, because the Conriad port is too small in capacity and extension is blocked by the Navy headquarters. Economic growth in Benfi could be propelled, and an international airport could also be used for cargo and goods. Morna would be a more significant city with a port, and the advanced logistical connections to Holsword would be better utilized. But I think I want the airport. Benfi is rapidly developing, and there is much to gain from increasing its connectivity to the world. Imagine all the tourists that would arrive. Mikhail speaks my language. Just this once. Normally, he is a rich, out-of-touch aristocrat that I don't even want to look at, but right now he's speaking my language. We must focus on improving the well-being of our worst citizens, and while Morna is no port city, it very well deserves investment. And to boost production? For production, we have two projects. One is a Sarna agricultural zone, and the other is a Conriat industrial city. When you say Sarna industrial zone, does this mean I can finally pull people out of the cities and put them to work in the fields? I see that the Sarna agricultural zone investment as a higher priority due to the fact that farmers in Bergia were the most hit by the recession. Sarna also is much poorer a city than Conriat. So hold on, Sarna agricultural zone, that's in Bergia? There is Sarna. Oh, I also like the sound of that because I do want to help out Bergia, especially for its large Bludish population. If I get the Bludish people and Bergia treated well, that is definitely going to help with long-term stability. Food security. Didn't I say food security? Oh no. I want infrastructure, but I also want food security. Why do they tease me and give me two things I want at the exact same time? What if I waste all my money and put money into both Benfi Airport for infrastructure and Sarna Agricultural Zone for production? We've been at -3 budget before. It shouldn't hurt me to come back down to budget -2. The Conriat Industrial City project has a potential to increase manufacturing in Greater Holsword region by a large amount. Sarna is a much poorer city indeed, deserves any investment it can get from the government. The recession has hit the farmers of Sarna particularly hard. Besides the agricultural output would increase would boost our economy. Even though the agricultural output in Nargis is going to rot. The investment won't be able to recover the industry there. Conriat, on the other hand, would bring more financial gain. Our government has the opportunity to support agriculture and we should take it. Of course, my agricultureman would say that. It would increase our exports too. I do like the idea of having such good agriculture that we become a breadbasket. Of course, given conventional agriculture. As the decades go on, we should steer more towards agroecology, vermiculture, etc. Have enough information, very well. That covers our subjects for today. A couple more economy-related questions. Yes, I should ask. Edith, how strong is our currency? Mikhail, the mood at the National Business Council. David, what can we expect in terms of our trade situation? That is the only positive I could expect right now. Our success in reaching a trade deal has boosted our position as a regional trade route and increased the likelihood of a potential trade partners. Cool. So we might get more in the future. We have imported and exported more across the board with all countries except Rumburg. That's fine. So we got more with everybody, almost. And Mikhail, What do the business aristocrats think? The business leaders of the council are nervous about the lack of tangible economic improvements of the country. Well, that's not my fault for the game taking my bars away all the time. It should be at like 3 or 4 now. They are holding on to their investments until they feel it is safe to invest their reserves in new hires or branches. And the currency, how poop is it? Currently, currency health was improving post-elections, but has unfortunately stagnated. But there are no losses in comparison to pre-election levels. Inflation has dropped 2 percentage points. See, there you go. We've dropped inflation. We are winning. Thank you. That concludes the meeting. Have a good day all. Goodbye. Until next time. See you soon. The meeting ended. And that gives me 6 news reports. Reports across the country. Even in Agnolia. And what do we have in Whole Sword? Invest in mega projects. Alright. I was going to leave it to tomorrow, but if it's a chance to do one thing and choose what to invest in. Report from Agnolia. PM Van Horten warns about Vaglasian presence, as always. Prime Minister Van Horten warned us about the increasing naval presence of Vagelsland in the Marquian Sea. He showed his wishes to have a stronger naval cooperation with Sword in the future. You want a stronger naval cooperation, but you wouldn't even meet us halfway in a beneficial trade agreement. I'm kinda being pushed away from Agnolia by Mouse. Polio cases discovered in rural Urz-Izarin. Alright, so I do need to get medical up too. Reports from our border cities indicate that a polio outbreak in Velen has been moving towards Swordland. Specifically, there has been a sharp increase in cases in rural Uzurin and nearby villages. Health professionals have been dispatched to curb the infections by quarantining the patients. There are currently 23 active cases in Swordland. And other reports. United Katahdin's ship shows support to Vagaslandian fleet. Several of the United Katahdin destroyers stationed in Joint Conriat Naval Base have left the port of Conriat in the morning to join the Vagoslandian fleet, which is patrolling around Helgeland. Well, I think it's safe to say then that Agnolia could say goodbye to the island. News 3 from Geopolitical. Okay, from the top. Velen border reinforcements announced. As Velen begins the Operation Bear Trap against BFF targets, Maroon Palace has reiterated its commitment to defending our Velen border against any threats, and announced new reinforcements to the border. The palace announced that Swordish armed forces are working in close cooperation with the Vezek armed forces. As part of the mobilization order, General Walken has made the comments, saying, Swordish armed forces, as always, stand vigilant against any threats inside and out of the borders. We will not allow any terrorists to waltz into Swordland. The extent of the border reinforcement was not disclosed as of yet. Housewives march to defend Swordish traditions. Oh, you can still choose to be housewives. You just won't be forced to. As the Swordish League of Women spearheaded a march for so-called educational equality in Enrica, a group of self-proclaimed happy housewives led a counter-protest. Their argument is that pulling girls out of handicrafts classes and forcing them into science classes alongside boys would be an affront to Swordish traditions, and that co-ed restrooms in schools will be the next logical step. Why not? We at Whole Sword Post hope President Rain will make the same decision and do not fall into the trap of pursuing unnecessary changes in the classrooms. The Post is being the voice for traditional Swordian values. Rain closes door to refugees from Velen. We've opened a small door right next to it. The bloodthirsty dictator, Viktor Smolak, has begun his operation against the Bloodish Freedom Front in northern Velen. The operation's name, Operation Bear Trap. Maroon Palace gave its support to the operation, and stated that the Swedish border guard will be in close contact with Kazakh armed forces to stop any fleeing militants. Although this act might seem justified at first, Viktor Smolak's track record is apparent. He has been accused and condemned by the international community for many war crimes against the innocent Budish people before, which is what makes this such a pact with the devil. Smolak has already ordered the bombings on civilian schools and hospitals, calling them breeding grounds for terrorists. President Rain's response to close our borders to prevent any stragglers from coming into Sordland is troubling, for he is forgetting something. Not all stragglers from this war will be our militants, which is why I've told my Minister of Defense to maintain leniency on the border for just that thing. Operation Bear Trap begins. President Smolak has declared that the start of Operation Bear Trap against a separatist militant group that plagues Northern Velen, the Brutish Freedom Front. That plagues Northern Velen? I can see now where geopolitical leanings are. Rumburg, Agnolia, and Lesbia has condemned the mobilization order, citing the war crimes committed during the previous assault against the Budish people, while Sordland has not made any comment on the matter. Watchtower of Human Rights said that they will be following the development closely for any infractions on human rights violations. Amid spiking tensions with Agnolia, Volgozlid increases its naval presence. The reports from eastern Merkopa show 2 Volgozlandian aircraft carriers are patrolling the Markian Sea around Hegelin Island, a massive show of naval force amid spiking tensions with Agnolia. Stalport could interpret it as a provocation in the region, say experts on the region. The sudden and simultaneous appearance of 2 carriers accompanied by Navy cruisers, destroyers, and aircraft comes as Volgozland escalates criticisms of Agnolia's increased control over Helgeland and its increasing forays around the island. Sordland's diplomacy disappoints. They haven't given me opportunities yet. I've only failed with Agnia. The new diplomatic initiative, presented by the foreign minister, has led to a major disappointment when President Rain went to Stalport, only to come back empty-handed. The meeting with PM Horton seems to have gone negatively, diminishing the chances for closer ties between the two countries. In a time when Sordland needs more allies, this comes as news of sorrow. Well, yeah, we need allies, which is why we can't just get involved in this. Alright, so several investment projects which we could start. I can only do one. The Ministry of Economy has put forward 4 bold plans for investment projects, with each aiming to solve different issues, ranging from production to infrastructure. The 4 available investments are Benfi International Airport, Morna Seaport, Konriat Industrial Zone, and Sarna Agricultural Zone. I'm thinking then that if I didn't have this market crash, I would happily put money into the agricultural zone. It's agriculture, it's food security, it's investment in a poorer region where people are going a bit hungrier, harder hit. But right now I have to be real. The economy is floundering, so it has to be stabilizing that first, and then we could turn inwards. Back to debt. Alright. No reports. No reports? No reports anywhere, no news. What do we have in Dare? Budget allocation of healthcare. That seems like a good a place as any to start tomorrow, because I made plenty of mistakes for today, but at the very least, progress on the Constitution, and the rail line is perfect, just not perfect enough to drag me out of this. I think so far, though, that the biggest mistake I made today is Agnolia. I should have just accepted the more expensive trade deal with the steel. It's more expensive, but it only would have cost 1 budget. I would have been kept out of the Hegeland issue. and it would have been more money coming in anyway. But oh well, we'll deal with those consequences tomorrow. For now, let me see who was online to drop a raid onto. Is anybody playing Suzerain tonight? There was nobody playing Suzerain, really. 7 viewers, and they're all me. I am the top of the game category. But that kind of minimizes who I could raid into then. Well, how about this? Tomasina's on, and it's been a while since I've raided Tomasina, and Tomasina is also cool people. So good enough reason to toss things that direction. If this thing will load. Come on, laptop. Come on, Twitch. Tool is being the too slow. Right, there we go. So tomorrow we'll continue with allocating the health stuff. If there's polio on the horizon, then I probably do want to make some sacrifices if it means preventing an epidemic. But that is an issue for tomorrow's Guinea. For now, thanks for hanging, thanks for being here. It's really appreciated. Take care of yourselves, enjoy the rest of your nights, and see you guys around. Thanks again.